Chapter 631. The old man suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at the young girl unwillingly. You said that you wouldn't help either side. The young girl laughed. Her laughter was as clear as a silver bell. I didn't help. I just played the zither because my hands were itchy. The old man wanted to say something else, but he would never be able to because the young man's sword slashed across and cut off his neck cleanly. All the pursuers were dead. The young man finally breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his head and looked at the young girl in red. Devil ancestor. The young girl in red shook her small feet and tilted her head to look at him. She smiled. Take a guess. The young man was stunned. The young girl laughed again. Her laughter was like a silver bell, and it still had the innocence of a young girl. I've seen a good show today. All right, you can run for your life. Her figure flashed and fluttered like a red cloud. She landed lightly and turned around to leave. The young man immediately took a step forward. I haven't thanked Devil Ancestor for saving my life. The young girl tilted her head and looked at him. I didn't do anything. It's mainly you who saved yourself. She looked at him up and down. I think you're not bad. You're a talent. How about you follow me? The young man was stunned. He didn't expect her to make such a request. What? You can be my subordinate. I could teach you martial arts. The young girl smiled. The young man instinctively wanted to refuse. However, the young girl suddenly waved her sleeve at him. A red light flashed, and the young man disappeared. A small white snake covered in bruises appeared on the spot. Although it was a white snake, there was a small bulge on its head. It looked a little funny. The young girl seemed to be stunned. She bent down and picked up the small white snake. She put it in front of her eyes and looked at it carefully. The small white snake seemed to be shy. It curled up its body and hissed. It was flustered and exasperated. It threatened. Let go of me. It struggled in her small hands, but it couldn't get out of her 5 fingers no matter how hard it struggled. The young girl's small hand poked the small bulge on its head. Your small bulge is so pretty. The small white snake almost wanted to hide its head under its body. Its voice was even more angry. Don't make fun of me. I'm not making fun of you. I've never seen a snake with a bump on its head. The young girl giggled, her laughter even more crisp than a silver bell. But it's really pretty. I like it. The scales on the little snake's body were almost red. It tried its best to return to its human form, but it was obviously unable to do so under the girl's control. If you laugh at me again, I'll kill you too. In its anger, it finally revealed its childish nature and said something that was not very intimidating. The girl obviously did not take its threat to heart. She looked at it carefully for a moment and seemed to have discovered a new continent. She pointed at the upper part of his body and said, you have several small bumps on your body. 1, 2, 3, 6, 6. Including the one on your head, there's 7 in total. The little white snake's entire body started to tremble. These few bags were the things that it wanted to hide the most, but it didn't expect that the girl would count them out one by one. It suddenly said, You are not the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor should be dignified and powerful, not so mischievous and mischievous. The girl was stunned. She suddenly laughed. You have good eyesight. Let me go as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't care who you are. I'll take your life. The small white snake was angered by her teasing. Chapter 632. Bullshit. The girl stretched out her beautiful finger and flicked it. I can pinch you to death with a wave of my hand. The white snake was speechless. It was still a child after all, and it was about to faint from anger. Hey, do you want to be my subordinate or not? If you follow me, no one will dare to bully you in the future. Being my subordinate is very good. The girl spoke again and stretched out her hand to pinch the soft bulge on its body, as if she had found a happy toy. The white snake had a proud temper, so it simply straightened its body and pretended to be dead, no longer speaking. Are you really not willing? I was the one who saved you. Logically speaking, shouldn't you repay me with your body? The girl pinched the small bulge on its head again. Her last sentence shocked the white snake. It shook its body and moved its head to avoid the girl's mischievous fingers. Didn't you say that you didn't save me? Did I save myself? I don't need to repay you with my body. You have a backbone. The girl laughed again and finally let it go. She threw it to the ground again. I don't like to force people. If you don't want to, then forget it. She turned around and was about to leave. Wait, the young man's voice came from behind. The girl turned around and tilted her head to look at him, who had returned to his human form. You regret it? You agree to be my subordinate? The young man took a breath and said seriously, I won't be your subordinate, but I can always be by your side to protect you and not let anyone bully you. The girl snorted disdainfully at his words. Protect me? With your martial arts, you can't even resist 2 of my fingers. I will become stronger. The young man said word by word, I just lack opportunities. I'm not worse than anyone else. The girl slowly turned around, and her expression seemed to become serious. You have a backbone. I will wait for the day you become stronger. Her sparkling eyes fell on him. The young man straightened his body and looked at her with the same stubbornness. The girl smiled and tilted her head to look at him. I can take you in. As for whether you can stay by my side, that depends on whether you have the ability to do so in the future. She raised her hand and flicked her finger lightly. There was a faint explosion in the air, and 6 men in black appeared out of thin air. They stood around the young girl and bowed together. Master, what are your orders? The girl glanced back at the youth covered in blood and said indifferently, This person, I'll leave him to you. 10 years later, I will see the results of your training. He turned around and disappeared. The young man stood where he was and looked at the place where she disappeared. His fingers slowly clenched into fists. Ning Xiuma also stared blankly at this scene. That young man looked so down and out that she had a faint impulse to comfort him. She took a step forward, and the scene in front of her completely changed. What happened next made Ning Xiuma feel like she was watching a fast-paced movie. Scenes after scenes flashed by, and in every scene, the red-clothed girl was wearing a red dress and a hood. She was either playing the zither under the moonlight, dancing under a large tree, or sitting high up in the palace, hugging her knees and looking up at the moon in a daze. This girl's laughter was like a silver bell. She looked very lively and even naive, but it was also filled with a faint sense of loneliness and desolation. It was a kind of loneliness of being high up, with no friends and no confidants. Chapter 633. The lone wolf-like young man in white no longer appeared in the picture, but the point of view seemed to be the young man in white's point of view. He was in a humble, dark place, looking up at the bright red, the only bright color in his life. The picture flashed very quickly, as if the years were shuttling back and forth. Winter and summer alternated in the picture. In this scene, Ning Xiuma still couldn't see the young girl's face clearly. She only faintly felt that she was very beautiful. Her face was hidden very deeply in the hood. Occasionally, she would see her black hair covering her forehead. That black hair was like black satin, leaving a deep impression. The young girl seemed to like the color red very much. Every time she appeared, it was a deep red. Her smile and frown seemed to light up the dim background. Whose eyes would it burn? Ning Xiuma was also looking at the young girl. She didn't know what to feel in her heart. It was as if this young girl was her former self. It was so familiar that it made her heart palpitate. Finally, the scene slowed down in the midst of an assassination. The young girl seemed to have a lot of enemies. She was often assassinated. Fortunately, she was highly skilled and had a secret guard by her side to protect her. Basically, every assassination attempt ended in failure. Because of the frequent assassinations and the assassin's skills, the secret guards by her side were replaced very quickly. The old ones fell, and the new ones took their place. Occasionally, the young girl was forced to make a move. Every time she made a move, it was a fatal move. She didn't leave any leeway for her opponents. She basically used the sound of the zither to kill people. Every light red wave was a fatal weapon. Like a harvester, she reaped the lives of those assassins. After every operation, she seemed to be a little dejected and tired. She stared at her hands for a long time, lost in thought. Then she would wash her hands over and over again, as if that could wash away the blood and the unpleasant past. She didn't say a word, but Ning Xiuma understood her thoughts in an instant. She didn't want to kill people. She didn't want to be contaminated with blood. But the situation forced her. If she didn't kill people, they would kill her. Every assassination was a battle of life and death. She was merciful to her enemies, but she was ruthless to herself. It was another full moon night. Another assassination was coming. This time, there were many assassins, and they were all very powerful. The guards around the red-clothed girl fell down one by one. The red-clothed girl stood high up, and the moonlight stretched her lonely shadow very, very long. She finally took out her zither again. Just as she was about to play, the scene below suddenly took a shocking turn. A red shadow and a sharp sword pierced into the group of assassins. Faint golden waves of light flashed among the black assassins. Every wave of light would cause an assassin to fall. Blood splattered everywhere, and miserable cries rang out one after another. The red-clothed girl stopped and tilted her head to look at the scene below. After an hour, the killing finally stopped. All the assassins had fallen, and not a single one was left alive. A handsome man stood in the middle of the field. His red robes were dazzling. The moment Ning Xiuma saw the man's face, her heart raced. Shuailan. This guy was actually Shuailan. Why is this bastard here? Although she knew that the other party couldn't see her, Ning Xiuma still subconsciously hid in the shadows. The red-clothed man was very handsome. After the dust settled, he raised his hand and flicked his robes. Chapter 634. He did not know what material his robe was made of. There was some blood splashed on it, but when he flicked it, it all fell off. The blood flew like rain, but there was not a speck of dust on his body. He smiled at the girl. His smile was alluring. "Are you okay?" The girl did not seem to recognize him. She tilted her head and looked at him. "Who are you?" The red-clothed man's eyes darkened. "You don't remember me?" The girl looked at him again. After a while, she said, "You seem familiar. 10 years ago, I said that I would become stronger. I would stand by your side and protect you." The red-clothed man looked disappointed, but his tone was still calm. His tone was gentle and had a faint scholarly air. The girl paused for a moment. She seemed to finally remember. "You are the little white snake with a bump on its head. You finally remember." The red-clothed man smiled. His smile was like a flower blooming. It was bright and beautiful in the spring. "It's me. Can I stand by your side now?" The girl tilted her head and looked at him. She also smiled. "I didn't misjudge you back then." She seemed to be emotional. "After 10 years, you have grown up and become stronger." The red-clothed man did not say anything. He only looked at her, as if he was looking at the only salvation in his bleak life. The girl looked at him again. "What's your name?" The red-clothed man's expression darkened. "I don't have a name. My brothers used to call me Old Six. In the Demon Palace's secret guard training ground, they called me Number 6. The girl did not say anything for a moment. She raised her head and looked at the moon in the sky. Then, she looked at him who was standing quietly in the night. She seemed to have thought of something and smiled. "The night is waning. Your clothes are red like fire. I will give you a name. How about Shui Lan?" The red-clothed man's eyes lit up. "Thank you for giving me a name. Then I will be Shui Lan. Is it Shui from Bai Shui?" The girl seemed to be stunned. A secret guard appeared in the dark and shouted at the red-clothed man. "How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you have the same surname as the princess?" The red-clothed girl glanced at the secret guard. The secret guard seemed to be shocked. He bowed. "I have crossed the line." The girl only replied to him with one word. "Get lost." The shadow guard quietly retreated. The girl smiled at the red-clothed man. "You were originally a white snake. Snow is also your true color. Let's call you Shuailan." "Thank you, princess." Shuailan bowed. His every movement was filled with poetic elegance. "Then can Shuailan follow the princess?" The young girl stretched and stood up. "All right, you could be the leader of the guards by this seat side." It turned out that the name Shuailan was given to him by this princess. Ning Xiuma looked at the two people standing above her. Suddenly, she felt somewhat perplexed. When did this happen? Why would she see this? Could this be a dream? But why was the main character in her dream someone else? While she was lost in thought, a pair of cold eyes suddenly looked in her direction. "Who's there?" Ning Xiuma subconsciously raised her head. Her eyes met with Shuailan's eyes. She was shocked. He could see her. How could it be? Wasn't she always a passerby in this scene? A red shadow flashed, and a pale golden light shot towards Ning Xiuema. Chapter 635. Ning Xiuema was shocked. Just as she was about to dodge, a strong gust of wind suddenly rose around her. Fog filled the sky and covered everything. There was a sorrowful atmosphere around her. In the thick fog, there was the sound of a zither. A woman was singing, "The sun rises in the east, my red dress is like fire. The spring flowers are bright, the night is waning. Dancing gracefully, my heart is filled with sorrow. The past is hard to recall, the zither is hard to reconcile." The song was so sorrowful that it almost made people cry. Ning Xiuema also felt sad in her heart. Suddenly, her vision blurred. The thick fog disappeared, and so did the beauty in red. At this moment, Ning Xiuema's mind suddenly became hazy. The scenery she saw just now seemed to have disappeared along with the fog. There was nothing left. She looked around blankly and realized that she was in a cave. The cave was not small. The walls of the cave were made of white crystal stones. They were clear and sparkling, shining with a faint white light in the dark night. There was a crystal bed in the cave. Although it was called a crystal bed, it was actually a big, bed-shaped white crystal stone. On the crystal bed, a man in red sat quietly. Ning Xiuema suddenly took a step back. Shui Lan. This man was none other than Shui Lan. If his appearance in her dream was still a little immature, then at this moment, he was the one Ning Xiuema was used to seeing. He seemed to be seriously injured. There were faint bloodstains on the corner of his pale lips. His face was unusually pale. He seemed to be meditating, but also seemed to be in a nightmare. His long eyelashes were drooping, slightly trembling like the wings of a butterfly. Ning Xiuema looked at his tightly knitted eyebrows and trembling lips. She finally came to a conclusion. This bastard was in a nightmare, and his injuries were not light. This was a good opportunity given by God to get rid of him. She subconsciously wanted to shoot some kind of hidden weapon, like a poisonous needle. However, when she raised her hand to touch it, her palm passed through her body. It was so light that she did not touch anything. What was going on? She subconsciously looked down and realized that she did not have a body. She was shocked. What was going on? Out of habit, she reached out her hand to touch the crystal beside her, but she couldn't see where her palm was. She was shocked again as a thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that he was still a soul? She also finally vaguely remembered that because she wanted to heal her injuries, she had allowed Yu Tianlan to bring out her soul. She had unintentionally broken that barrier. And then, what was she doing here? What is this place? Was this a dream of her soul? Or was it real? Ning Xiuema felt like she was in a mess. She looked at Shui Ilan again. His eyelashes were trembling even harder. It seemed like he was about to wake up. She couldn't be here. Right now, she was only a soul body. Even if Shui Ilan was heavily injured, she wouldn't be able to do anything to him. If this pervert were to discover her, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to protect her soul. She had to leave. She couldn't stay here any longer. She had to leave. Even if she went to Yi Qingluan's cave residence, it would be safer than staying here. She had just finished thinking about it when a gust of wind suddenly appeared in the cave. It directly swept her away and disappeared. Momo, Shui Ilan, who was sitting there quietly, suddenly called out softly and opened his eyes. The cave had been lonely and cold for 1,000 years. He was the only one in the huge cave. There was no one else. Shui Ilan sat there quietly for a moment. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. It was unknown whether it was a bitter smile or something else. Chapter 636. From a moment he opened his eyes in this world, Shui Ilan seemed to be alone. He could not remember the past, nor could he plan for the future. Fortunately, he still remembered that he was Shui Ilan and that he had a black wave zither by his side. After he woke up from the crystal coffin, he kept having a recurring dream. In the dream, there were swords and sabers, but when he woke up, he could not remember anything. He could only vaguely remember that song that made him feel sad every time he sang it. In the dream, he had forgotten everything except for the melody and lyrics of the song. He could even remember every word. Later, when he sang it himself, he slightly changed a few words, making him feel that the lyrics finally fit his mood. The past that he could not remember made him crazy. He faintly felt that this dream should be related to the things that happened before he was sealed, but he had forgotten everything as soon as he woke up. Damn it! He cursed under his breath and slowly stood up from the crystal bed. His blood was boiling in his chest, making him almost spit out blood again. He clenched his fist. His eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He thought that he would not meet any opponents in this world, but he did not expect that there would be Han Shanwei. That bastard's martial arts were obviously higher than his. Previously, he had almost destroyed his zither in the palace, causing him to be injured and have no choice but to hide. He did not think that he would meet him again. Using the forbidden technique continuously had caused him to be heavily injured, and in the carriage he was hit by Han Shanwei's palm, causing him to be even more injured. Han Shanwei had indeed kept his promise and let him go, but he did not know where so many experts had come from to chase after him. No matter where he hid, he would meet people who were searching for him, and all of them were top experts. If he was not heavily injured, these people would not be his opponents, and he would not have to run. He could just kill them. But now, he could only flee like a rat crossing the street. For 3 days, he was exhausted from running for his life. Fortunately, in the end, he sensed that there was a sealed crystal cave several hundred feet above the ground. He used the Earth Escape technique to escape to this place. This place was extremely hidden. He hid here for a day, and as expected, no one came to find him. He could finally rest in peace for a day. He clenched his fist again, and his martial arts would completely recover. The moment he recovered, he would definitely take revenge on those who had chased after him. He would make those people beg for death. Han Shanwei, Han Shanwei. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Let's wait and see. He stood there in a daze for a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his expression changed slightly. He vaguely felt that there was something more in his dream than before. He tried his best to think. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He finally remembered a scene from his dream. At that time, he seemed to be standing beside someone and then saw that person. Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema appeared in his dream. How did she appear in his dream? Was it a coincidence? Or was there some kind of connection? Several questions rolled around in his mind. He subconsciously walked around the cave. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He raised his hand and grabbed at the air, then brought it to his nose and sniffed. Then he slowly loosened his grip. Ning Xuema. He really smelled the scent of Ning Xuema's soul. She had really been here, and she was even in her soul form. Little Xuema, did you miss me? Snow was the balcony, jade was the railing, bamboo was the courtyard, and plum blossoms were the gods. Ning Xuema did not expect that she would come to a mountain in a daze. Among the green mountains and trees, there were vague balconies. All the balconies were snow white, as if they were made of snow. Chapter 637. All the pavilions were snow white, as if they were made of snow. The courtyards of the pavilions were planted with clumps of bamboo, making rustling sounds with the breeze. The courtyard Ning Xuema appeared and had bamboo and plum blossoms. It was obviously not winter, but the plum blossoms were tender and beautiful, and the branches were covered with dark red dots. Ning Xuema looked at the dark green bamboo on the left and the plum blossoms on the right. The corners of her mouth faintly twitched. She didn't feel the elegance of the gentleman's words, but instead felt a little demonic. Although plum blossoms and bamboo belonged to the 4 gentlemen, they shouldn't be in the same season. This was the first time she saw plum blossoms and bamboo complementing each other. Moreover, her sharp eyes saw a few wild chrysanthemums swaying in the corner of the courtyard. This courtyard had 3 of the 4 gentlemen, and only the orchid was left, speaking of which, whose house had such a tasteful courtyard. How did she come here? Ning Xuema stood in the courtyard and pondered for a moment. She was wondering if she should go in and take a look. The door of the main hall opened, and 2 women walked out. The 2 women were dressed similarly. Both of them wore white dresses with cloud patterns on them. Ning Xuema's heart sank slightly. She was not unfamiliar with this pattern. She had seen it twice in the Heavenly Book Mountains, and both times were unpleasant. Bright Reverence Cult. They were the disciples of Bright Reverence Cult. Ning Shuima's gaze fell on the plaque on the main hall's door. The white cloud pattern wrapped around 3 large words, Qingwan Hall. Ning Shuima's body couldn't help but retreat a zhang. She couldn't have really broken into the lair of Bright Reverence Cult, right? This was the residence of Bright Reverence Cult's leader, Yi Qingwan. Ning Shuima had heard of this leader for a long time. She was the only female disciple of the ancestor, and was famous for being protective of her disciples. Her disciples could almost do whatever they wanted in this continent. Damn, she was just thinking about it when she was at Shui Alan's place, and that strange wind really brought her here. She and this Bright Reverence religion were obviously not on good terms. She had been schemed against by the disciples of Bright Reverence religion twice, and had almost lost her life. Although she had survived in the end, she had unknowingly formed a grudge with this Bright Reverence religion. She and Yi Qingwan could be considered enemies. Yi Qingwan's magic was amazing. She could use magic to disperse people's souls. If she found out that she had broken in by mistake, she would not have a good time. Right now, she was far from being a match for this person. It was better for her to take advantage of the fact that no one noticed and flee far away. Just as she was about to turn around, her body suddenly tightened, as if she was suddenly caught by something. She was shocked. Looking around, she found herself trapped in a pale white net. Master! The 2 women who had just come out knelt in the direction of the palace door. Ning Shuima also raised her head when she heard the voice. Her heart skipped a beat. A woman in a white robe stood at the entrance of the hall. Her long hair was tied up with a white jade hairpin. She had light red lips and a tall nose. Her facial features were beautiful. Coupled with her white robe, she gave off a kind of otherworldly beauty. This made Ning Shuima instantly think of the ancient tomb sect Xiao Longnu. However, looking at her slanted eyebrows and the corners of her eyes, when she looked at people, she gave off a feeling of power without being angry. She looked somewhat cold. This also made Ning Shuima think of Li Macho, who had killed countless people because of love. She didn't know why, but when Ning Shuima looked at her face, she faintly felt that she was familiar. However, she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. Looking at the woman's appearance, she seemed to be a 22 or 23-year-old girl. However, the cold and solemn temperament around her gave people a feeling of vicissitudes. There was no need to ask. She was Yi Qingwan. Chapter 638. Yi Qingwan raised her white fingers slightly, and a pale white light flickered from her fingertips, weaving into a net. In the net was Ning Shuima's soul. Ning Shuima's mind raced. She and Yi Qingwan had never met before, so she shouldn't know her. She opened her eyes wide, looked at Yi Qingwan in horror, and said in a trembling voice, Why did you catch me? Please let me go. Yi Qingwan's gaze swept over her. Where did you come from? Her voice was cold and magnetic, very pleasant to the ears. She really didn't know her. Ning Shuima trembled even more fiercely, her face at a loss. I'm called Ahua. I'm not a brat. I was sleeping at home, but I don't know how I ended up here. Immortal lady, please spare me. Immortal lady, please spare me. Yi Qingwan's 2 disciples could obviously see her, and their faces showed joy. They looked at Yi Qingwan and said, Master, perhaps we don't need to catch other souls. Yi Qingwan nodded slightly. You can leave. Look after Sharkman. Don't let it commit suicide. Yes, Master. Master has told us that Sharkman has to be starved for a few days to make its blood pure. It also needs to be energetic and calm so that its skin will be good. We didn't treat it badly, and we even changed it into a bigger water tank. One of the disciples was eloquent and recited the taboo of raising Sharkmen like it was a book. Yi Qingwan nodded slightly. It's good that you remember. When it recovers, we can take its skin tomorrow. You won't serve it anymore. Yes, Master. The 2 women agreed in unison and left together. Teach people? She didn't expect that there was really a Sharkman in this world. Because Ning Shuima left the ship early, she didn't know that Yi Feng was that Sharkman, so this thought only flashed in her mind, and she threw it aside. She was more concerned about why Yi Qingwan caught her. It seemed that she wanted to catch some soul, and then she came to her door. Why did you catch me? Boo-hoo, I want to go home. Ning Shuima's body trembled even more violently like an ordinary girl. But in his heart, he was thinking of a way to escape. Even if Yi Qingwan did not know him, it was definitely not a good thing to fall into her hands. Ning Shuima tried to use telepathy to contact Kirin, wanting it to report to Rongyue Tianlan. Han Shanyue's whereabouts were unknown. Now, it was estimated that only Rongyue Tianlan had the power to save her from the fire pit. However, she didn't know if it was because she was too far away or if her telepathy had failed. She called out to Kirin in her heart several times, but there was no response. Don't be afraid. Yi Qingwan retracted her fingers, and Ning Shuima was caught in the net. Yi Qingwan's voice sounded faintly. I won't take your life. On the contrary, I want you to live well. She turned around and walked into the hall. Ning Shuima was wrapped in the net, trembling as she followed behind her. After a moment, Ning Shuima finally understood why Yi Qingwan caught her. In the middle of the hall, there was a snow-white nest, and in the nest was a snow-white cat. The cat's posture was a little strange. It was curled up there, panting, and looked like it was going to die at any time. This cat was going to die. Little girl, do you see this cat? It's going to die, but I don't want it to die. It has to live. Yi Qingwan looked at the cat with a rare, gentle gaze. Ning Shuima had a bad feeling in her heart, so... Chapter 639. Why don't you enter its body and live in its place? Yi Qingwan's gaze turned to Ning Shuima, as if she was gently negotiating with her. I don't want to turn into a cat. Ning Shuima immediately opened her mouth. She was cursing in her heart. Her transmigration was too much. First, she transmigrated into a little girl's body, and now she actually wanted her to turn into a cat. Yi Qingwan's expression turned cold. It's your fortune to be able to possess its body. It's not an ordinary cat. I don't want to be an ordinary cat either. I still want to be a human. Ning Shuima interrupted her. She was calculating in her heart. No matter what, this woman was the ancestor's disciple, and the ancestor was the guardian of this continent. His disciple should also be cultivating the way of immortality. Even if she was bad, she couldn't be that bad. Just like that Abbess Miju in the TV series, no matter how vicious she was still a righteous person. She wouldn't kill the innocent. For example, the several bright reverence religion disciples she had encountered, each and every one of them was filled with righteousness. When they wanted to snatch her things or kill her, they had to find a dignified excuse. If she didn't want to die, Yi Qingwan might let her go. Fairy, this cat is obviously not an ordinary cat. I think it's better to let a cat possess its body. If we put a human soul in it, I'm afraid it will change its genes. Yi Qingwan's expression was originally somewhat impatient, but when she heard the last sentence, her eyebrows slightly raised. Genes? It's the characteristics of cats. Humans have human characteristics, and cats have cat characteristics. This can't be confused. Ning Shuima tried to reason with her. Yi Qingwan smiled coldly. All living beings in the 6 realms are just mutual transformations. What's the point of talking about human characteristics and cat characteristics? Today, you have to be willing even if you don't want to. She no longer talked nonsense with Ning Shuima. She stretched out her snow-white hand, and the dying cat fell into her palm. She raised her hand and gently stroked the cat's head. Your mission has come to an end. You can come out now. Her hand turned into a claw, and a faint white light shot into the cat's head. The cat's 4 paws kicked, and it let out a mournful moan before it stopped moving. A wisp of gray mist emerged from the top of the cat's head. It swayed slightly in the air and gradually condensed into the shape of an old woman. Ning Shuima's heart sank. She didn't expect the cat spirit to be a human soul. This soul looked too old, at least 80 years old. It swayed back and forth, almost unable to stabilize its form. Yi Qingwan flicked her finger at the pale, gray soul. Reincarnate! The pale, gray soul let out a muffled cry and dissipated in the air. Yi Qingwan's gaze turned to Ning Shuima. She whispered, I hope you can hold on a little longer. His wrist buckled downwards. Ning Shuima couldn't help but fall down. Everything in front of her turned black, and the heavy feeling of having her soul enter her body instantly filled all her senses. She jumped up, but after all, she had just used this cat body, so she wasn't used to it. As soon as she jumped up, she fell down. Yi Qingluan's lips curled up, revealing a rare smile. She raised her hand and gently picked her up. She stroked her fur and murmured, "Little White, I knew you wouldn't leave me. You will stay with me forever, until he accepts me again." When she said the last sentence, there was a hint of bitterness in her voice. Ning Xuema's hair almost stood up when she was stroked by her. Chapter 640. The cat's body was like a cage, imprisoning her soul inside. She tried several methods, but none of them worked. Damn it, what a perverted woman. The cat's original soul should have died a long time ago. This woman was only trying her best to keep the cat's body. Who knew how many of its cores had been changed? She didn't want to turn into a cat. She would control this body to commit suicide later. Once the cat died, she would be able to escape. Yi Qingluan seemed to have sensed her thoughts, or perhaps all the previous spirits of this cat had the same idea. She said coldly, "Don't try anything funny. I have set a forbidden spell on this cat. Unless I use a special method to get you out, you won't be able to escape. Once you try to die, your soul will be destroyed." Ning Xuema's body stiffened, and she stared at her with her cat eyes. She started to think about how to deal with this woman. Ning Xuema was the kind of person who wouldn't offend others unless they offended her. If they offended her, she would pay them back 3 times. She didn't have much hostility towards Yi Qingluan, and she didn't want to deal with her. Now that this woman had offended her, she had to be prepared for her revenge. Yi Qingluan had a faint floral fragrance on her body, and it didn't smell bad. Ning Xuema knew that it was useless to try anything now, so she lowered her head as if she had accepted her fate. Yi Qingluan looked at her strangely, as if she didn't expect her to accept her fate so quickly. When other people entered the cat's body, they had to struggle for a few days. They had to go on a hunger strike, bang their heads against the wall, and all kinds of suicidal activities. Of course, she was prepared for all of them. Those people's struggles were useless in her hands. They didn't do anything except suffer more. This time, the spirit she sent to her door was very obedient. Yi Qingluan was a little happy. She raised her hand and stroked the fur on its back. "Good girl. I will bring you around to familiarize you with the environment. After all, you will be living here for more than 10 years. She carried Ning Xuema out. More than 10 years. How could a spirit become so old in more than 10 years? That spirit was definitely not an old person when it was first caught. It was most likely a young girl. It seemed that living in this cat's body made the spirit grow old very quickly, similar to a cat's lifespan. The Bright Reverence cult's territory was not small, and there were also many disciples. Yi Qingluan carried it and wandered around. From time to time, they would bump into other disciples. These disciples not only bowed respectfully to Yi Qingluan, but also to the cat in her arms. "Little White, did you see that? As long as you stay here obediently, you will be very happy and very powerful," Yi Qingluan whispered as she stroked the cat's fur. "Damn it, why don't you transform into a cat if you're comfortable? Big sister doesn't care for this kind of bluffing." Ning Xuema sneered in her heart. She turned her eyes and observed the terrain, preparing for her escape in the future. "Let's go. I'll show you some more good stuff." Yi Qingluan carried it and walked to a wall. Her finger drew on the wall for a moment, as if she had opened some kind of mechanism. The snow-white wall slowly split open and turned into a moon cave door. Walking through the moon cave door, they saw a bamboo forest. There was a winding stone path that led to the depths of the bamboo forest. The road was paved with multicolored stones. Each stone had its own pattern. Yi Qingluan's steps were like moving clouds and flowing water, but Ning Xuema could see that the stones she stepped on were all traceable. Chapter 641. Ning Xuema scanned the surroundings again and smiled in her heart. It seemed that there were some good things hidden here. There was a chain of mechanisms. She observed silently. The mechanisms here were quite complicated, one after another. Yi Qingluan walked very carefully, as if she was afraid of taking a wrong step. Ning Xuema's lips curled up slightly. The mechanisms here might be a life and death situation for others, but for her, who was an expert in mechanisms, it was just child's play. She could break it with a raise of her hand. In the deepest part of the bamboo forest was a large hall. Pushing open the door, Ning Shuima was slightly stunned. She thought that this would be a treasure trove, and the hall would be filled with dazzling jewels. She did not expect that the hall would be so empty, and there were only a few things inside, and they were all unremarkable. There was a treasure shelf in the hall, and on the shelf there were not any treasures but some ordinary things. A brush holder, 2 writing brushes, a jade bowl, an old brocade handkerchief. These were all common things. What was even more strange was that there were 2 praying mats on the shelf. Ning Shuima stared at the praying mat for a while, and found that it looked familiar. She thought for a while, and finally remembered. The shape and color of this praying mat was similar to the praying mat that Han Shanhua had casually created. Her eyes swept around the hall, but she didn't find anything that was truly valuable. The most valuable thing was probably the white jade bowl. The quality of the jade was not bad, and it was thin and sparkling. If it was stolen, it could be sold for a few thousand taels of silver. But a few thousand taels of silver was nothing to Ning Shuima now, so she was even less interested in these things. What she was interested in was Yi Qingwan. She kept so many ordinary things here as if they were her own treasures. Could it be that these things had some special significance? The whole world knew that she liked her master. And these things, could it be that she had secretly collected the venerable emperor's items? Little White, be good here and don't move. I know you understand. If you dare to destroy anything inside, I will pull out your soul and let you taste all kinds of torture. Yi Qingwan put the cat in her arms on the ground and coldly threatened. Ning Shuima stretched herself on the ground and then lay down. Of course, she wouldn't move recklessly at this moment, but it wouldn't be too late to do so in the future. Yi Qingwan naturally didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing that it was really obedient, she was satisfied and nodded slightly to it. That's a good girl. She turned around and walked to the treasure shelf. She took out a snow-white handkerchief from her bosom and carefully wiped the items placed on the shelf one by one. Every time she wiped an item, she would explain the origins of the item. For example, the brush holder was a birthday gift from her master. As for the 2 brushes, one belonged to her and the other belonged to her master. That handkerchief was also the one that her master had used to wipe her sweat. That bowl was even more special. It was personally made by her master. Every item seemed to have a sense of warmth when a master and disciple interacted with each other. Ning Shuima lay there and looked at Yi Qingwan with a complicated expression. This Yi Qingwan was really infatuated. She loved her master so much that she went crazy, right? It was simply a kind of bigotry. She didn't know what kind of feelings her master had for Yi Qingwan at that time. Had he never fallen in love with her? Chapter 642. Or was it because the master had fallen in love with her, but as time passed, his feelings faded? That person didn't seem to care about what others said, so it shouldn't be because gossip was a fearful thing. Ning Shuima had also read some novels and movies about love between master and disciple in her previous life. It was nothing more than the master being cold and the disciple secretly falling in love with the master. At first, it was all kinds of sweetness, but once it was clear, it was all kinds of hurt. The disciple was hurt again and again, and the master was hurt again and again. Then, for the sake of the world, they continued to hurt each other again and again, until they were hurt so badly that they were hovering between life and death. The best example was the male master and female disciple in Snowflake Sword. It was a combination of all kinds of love stories. The master was noble and cold, and he took in a little girl as his disciple. The disciple was so cute, and she gradually fell in love with the master. She didn't dare to say or let others know, but she secretly collected the master's things and did everything for the master. And the master was all kinds of arrogant, and often a careless action would hurt the disciple. In fact, the master also fell in love with the female disciple, but because of her identity, he naturally couldn't show it. So, there were all kinds of hidden injuries. In the end, the disciple was forced to become a demon by the master, and a demon would bring disaster to the world for the sake of the world's peace. The master endured the pain and killed his female disciple. In the end, the female disciple died in his arms. It was the ultimate torture, and it made people cry bitter tears. In the future, many novels about love between master and disciple were created based on this movie, so naturally, there were all kinds of torture. After Ning Xiumal watched a few movies, she began to have a shadow of love between master and disciple. Because there was only one word for love between master and disciple: torture. Now, she saw it with her own eyes from Yi Ching-wan. It was strange when she read novels or movies about love between master and disciple. She sympathized with the female disciple, but for some reason, she didn't sympathize with Yi Ching-wan. If Yi Ching-wan was in love with the master, then this love was meaningless. If she was abandoned by the master, then it was even more meaningless. Why would a scumbag love her? It was hard to find a two-legged toad in this world, but there were plenty of two-legged men. Why did she have to hang herself on a tree? Why did he have to make himself miserable and miserable? Why did he have to do this? Moreover, this woman became a pervert because she liked her master, and Abbess Miju was repulsive. Yi Ching-wan was full of worries and had no one to talk to. The only person she could talk to was this cat. This cat couldn't speak and wouldn't spread her secrets around, but it could understand human language. It was simply the best emotional trash poke. She could tell it what was on her mind. Ning Xiumal naturally understood the role she was playing now. Yi Ching-wan was sometimes sad, sometimes happy, and sometimes sad. That was her own story. When Ning Xiumal listened to this, it was like listening to a lullaby. She felt a little drowsy. Yi Ching-wan felt that her words were full of passion, but in Ning Xiumal's ears, she felt that it was very normal. This was because from the beginning to the end, she didn't hear any truly passionate scenes, such as kissing or going to bed. At most, it was a little ambiguous. However, the most taboo when listening to a story was to listen to only one side of the story, because that side would exaggerate the things that were most beneficial to her. Therefore, the authenticity of some things had to be greatly discounted. However, Di-Zun actually treated his only female disciple differently, didn't he? Chapter 643. For example, after Yi Ching-wan, he didn't accept any female disciples. For example, this disciple was too arrogant on this continent, but the overlord didn't have the intention to interfere. Ning Xiumal used her claws to draw circles on the ground unconsciously. She secretly rejoiced that she didn't fall in love with the overlord and didn't agree to be his disciple. Otherwise, years later, Yi Ching-wan's current appearance would be her role model. However, her character was different from Yi Ching-wan's. Yi Ching-wan was very stubborn in this relationship. But she, Ning Xiumal, would definitely not do that. Even if it was a one-sided love, if one of them chose to let go, she would definitely not pester him. She would let go faster and more decisively than him. Life was so short, and there were so many things to do. Why did she have to let feelings tie her down and make herself like a resentful woman? In fact, there weren't many things in this hall. Yi Ching-wan wiped them one by one, and it only took half an hour to finish. Ning Xiumal listened to her nagging for half an hour, and almost didn't move during the whole process. This made Yi Ching-wan even more satisfied. She picked up the cat again. You're the most obedient. When other souls occupied the cat's body, when she brought it to tell stories, those souls were not obedient. They controlled the cat's body and always wanted to destroy it. Of course, those souls couldn't do anything under her eyes. They just needed to suffer a little more to learn to be obedient, because Ning Xiumal's obedience made Yi Ching-wan very happy. She walked out with the cat in her arms. Good little white, since you're so obedient, I'll take you to see Sharkman again. If you're more obedient, I'll reward you with some fish when we kill that Sharkman tomorrow. Sharkman? It's good to see it. Ning Xiumal was a little more spirited. The place where Sharkman was imprisoned was not far from the secret hall. After leaving the enchantment, they took a few turns to the left and arrived. It was also in a courtyard, and there was a pond in the courtyard. The pond water was clear and deep, and there was a column in the middle of the pond. A dark blue figure was tied to the pillar. This should be the legendary Sharkman. Ning Xiumal looked at the Sharkman, and her eyes widened in surprise. Sharkman. She finally saw the real Sharkman. The Sharkman's upper body was similar to a human's. His head, neck, shoulders, arms, and hand are all human-like. However, his wrists and other joints were covered with sparkling dark blue scales. Its body was slender, and below its chest was a streamlined fish body. Its long hair was spread over its body like seaweed. Half of its body was above the water, and the other half was underwater. From Ning Xiuma's position, she couldn't see its full appearance clearly. Even so, he was still amazed by it. A mermaid. This was a true mermaid. Looking at her slim figure, it was hard to imagine how devastatingly beautiful her face was. She looked at its face again. It lowered its head, and its face was hidden in its long hair. Even close up, it was still hazy. There were two bright reverence religion disciples guarding this place. When they saw Yi Qingwan arrive, they came over to salute her. They didn't forget to greet Ning Xiuma the cat. Yi Qingwan's gaze fell on the Sharkman's body. She looked at it from head to toe, and then lightly said, "It still won't say a word?" The two bright reverence religion disciples nodded. Reporting to Master, it has never opened its mouth. Is it because Sharkmen can't speak? Chapter 644. Yi Qingwan didn't say anything else. She walked leisurely around the pool, then suddenly opened her mouth and spat out 3 words. Yinzing, Sharkman, who had been in meditation with his head lowered, suddenly trembled slightly. He slowly raised his head, and his seaweed-like long hair scattered to the sides like flowing water, revealing a beautiful face. His facial features were deep, his eyes were as blue as the sea, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. He glanced at Yi Qingwan. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. Yin Ziyuan was her friend. When she suddenly heard her friend's name come out from Yi Qingwan's mouth, she was already a little surprised. She didn't understand how her friend was related to this Sharkman. Now that she saw the Sharkman's true face, her heart sank. This Sharkman's face actually faintly resembled Yi Feng's. Could it be that the taciturn shadow guard by Yin Ziyuan's side, Yi Feng, was Sharkman? Ning Xiuma's cat eyes stared at the Sharkman in deep thought. The Sharkman seemed to have noticed Ning Xiuma's gaze, and actually also looked at her. The cat and shark's gazes met in the air. A glimmer of light flashed through the Sharkman's eyes, and then he lowered his eyes and lowered his head. Yi Qingwan's lips curved slightly, as if she was smiling. "You really do have thoughts about that little girl. Do you want to see her?" The Sharkman's head lowered even more, and he didn't respond. "As long as you open your mouth and say a few words, this lord can let you see her." The Sharkman still didn't speak, as if he didn't hear her words. Ning Xiuma was a little puzzled. Why did Yi Qingwan have to force the Sharkman to speak? Could it be that she had a motive? Yi Qingwan asked a few more questions and even threatened the Sharkman with Yin Ziyuan's life, wanting to force the Sharkman to speak. However, the Sharkman seemed to have steeled his heart and didn't respond no matter what. It didn't even have any reaction. Yi Qingwan's 2 disciples were finally a little uncertain. "Master, perhaps it really can't speak. We haven't heard it speak even once in the past 3 days." The 2 disciples talked back and forth, and Yi Qingwan seemed to be a little uncertain. He looked at Sharkman again and said warmly, "I've often heard people say that Sharkmen are good at singing. If you sing a song for me and sing well, I might let you go back to your hometown." Sharkman still had no reaction. Yi Qingwan's face turned cold, and she glanced at her disciple. That disciple understood and immediately said, "You Sharkmen don't fail to appreciate kindness. Our sect master is merciful and kind. That day in the chaotic river, she saved your life and even spent countless spirit herbs to treat your injuries. Now, she only wants you to sing a song, and you still won't do it? Are you Sharkmen all so heartless?" The other disciple also said, "Just sing a song, even if it's just a short part. If it's pleasing to the sect master's ears, she will let you go and let you go back to the mermaid clan. Okay?" The 2 disciples were very good with words. They threatened, enticed, moved with emotion, and reasoned with reason. They used all kinds of tricks, but the mermaid turned a deaf ear to them and did not give them any reaction. Ning Xiuma also kept looking at that Sharkman. Now, she believed that this Sharkman was Yifeng. This Sharkman style was the same as Yifeng's. They were tolerant, silent, and had their own opinions. They wouldn't be easily swayed by the words of others. Xiaoma now vaguely understood Yi Qingluan's purpose. She was just teasing this Sharkman to talk so that it would tell her the location of the Sharkman's family, so that it would be easier to capture more. Yifeng should be clear about Yi Qingluan's thoughts, so he had been acting dumb and didn't say a word. Chapter 645. In the end, Yi Qingluan didn't know its real identity and couldn't do anything to it. Yi Qingluan stood there for a long time and didn't get what she wanted. Finally, she gave up and said, "You're on your own." Then, she picked up the cat and left. Yi Qingluan took Ning Xiuma to a few places to let her familiarize herself with the layout of this place. Seeing that it was very obedient, she was relieved. After returning to her own main hall, she stroked the cat's head and said, "I'm going to meditate. You go play by yourself. Remember, don't try to escape. Even if there are 10 of you, you won't be able to escape from my palm." The cat nodded and even used its head to rub against her body, looking very obedient. Yi Qingluan smiled with satisfaction. It was just an ordinary little soul. In her sect, where experts were everywhere, what kind of tricks could it play? She raised her hand and stroked its back fur. "Go!" Then, she went to meditate. Ning Xiuma turned around and ran out. This cat's status in this sect was obviously not low. In the process of Ning Xiuma strolling around, she met several groups of disciples. Even if Yi Qingluan wasn't in front of her, these people still greeted her. Ning Xiuma strolled leisurely, as if she was admiring the scenery. The others were obviously used to this cat. As long as it didn't leave the bright reverend school's territory, they wouldn't care about it. Ning Xiuma strolled to the place where Sharkman was imprisoned. The two disciples were still guarding there. They were bored here all the time. When they saw Ning Xiuma arrive, they were happy and called her over to talk to her to relieve their boredom. Ning Xiuma was now a cat. She didn't need to talk. She only needed to proudly allow them to stroke her fur, which made them very happy. This cat was born good-looking. With long snow-white fur, when it ran, it looked like a rolling snowball. It was very lively and cute. Most of the girls liked this kind of small animal. Ning Xiuma's cute appearance made them even happier, so they let her wander around. Ning Xiuma? A deep, magnetic voice sounded in Ning Xiuma's heart. Ning Xiuma looked at the pool with her cat eyes. Sharkman in the pool did not react, but Ning Xiuma knew clearly that the sound came from Sharkman. This was not a sound transmission technique, but a sound wave that only animals could hear. Ning Xiuma looked at the two bright reverence religion disciples and saw that they didn't have any reaction. Yifeng. Ning Xiuma also tried to meow. The meow that came out of her mouth was the standard cat language. It was a very delicate meow. It couldn't be helped. A cat's voice was just like that. She couldn't make human sounds. The Sharkman in the pool, however, understood. "It really is you. Why are you here?" Ning Xiuma wanted to smile bitterly. Her experience was too bizarre. She was afraid that she couldn't explain it clearly in a few words. She didn't answer Yifeng's question. She was also very curious about Yifeng's experience when he fell into Yi Qingluan's hands. But now was obviously not the time to ask about this. Therefore, she opened her mouth and asked the most important question. "Yi Qingluan wants her skin and flesh. Do you have a way to escape?" Yifeng's tone was slightly sad. "She used cold iron chains to lock my shoulder blades. If I can't untie the cold iron chains, I can't escape." Ning Xiuma jumped into the pool and stared at the cold iron chains for a moment. Then, she opened her mouth again. "What if I have a way to untie your cold iron chains? There are many experts here, and the security is tight. Can you escape?" "Yes. As long as my body is free, I can use the water escape technique in the water," Yifeng said confidently. Chapter 646. Wherever there is water, it's my escape route, Yifeng added. "So that's how it is." Ning Xiuma paused. "Then, can you take me with you when you escape? I'm a cat now. I can't breathe in the water." "Yes. I can hold you and set up a protective bubble. That way, you won't suffocate in the water. You just need to come out of the water every half an hour to replenish your gas." Yifeng answered straightforwardly. Ning Xuema's eyes lit up. That's great. She could escape with Yi Feng. As long as she had a way to escape, she could go all out. She would make Yi Qingwan pay the price. With Ning Xuema's current martial arts, she didn't have the ability to beat Yi Qingwan up. However, she could make that woman's heart ache for once. It would be best if she vomited blood. She seemed to have seen Yi Qingwan fuming with anger, wishing she was dead. She was like a cat, lying on the edge of the pool, squinting her eyes into a semicircle. She happily reached an agreement with Yi Feng. Then it's a deal. I'll help you get rid of the cold iron chains, and you take me away. Okay. Yi Feng's voice was also a little excited. He was already prepared to die, but now that there was hope in front of him, he still wanted to take a gamble. But the cold iron chains are complicated, and you need a key. The key is with Yi Qingwan. Yi Feng had also studied the cold iron chains that trapped him in the past few days. He needed a key, and he needed help from outside. He couldn't open it himself. Ning Xuema said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of the key. Wait for me for a while. I'll be back in a while." She turned and ran. Actually, when Yi Qingwan carried her here, she had already noticed the cold iron chains, and naturally, she also noticed the key in Yi Qingwan's sleeve. So when she was rubbing against Yi Qingwan, she reached out her claws and quietly stole the key. Because a cat's body was not easy to carry. Even if she used her claws to carry it, it would be easily discovered. Therefore, as soon as she left Yi Qingwan's courtyard, she hid the key somewhere. He could just use it now. Yi Feng watched it run away like a wisp of smoke and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he only had a short contact with Ning Xuema, he knew her character very well. He knew that, with her ability, she would definitely be able to get the key. This time, he really had hope of escaping. His gaze then turned to the two female disciples. Later, he would have to think of a way to lure the two maids away so that it would be easier for him to carry out his plan. The two female disciples were completely unaware that Ning Xuema and Yi Feng had already formulated an escape plan at this moment. They were still chatting idly, discussing a piece of gossip they had just heard. Dalian's governor was overjoyed to hear that his daughter would be getting married in half a month. He had already sent out invitations and invited guests to attend the ceremony. One of the distant relatives of the two disciples was among the invited guests. Girls loved to gossip. While they were chatting happily, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. The daughter of Dalian's city lord? Yanzi Yuan. She's getting married? With who? The voice was low and magnetic, with a slight tremor, but it was very pleasant to the ears. The two disciples suddenly turned their heads and stared at Sharkman in the pool in disbelief. You could talk. Yi Feng's dark blue eyes seemed to be shining. Answer me. Who is she getting married to? Chapter 647. One of the disciples knew the details and subconsciously replied, I heard that it was her zither master, called something Guzin. Yi Feng slightly closed his eyes and slowly clenched his fists. Was she going to marry that man? That man was clearly not worthy of her. The two female disciples looked at each other. Sharkman finally spoke. Should they quickly report this good news to their master? One of the disciples said, You stay here and watch. She turned around and ran. You stop. I have a message for your master. Yi Feng suddenly spoke again. That disciple, who was about to run, stopped. He turned around and looked at Yi Feng. What message do you have for our master? Actually, master will definitely come later. It's the same if you tell her face to face. Her voice became softer and softer until she didn't know what to say. Yi Feng's pair of eyes stared at the two disciples. The bottom of his eyes was like the azure ocean, slowly stirring up a whirlpool. The two disciples' minds exploded, and the expression they looked at him with turned into a daze. Yi Feng's voice was slow and gentle. Come here. You two come here. The two disciples seemed to be bewitched, and they couldn't help but walk forward. They gradually came to the edge of the pool. The pool was very deep. It was more than 10 meters deep. If they fell in, they would lose their lives. Fear appeared on the faces of the two men, but their minds seemed to be controlled. They could only watch helplessly as their feet stepped into the pool, and finally, with a splash, they fell into the pool. When Ning Xuemo ran back with the key in one hand, she saw the two disciples struggling in the water. They seemed to want to open their mouths and shout for help, but their minds seemed to be controlled. Their mouths opened and closed, but they couldn't shout. When they saw Ning Shuima coming, their eyes showed a pleading look. They looked very pitiful. Ning Shuima slowed down and looked at Yifeng. Yifeng lowered his eyes and said, "We have to escape. They must die." Ning Shuima naturally understood in her heart that these two people had been guarding this place all along. Once she and Yifeng made any movements, they would not be able to hide it from their eyes and would immediately shout out. It was a life and death situation. At this time, there was no room for mercy and kindness. She took a deep breath and didn't look at the two people. Instead, she jumped into the water and swam towards Yifeng. She was good at opening and closing the lock. Although it wasn't that easy to open the lock with the cat claws, she had good control. After a while, the cold iron lock was opened by her. "Thank you." Yifeng's shoulder was bleeding profusely. He raised his hand and pressed 2 fingers on his shoulder to stop the bleeding. At this time, there seemed to be some chaotic movement outside. There were messy footsteps, people shouting, and people screaming. Yifeng's face changed. Could it be that Ning Shuima's theft of the key was exposed so quickly? Ning Shuima seemed to know what he was thinking. She immediately said, "Don't worry. They are going in another direction. No one can care about this place for now." Yifeng was also a clever person. When he saw Ning Shuima's eyes, he knew that she must have done something. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to be negligent. He hugged the wet cat beside him and made a hand seal. Chapter 648. After a while, there was no sign of the mermaid and the cat in the pool. Only the bodies of the 2 drowned disciples were left floating on the water. Yi Qingwan didn't meditate for a long time at noon every day. She usually finished it in an hour. Instead of meditating, it was better to say that she just took a nap. During this period, no disciples were allowed to disturb her. It was the same this time. After meditating for an hour, she naturally came back to her senses. She opened the door and walked out. Yi Qingwan wanted to walk around her own territory and look for her cat. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened the door, she heard a faint noise outside. She frowned slightly. She imitated the temper of her master, Dizun, in everything. She liked to be quiet and didn't like noise. Her disciples were also taught by her to pay attention to every action of theirs. They were quiet, calm, and self-controlled. They hated noise the most. Even if the sky fell, they had to deal with it calmly. Her face darkened, and she sent out a voice transmission. "Who is making noise outside?" As soon as she finished speaking, a disciple hurried in. When he entered the door, he even tripped over something and fell to his knees. "Master, something bad happened." Yi Qingwan's face darkened again. "How did I teach you? You have to be calm and not panic. This is the main principle of our sect. As my direct disciple, how can you be so panicky? Slap yourself 10 times first." The disciple was stunned. He knew that he couldn't go against his master's words, so he could only clench his teeth and slap himself 10 times. In front of his master, he couldn't beat himself. After slapping himself 10 times, his cheeks were red and swollen, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Yi Qingwan watched him finish slapping himself, and then asked leisurely, "What's the noise outside?" The disciple calmed down and then reported, "Master, I don't know why a door suddenly cracked open on the south wall of the Lingxiang garden. There were countless bamboos behind the door, and there seemed to be a house deep in the bamboo forest. There was smoke coming out of the house, as if there was a fire. Before he could fully report, his master's figure disappeared in front of him. The disciple was speechless. Since when did Master lose his composure? Yi Qingwan arrived at the Lingxiang garden like a gust of wind. At a glance, she saw that her disciples had surrounded a place with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. There was smoke coming from that place, and all kinds of fire-extinguishing spells were flashing there. Yi Qingwan's vision turned black. Her legs went soft, and she staggered. Her secret treasure trove. She rushed over, and before she even reached them, she suddenly waved her sleeves. A hurricane came out of her sleeves, blowing the disciples in front of her off their feet. Naturally, it also blew open a path. Yi Qingwan almost didn't stop as she rushed straight into the burning courtyard. Master, Grandmaster, my lord, various forms of address rose and fell one after another as everyone knelt on the ground. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They did not understand why their master, who could be as calm as a mountain even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, would be so flustered in the face of a small fire. Yi Qingwan couldn't care less about the disciples who were screaming outside. After she rushed in, she found that there were dozens of her sect's disciples lying dead inside. They all practiced water-type spells, so they must have wanted to come in to put out the fire. However, they were shot by the killing array set up on the path, and none of them survived. Yi Qingwan's hands were shaking. Chapter 649. These disciples who had lost their lives were all elite disciples of the sect, who were proficient in water-type spells. Now, they had died here for no reason, and they were shot to death by their own traps. If this matter were to spread out, it would be the biggest joke in the world. However, she couldn't care less about these disciples at this time. Her mind was on the secret hall in the depths of the bamboo forest. Her painstaking collection, she was flustered and almost stepped on those traps several times. When she staggered around the bamboo forest and finally saw the full appearance of the main hall, her entire heart sank into the abyss. Thick smoke billowed from the hall, and flames soared into the sky. More than half of the hall had been burned down, and the remaining part was crackling in the fire. It looked like it was about to collapse. Yi Qingwan's vision turned dark. She forced herself to calm down and tried her best to comfort herself. Don't worry. Don't worry. Although her treasures were placed in the hall, she had set up a fireproof enchantment on the shelf where the treasures were placed. Even if the entire hall was burned to ashes, her precious treasures should be fine. As long as her precious treasures were fine, what was the big deal about burning down the hall? She could order people to build it again. At most, a large number of disciples who built this secret hall would be sacrificed. She immediately cast a water-type spell to summon rainwater. The heavy rain poured down on the hall. The heavy rain, like seawater pouring down, finally put out the fire. Yi Qingwan didn't care about the remaining flames and rushed into the crumbling hall. Then, as if she was fixed in place, her face turned pale, and she couldn't move anymore. Her shelf of treasures had been burned to a few pieces of wood. Those praying mats, handkerchiefs, brush holders, writing brushes, jade bowls. Some of them were burned to ashes, some were burned to ashes, and none of them could be seen. Plop. Yi Qingwan stared blankly and sat on the ground. Those things were her painstakingly collected. They were her mental support for all these years. They were the only things she could comfort herself with. But now, they were all burned to ashes. Clean. Not even a small piece was left for her. Who was so vicious? Who knew that these things were her precious treasures? Who could destroy her enchantment and set off such a deadly fire? Her mind buzzed, and almost immediately she thought of that cat. To be exact, he thought of Ning Xiuma, who had taken over the cat's body. Could it be that in order to take revenge on her, that living soul had destroyed her most beloved? She had only brought the cat into this place before, and it had also talked about how important those things were to her. The others, even her most trusted disciples, didn't know of such a place. The disciples who built this secret palace were all killed by her, and even their souls were scattered. It was impossible for him to have leaked this secret. The only possibility was the cat. However, that was merely an ordinary living soul. Did it have the ability to break through these layers of mechanisms? Impossible, right? How could such a little girl have such an ability? She took a deep breath, then another. She jumped up from the ground and rushed out like a whirlwind. The other disciples of Bright Reverence Cult were still guarding the courtyard's entrance, not daring to disperse. When Yi Qingwan rushed out, everyone was shocked again. Their master, who had always been dressed neatly and would not have a single strand of hair out of place, even when a fire was burning in the room, was now half covered in mud and his face was covered in soot. Chapter 650. Yi Qingwan appeared in front of the disciples like a madwoman with a head of messy hair. A few of them even thought that it was some kind of monster because of their blurred vision. They almost attacked it. Fortunately, Yi Qing-wan pulled back her hair and revealed her face, allowing these people to recognize her. Although these people were shocked, they still knelt down in unison. Master! Yi Qing-wan naturally saw the surprise in the disciples' eyes, but at this time, she couldn't care less and asked, "Where's Xiao Bai?" The disciples all looked at each other. They hadn't seen that proud cat for a while. Finally, a disciple remembered, "Master, an hour ago, disciple saw His Highness Xiao Bai go to the Beast Transformation Pond. The Beast Transformation Pond was where Sharkman was being held." Yi Qing-wan's face changed again, but she didn't speak, her figure flashing as she rushed directly towards the Beast Transformation Pond. At the edge of the Beast Transformation Pond, the water was still deep and the pillar was still there, but Sharkman was nowhere to be seen. Two corpses floated in the pond, their bellies bulging and their faces blue. Obviously they had drowned. Yi Qing-wan stood at the edge of the pond, her fingers clenched tightly. If it was said that she had some suspicions before, doubting whether Ning Xiuma, this little soul, had the heart to do such a thing, but did not have the ability to do so. Now that she saw everything before her eyes, she was 80 to 90% sure that it was Ning Xiuma's doing. That little bastard girl, besides her beautiful appearance, her other abilities were ordinary, but she had never expected her to have such means. She had misjudged. She had really misjudged her. And this time, she had paid a heavy price for her misjudgment. For so many years, no one had been able to make her suffer such a big loss. She had suffered such a big setback. When her anger reached its peak, she calmed down and immediately summoned the souls of the two disciples. From their mouths, she learned that her guess was not wrong. When the two disciples were on the verge of death, they did see the cat running over with the key in its claws, swimming directly towards Sharkman and opening the chains for him. They didn't see what happened after that because they died, but what happened before was enough to prove that Sharkman was indeed saved by the cat. Yi Qing-wan was so regretful that she wanted to vomit blood. She thought that Ning Xiuma was a well-behaved girl who was rarely obedient. She thought that Ning Xiuma was the least tiring girl. However, she didn't expect that everything was just an illusion. That girl was clearly a black-bellied ancestor. Her revenge was simply a direct hit to a person's weak spot. This kind of revenge was the most ruthless. That girl, that scoundrel, she was going to capture that scoundrel girl and crush her soul inch by inch. She was going to tear her apart bit by bit. She was going to make her beg for death. She quickly looked around and finally confirmed that the Sharkman and the cat had escaped through the water. She snorted coldly. Water escape technique? She knew how to do it too. Sharkman's wounds were still bleeding. She followed the trail of Sharkman's blood. She did not believe that a cat like Sharkman could escape from her pursuit. What's more, Sharkman's blood had a special fragrance that made it easy to track him down. With a flash of light, she disappeared from the pool as well. Yi Feng carried Ning Xiuma and moved through the water like a barracuda. He walked through the underground river. The underground river was ever-changing and there were countless of them. Ning Xiuma was wrapped in a water bubble, so she couldn't see anything clearly. Chapter 651. The cat that Ning Xiuma possessed had an average aptitude, so it couldn't practice any martial arts. Otherwise, Yi Qing-wan would have let it practice the art of immortality to accompany her since she loved this cat so much. She didn't need to change the soul inside it frequently to maintain its life. In such a dark underground, Ning Xiuma could only see about 30 to 40 feet away. Any further, and everything would be a blur. But the scenery of 30 to 40 feet away was too much for her to take in. The experience of walking through the underground water vein was very wonderful. There were all kinds of strangely shaped rocks, underground caves, and stalactites. She was surrounded by a dazzling sight. Yi Feng took her through the tunnel very fast, giving her the illusion that she was riding a high-speed train underground. The bubble that Yi Feng set up around her was not too big. After walking for about half an hour underground, she felt a little suffocated. When she was in her original form, she could hold her breath for a long time. But now, This cat was an ordinary cat, so she couldn't really regulate her breath. Yifeng didn't seem to expect her cat body to be so weak. Seeing that her expression was not right, he immediately went up. He should have gone deep underground, and it took him a lot of effort to follow the water vein. When he came out of the water with the cat, Ning Shuima's cat face was about to turn blue. Yifeng broke the bubble, and Ning Shuima immediately lay on the water surface to breathe. "I'm sorry." Yifeng's voice was a little apologetic. Ning Shuima finally breathed evenly. She looked at him and asked, "Do you have something on your mind?" Yifeng was a bold and careful secret guard. If he didn't have anything on his mind, he would have paid attention to the cat in his arms all the time, instead of waiting until she was suffocating to find out. Yifeng was stunned. He lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. He did have something on his mind, and it was Yin Ziyuan. The first thing he wanted to do after he got out was to see her, but he didn't dare to. Ever since he knew that Yin Ziyuan's wedding was in half a month, he had been restless. Although he was already mentally prepared for this outcome, he still wanted to escape when faced with it. It was also because of his uneasiness that he neglected many things during his escape. For example, he had to hide his whereabouts, or his wounds that were still bleeding from time to time. Ning Shuima's nose was sharp, and she quickly smelled the unique sweet and fishy smell on his body. Her heart sank, and she finally saw the wounds on his body. After all, Yifeng had been pierced through by the black iron chain, and there were 2 huge bloody wounds on his shoulders. Although Yifeng had treated his wounds simply, the wounds were still too big, and blood still oozed out from time to time. She seemed to have thought of something. "I heard that Yi Qingwan is a martial arts genius who has 5 types of spiritual roots in her body. Is it true?" Yifeng was still a little absent-minded. He nodded subconsciously. "I heard so. It's precisely because she's such a rare genius that the ancestor made an exception to accept her." After saying this, his face also changed. If Yi Qingwan had all 5 elements, she should also know the water escape technique. She might follow the water vein and chase after them. He picked up Ning Shuima and said, "We have to go quickly." Ning Shuima took a breath. "If Yi Qingwan's water escape technique is very strong, and you are injured, we can't outrun her. We can't escape from her if we run blindly. Listen to my command." She quickly told him her plan. Chapter 652. Yifeng couldn't help but glance at the cat in his arms. He really didn't expect this girl to be an expert in anti-tracking. Even better than him, a professional expert. He was also a man of action. He immediately took Ning Shuima deep into the water vein and came to a place where the water veins were mixed. This place was like a spider web that extended in all directions, and the water veins were radiating in all directions. Yifeng dripped the blood on his body into more than 20 water veins, leaving only 3 or 4 without blood. Then he went into one of the blood-stained water veins and continued to move forward along that water vein. The next time he took a breath and returned to the surface, he carefully treated the wounds on his body. There was no more blood flowing from his shoulders. Only then did he return to the underground water veins. In the future, whenever he encountered those kinds of crossroads with mixed water veins, he would drip his blood into all the water veins. The underground water veins were intricate and complicated, and the water was constantly flowing, carrying his blood in all directions. He believed that even if Yi Qingwan chased after him by following the smell of blood on his body, she would get lost in these crossroads and wouldn't be able to find any trace of him and Ning Shuima, because Ning Shuima was always wrapped in his bubble. Not a trace of her breath leaked out, so Yifeng didn't have to bother to help Ning Shuima hide her tracks. This idea was thought of by Ning Shuima, and Yifeng carried it out very thoroughly. When Yi Qingwan tracked those water veins, she was indeed confused by the smell of Sharkman's blood at those crossroads, and couldn't figure out their direction for a moment. They had really lost him, damn it. Yi Qingwan was so angry that her hair stood on end. Her opponent was too cunning, and it was really beyond her expectations. She was so angry that she wanted to curse and swear. But when she was thinking about it in her mind, she suddenly remembered that she didn't even know the name of the little soul that caused her such a disaster. She couldn't even find the name of the soul. After she chased after a few water veins in vain, She finally understood that such a method of chasing was useless. However, she was not willing to give up just like that. She stopped in place for a moment and decided to rise to the ground. She sent a telepathic message to her trusted disciple, asking him to send the literary letter fish over. The windshield fish was best at tracking in the water. They could distinguish the strength of the person they were tracking in the water. Although the sharkman had dripped his blood into the water veins at every fork, the strength of his aura was different from when he had passed through them. She couldn't tell, but the windshield fish could. This time, no matter what, she had to catch up with that cat, capture that little soul alive, and slowly execute him to relieve the hatred in his heart. She had used the water route to track him, and the speed of the water route was naturally slower than the speed of flying. Therefore, after her trusted disciple received the message, he brought the fish to her on the fastest blue lawn bird. The windshield fish did not disappoint. After circling around the water vein, they quickly found the path Yi Feng had taken. However, because there were too many underground water veins and too many forks, although the messenger fish could eventually find the correct path, it would still take a lot of time. In this way, Yi Qingluan's tracking speed slowed down a lot. After all, she was a person who had cultivated for many years and was scheming enough. To be on the safe side, she ordered her disciples to each ride a rare bird in the air and search along the water route she had taken. Even if the sharkmen didn't need to come to the water surface to breathe, that cat still needed to. Chapter 653. The man and the cat would definitely return to the surface of the water to take a breath every once in a while. She did not believe that the sharkmen would be able to escape from her grasp with the cat and the water at the same time. After the fresh rain, autumn arrived in the late autumn. When Yi Feng brought Ning Xiuma out of the water again, they were in a deep pond in the middle of a mountain. It had just rained outside, and the green grass by the pond was swaying in the wind with countless fine water droplets. The air was so fresh that it made people want to take a second breath after taking a breath. A few stars were twinkling in the sky, and it was already nighttime. Yi Feng had been running with Ning Xiuma for the whole afternoon. They had already run for nearly 1,000 miles and passed through 200 to 300 crossroads, but they did not see any pursuers. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was tired after running for so long, and he urgently needed to eat something to replenish his energy. Ning Xiuma was also very hungry at this time, so the two of them discussed and decided to stay in a mountain for a little longer to eat something first. Yi Feng caught 3 fat fish along the way, and after coming ashore, he made a fire and set it up to barbecue. Ning Xiuma laid on the side and watched him busying himself. She watched as his beautiful fishtail slapped against the ground. Unexpectedly, it was similar to a human's legs. He walked very nimbly on the ground. She held back and finally could not help but say, "Yi Feng, so you also eat fish?" Seeing how he handled the fish so neatly, she could tell that he was an expert. Yi Feng did not stop moving and said calmly, "Sharkmen live in the sea all year round, so they naturally eat sea creatures as their food. Fish is their staple food." That's right, the creatures in the sea are the same as the creatures on land. The weak are prey to the strong. It all depends on who is standing at the top of the food chain. Do sharkmen usually cook their food like humans do before eating? Ning Xiuma was very curious. After escaping from danger, her state of mind also calmed down quite a bit. Gossiping cells were starting to grow in him. Yi Feng paused for a moment, and his ocean blue eyes grew somewhat distant. It's true that it's cooked, but we're using sea fire, not firewood. He handed a grilled fish to Ning Xiuma. Earlier, I'm sorry if I hurt you. Ning Xiuma knew that he was talking about how he used her to threaten Shui Ilan on the ship a few days ago. She shook her head and said, "It's okay. You didn't really hurt me." Yi Feng's knife was pressed against her waist at that time. Although she was bleeding, he had stabbed her diagonally. What he had pierced was only a layer of her skin. He did not hurt her vital parts at all. She was indeed hungry. She held the fish in her paws and ate a few mouthfuls. Her cat eyes sparkled. "Delicious. Yi Feng, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good." Men with good cooking skills were all good men. If she didn't know that Yi Feng's heart belonged to someone else, Ning Xiuma would have packed him up and kept him by her side. Yi Feng smiled at her praise, but he didn't say anything. Just as he smiled, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes dimmed, and the smile on his lips slowly turned cold. He wasn't a talkative person. In the blink of an eye, he had finished grilling another fish and was eating it himself. Yi Feng, the fish you grilled with firewood is also very delicious. It seems like you've been on land for a while. Ning Xiuma chatted with him. Yi Feng paused for a moment. It's not that long. It's been 3 years. For the past 3 years, he had been quietly guarding Yan Ziyuan, protecting her from all dangers. Chapter 654. Yan Ziyuan was innocent and naive. She didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She dared to offend anyone and cause any kind of trouble. If he didn't silently clean up her mess behind her back, with Yan Ziyuan's reckless and naive temperament, she would have been killed many times over. The little girl liked to eat grilled fish. For this reason, he secretly practiced the skill of grilling fish with firewood, just to make her happier. Unfortunately, she hated him. Every time he appeared in front of her, she would have a disgusted expression. Helpless, he could only secretly protect her and not easily appear in front of her. Yan Ziyuan didn't even eat the fish he grilled. In half a month, she would be married to that person. In the future, she would be that person's wife, and that person would naturally dote on her. Yan Ziyuan wouldn't be able to eat the fish he grilled. Yi Feng was a little lost in thought. When he ate the delicious fish, he felt that it was a little bitter. Ning Xiuma's eyes moved. She had chatted with Yan Ziyuan before. She knew that Yi Feng had been by Yan Ziyuan's side as a secret guard for exactly 3 years. It seemed that Yi Feng came here specifically for Yan Ziyuan. Yan Ziyuan was a real human. Ning Xiuma knew that she had never been to the sea before from her conversations with her, because she had once innocently asked Ning Xiuma what the sea looked like. How did a young girl who had never been to the sea cross paths with a sharkman who treated the sea as his home? Ning Xiuma's heart was full of curiosity. After thinking for a while, she asked straightforwardly, Yi Feng, you came here for Yan Ziyuan, right? How did you get to know her? Could this be another story about a mermaid? But the main character of the story was changed from a female mermaid to a male mermaid. Maybe it was because the night sky was too beautiful, or maybe Yi Feng really wanted to find someone to talk to about his troubles, so he briefly told Ning Xiuma his story. The first sentence he said surprised Ning Xiuma. Yan Ziyuan was also a sharkman in her previous life. Ning Xiuma widened her eyes in surprise. She didn't expect Yi Feng's love to involve the past life. Yi Feng was not an expert storyteller. What he told was more like a summary of the contents. But Ning Xiuma was able to hear the thrilling story. Yan Ziyuan was also a little mermaid in her previous life. She was abandoned by her parents when she was young and was picked up by Yi Feng at that time, and was named Yi Yu. Yi Feng had watched her grow up. The two's relationship was like a brother and sister, and Yi Yu always thought that Yi Feng was her biological brother. Yi Yu gradually grew up into a slender and elegant young girl. Her beauty was unparalleled. She was also outstanding in the Sharkman's tribe. Countless male sharkmen pursued her. Life in the sea was also dangerous from time to time. Other ferocious sea tribes would also hunt sharkmen. If they didn't want to become food for other sea tribes, they had to think of ways to make themselves and their tribe stronger. So most sharkmen were like the people in the world. They were very diligent in their martial arts. Yi Feng was one of the best. Every day, other than dealing with the necessary affairs, he spent most of his time practicing martial arts. He wanted to protect his tribe and the people he wanted to protect. After all, Yi Yu was young. She was lively and playful. With Yi Feng as her big protective umbrella, she practiced martial arts carelessly. She often pestered Yi Feng, wanting Yi Feng to accompany her to play. Yi Feng naturally didn't have time to accompany her most of the time. Chapter 655. In order to relieve Yi Yu's boredom, Yi Feng often searched for some storybooks in the human world for her to read. The source of these storybooks was naturally the merchant ships that encountered strong winds and waves on the sea. Yi Yu did not know which storybook hit her romantic nerve. She did not know when she started to have something on her mind and started to yearn for life in the human world. Just like the story of the little mermaid that Ning Xiuma heard, Yi started to pay attention to the passing merchant ships. She often sneaked out to look at the people on the merchant ships. Once, because she peeked out too much and was too close to a merchant ship, she was discovered by a master of psychokinesis on the ship and was almost caught. It was Yifeng who arrived in time and rescued Yiyu, who was trapped in the net of law. Yi was injured by the net. In his fury, Yifeng overturned the boat with a violent storm, causing the people on the boat to be buried with him. What he did not expect was that the master who almost caught Yiyu was a master of water. That person was only seriously injured in the storm and did not die. That person was very handsome, elegant, and elegant. Not only was he a master of psychokinesis, but he was also good at music and played the guqin well. Before the ship capsized, all the women on the ship were moved by his elegant demeanor and were obsessed with him. Yi was also fascinated by his elegant demeanor and forgot about the danger. She was so close to the merchant ship. With the help of Yifeng's medicine, Yiyu's injury healed quickly, and she was alive and kicking the next day. She remembered the man who fascinated her, so she sneaked out and wandered around the vicinity of the shipwreck. She did not know whether it was fate or misfortune, but she actually found the dying man on a reef. A young girl's feelings were always poetic. Young girls were also the most impulsive and reckless when doing things. She was hot-headed and saved the man. She was also afraid that Yifeng would not allow her to save the man, so she did not dare to bring him back to the Sharkmen. Instead, she hid him on an isolated island. Every day, she would send all kinds of food and medicine to the man. With enough food and medicine, the man's injury healed quickly, and Yi became more and more obsessed with him day by day. Not only did she bring him medicine and food, but she also found his zither at the bottom of the sea for him. That person often played the piano for her in his free time. The man and the shark got along very well. Yiyu was very naive, and at the age where she was dreaming, she quickly regarded this elegant and romantic man as her Prince Charming. She ran to this island every day to meet this man in secret. Yifeng had not noticed her because he was busy with the internal affairs of the mermaid race. By the time he realized something was wrong with Yiyu, it was already too late. Yiyu was deeply in love with that man and had already decided to follow him to death. Yifeng secretly followed Yiyu to the island and discovered the man she was hiding. He flew into a rage. After Yiyu left, he appeared on the island and fought with the man again. The man's kung fu was not as good as Yifeng's, so he was injured by Yifeng again. Just when Yifeng wanted to kill the man to prevent future trouble, Yiyu unexpectedly returned. She risked her life to save the man from Yifeng's sword and accidentally injured Yifeng, who was unguarded against her. Yifeng was heartbroken and angry, so he asked Yiyu to make a choice. She could either go back to the mermaid race with him or go to the mainland with the man. From then on, he would treat it as if he had never adopted her, and she did not exist in the mermaid race. Chapter 656. Yiyu looked at him for a moment, kowtowed to him, and then chose the latter. She carried that person to land. At this point, Yifeng's voice trembled a little, and the branch in his hand broke into two with a cracking sound. I was seriously injured at that time, and when I saw her carrying that person away without looking back, I was so hurt and angry that I really wanted to cut off all ties with her, so I didn't ask anything about her. Yifeng took another breath, stabilized his voice, and continued to speak faintly. His feelings for Yi were never that of a sibling. He liked her, so he practiced martial arts with all his might, trying his best to become stronger just to protect the person he loved. Yiyu's actions broke his heart, so he started to drink and get drunk and started to fall in love with other mermaids and forbade others from talking about Yiyu in front of him. Yifeng didn't know at that time that Yiyu encountered other ferocious sea tribe members on the way back to land and almost lost her life. He didn't know that she cried and used the conch to call him over and over again, asking him to save her. He was dead drunk at that time, and because he wanted to cut off all ties with Yiyu, he threw the conch to the bottom of the sea. Not only did Yiyu's cries not call Yifeng over, but it also made the other sharkmen, who had once coveted her beauty, rush over to take advantage of the situation. If it wasn't for the fact that they coincidentally encountered a ship and that there were experts on the ship, perhaps that person and Yiyu would have died in this pincer attack. That man was saved, and Yiyu was also brought onto the ship, Although the Sharkmen could transform on land and become like ordinary people, they were still members of the Sea Tribe. When they arrived on land, every step they took was like stepping on the tip of a knife, and every step they took was so painful that they wished they were dead. Therefore, the Sharkmen wouldn't go ashore easily. No one in the Sharkmen knew what Yiyu went through after she went ashore. There was a kind of poison in this world called lovesickness, and there was a kind of feeling in this world called unrequited love. The two of them didn't feel anything when they were together, but once they were separated, they would know that the pain of separation was heart-wrenching and unforgettable. Yifeng suffered the cruelest betrayal from his lover. Although he missed Yiyu deeply, he didn't want to look for her. He didn't even want to hear any news about her. In order to let himself walk out of this emotional trauma as soon as possible, he accepted the love of another woman from the mermaid clan and got engaged with her. The next time he saw Yiyu was 3 months later at his engagement party with Sharkmen. Yiyu came back alone without any warning at all. When he was drinking the engagement wine with his fiancée, he saw Yiyu standing at the entrance of the hall with a deathly pale face. The moment Yifeng saw her for the first time, he didn't know what he was feeling. He knew that he had never been able to forget Yiyu. When he saw the figure that he had yearned for day and night, he couldn't tell if he was angry or ecstatic. He coldly asked her why she came back. He coldly told her that the mermaid clan had removed her name. However, he secretly hoped that she would say a few words. As long as she turned back and called him brother again, he would decide to forgive her and hug her in his arms. However, he didn't expect Yiyu to just smile faintly. She said that she came back to ask the high priest of the mermaid clan to split her legs. She didn't want to suffer the pain of walking on land, like walking on the tip of a knife. She wanted to be done once and for all. Chapter 657. The high priestess of the mermaid tribe could indeed split the tail of the Sharkmen into 2 legs and turn the Sharkmen into a human. However, the consequence of this was that once the leg-splitting technique was done, she would become a real human. Although she could walk freely on land, she would forever lose the qualification to be a Sharkman. Not only would she lose the lifespan of a Sharkman, but she would also not be able to enter the land of the Sharkmen. Yifeng did not expect Yiyu to be so resolute and so infatuated with that human. He was so angry at that time. After a long pause, he asked her coldly if she had really thought it through, because the leg-splitting technique was also very painful. She would have to endure the pain for 2 days. He listed all the pros and cons of this spell to her, hoping that she would say that she regretted it. However, Yiyu was determined and said that she had thought it through and would not regret it. The high priestess of the mermaid tribe saw that Yifeng was not happy and did not want to agree. In the end, Yiyu knelt in front of Yifeng and kept kowtowing, begging him to help her. She kowtowed until her forehead was full of blood. She said that she would not get up if he did not agree. She said that she was sorry for stabbing him that day and that she had received the punishment she deserved. She begged him to help her this time because they were siblings. She said that she would never bother him again. Yifeng was angry and desperate. In the end, he finally agreed to her request. The pain of legs splitting was bone-piercing. Even the strong Sharkmen did not dare to try it. For thousands of years, there were very few Sharkmen who dared to split their legs. However, Yiyu, who had always been afraid of pain and needed people to comfort her for a long time, did it without hesitation. When she walked into the high priestess room to do the surgery, Yifeng did not send her off because he was angry. However, he secretly sent a capable subordinate to check the settings in the high priestess room. He hoped that the leg-splitting technique would be foolproof. Although he hated Yiyu, he could not accept that she had any accidents during the process. During those 2 days, she underwent the surgery indoors while he lingered outside, never taking a single step out of the room. Even a grown man wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of pain, let alone the delicate Yiyu. She couldn't help but scream out loud. Each of her screams was like a knife, cutting into Yifeng's heart inch by inch. He was restless outside, and there were several times when he wanted to rush in without a care. However, he also knew that once this kind of surgery started, there was no room for regret. He had to finish it. For Yiyu, every minute and second of those 2 days was torture. How could it not be the same for Yifeng? In the end, He couldn't stand the heart-wrenching feeling anymore. He couldn't bear to listen to her blood-curdling screams and finally left. Yifeng thought that he would feel better as long as he didn't hear anything. As long as he didn't hear anything, his heart wouldn't hurt so much. However, he did not expect that after leaving, he would feel even more flustered and confused. No matter what he did, he could not continue to do it. He could only drink until he was drunk again. He told himself that as long as he was drunk and woke up, everything would be over. He was indeed drunk and slept. He even had a nightmare. In his dream, Yi was looking at him blankly with blood all over her body. He was scared awake by the nightmare. When he was about to get up, he received bad news. Yi didn't make it. She couldn't make it. Yifeng felt as if he was struck by lightning. He stumbled to the high priestess room and saw Yi, who was covered in blood and barely breathing. Chapter 658. Yi had already lost her consciousness. Yifeng held her in his arms and tried his best to transfer his psychokinesis into her body. He wanted to save her life, but no matter what he did, it was to no avail. This surgery was meant to be a success or death. In the end, Yi died in his arms. When she was half unconscious, she kept repeating the same sentence. She said that she did not want to see this result. She wanted to become a human. She did not want to be Sharkman anymore. She did not want to return to the mermaid tribe anymore. At the moment of death, Yi had a momentary flash of consciousness. Her mind was clear for a few seconds. Her lifeless eyes looked at Yifeng, who was holding her. The last sentence she left him was, "Yifeng, I hate you. I do not want to be your sister anymore." When he said this, Yifeng's voice trembled again. The bonfire next to them crackled. What happened after that? This was a tragic story. Ning Xuema felt sad when she heard it. Although Sharkmen have a long life, once they die, they will truly die. They will not be reincarnated. I knew that Yi's only wish before she died was to be a human. So I used a forbidden technique to keep her soul. I sent her into reincarnation so that she could truly be a human. Yifeng's voice finally calmed down. Ning Xuema looked at him. What price did you pay for using the forbidden technique? She believed that Yifeng must have paid a heavy price. Yifeng's voice was calm. He did not want to talk about this. No matter the price, it is not as important as her final wish. Yi reincarnated into Yan Ziyan. Then, did the person she originally liked reincarnate into Guzian? Ning Xuema asked the key question. It's him. Yifeng's voice was bitter. Whether it was in the previous life or this life, she was obsessed with him. Ning Xuema suddenly realized something was wrong. That's not right. If Guzian is the reincarnation of that man, then he should be younger than Yan Ziyuan, right? But as far as I know, Guzian is 8 years older than her. Could it be that Guzian died before Yi in his previous life? Yifeng shook his head slightly. Miss Ning, you may not know this, but Yi was forced to reincarnate by me using a forbidden technique. Her soul was incomplete after she died, and by the time I finished her soul and sent her to reincarnate, it was already 100 years after that incident. Guzian's previous life was a natural death. He only passed away 90 years after Yi's death, and he was 110 years old when he died. Ning Xuema glanced at him. You seem to know a lot about him. Yifeng did not hide anything. I found out about this later. After Yi's death, I was unwilling to accept it. After being dispirited for a while, I also went ashore and tried to find that man. I thought that since Yi was in love with him and died for him, I should at least tell him. Even if he cried for Yi, it would be considered as getting some justice for Yi. After meeting that man, I found out a little about Yi after she went ashore. Yifeng's voice was a little bitter. That man was sincere to her, but she was after all a Sharkman. That man's family was so big that they even chose a fiancé for him. After he brought Yi back to the family, their marriage was opposed by the whole family. They said that she could only be a concubine and could not be the main wife. This is probably the main reason why Yi came back and risked her life to be the second wife, right? She desperately wanted to be a human. Chapter 659. Yifeng's voice dimmed. However, Ning Xuema kept feeling that something was not quite right, but she could not put her finger on it. She paused and asked, "What did that man say when you found him?" Yifeng's voice sounded distant. He was very sad when he heard about Yi Yu's death, but he refused to admit that Yi Yu died for him. He talked nonsense, saying that Yi Yu had someone else in her heart. I hated him for not daring to admit what he did. He made Yi Yu suffer, so I beat him up. That bastard did not fight back at that time. The more I beat him, the more he laughed. In the end, he said that the person in Yi Yu's heart was actually me. He also said that she wanted to go back to the sea to find me, not to become a human. Ning Xiuma. She pondered for a moment. Have you considered that what that man said might be true? Yi actually liked you? But she did not see her own heart clearly at that time. Yi Feng was stunned and shook his head firmly. Impossible. If she loved me, why would she hurt me and leave with that man? Why would she risk her life to become a human? Why would she fall in love with that man in this life? Ning Xiuma sighed. Haven't you heard that a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea? A woman's heart is the most difficult to guess. She thought for a moment and suddenly said, Did you know that she was not your biological sister when she was alive? Yi Feng was stunned and frowned. She should have known. What do you mean by should have? Did you tell her that clearly? Did you tell her that you picked her up? Yi Feng paused for a moment and shook his head slowly. No, I was afraid that I would hurt her, so I did not tell her about it. Ning Xuan, she tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then, she looked at Yi Feng with a complicated look. She wanted to say something, but she did not say it in the end. A question flashed through her mind. Was it possible that Yi Yu had always thought that Yi Feng was her biological brother? But when she found out that she had feelings that she shouldn't have for her biological brother, she was shocked and desperately tried to find someone else to entrust her feelings to? Coincidentally, that man had arrived, and he had that charming temperament that made Yi Yu think that he was her Prince Charming. Therefore, she left with that man without hesitation. However, after they got ashore, the more time she spent with that man, the more she missed her brother. She unintentionally revealed these traces in certain places. That man's family didn't allow Yi Yu to become the official wife. Perhaps this was exactly what she wanted. She took the opportunity to return to the sea and look for her brother. However, she found out that her brother was already engaged to another woman. She was heartbroken and despaired. She was also embarrassed. Perhaps the Sharkman clan had really become a sad place for her. That was why she decided to change into another person and end everything once and for all. She did not expect that the operation would fail. She was tortured for 2 days in vain and finally died an unnatural death. If her relationship with Yi Feng was just a normal sibling relationship, then she was the one who had wronged Yi Feng first. Moreover, she was the one who requested to change into another person. Even if the operation failed, she should be grateful to him and not hate him. Listening to her last words, she obviously hated him. Of course, these were all Ning Xiuma's guesses. As for the truth, only Yi Yu probably knew about it. It was a pity that Yi Yu was dead, and Yin Ziwen did not have the memory of being Yi Yu. Therefore, what happened back then would probably remain a mystery forever. She looked at Yi Feng again. Yi Feng looked up at the starry sky in the distance. He looked a little lonely. Chapter 660. Yi Feng, what do you plan to do in the future? After this encounter, Yi Feng had remained in his mermaid form. He must have been severely injured, causing him to be unable to maintain his human form. In this state, it was impossible for him to stay by Yan Ziyuan's side. Yi Feng lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. She was about to marry the man she loved, so she didn't need him to stay by her side any longer, right? And where do you plan to go? Go where? Ning Xiuma's cat eyes narrowed. With that forbidden technique, she could no longer return to the mermaid clan. She could only wander about. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. Ning Xiuma decided to change the topic. Yi Feng, what about your fiancée? Will you go back and reunite with her this time? Yi Feng shook his head. After Yi Yu died, I had no intention of marrying, so I canceled the engagement. She should have married someone else. While the two of them were talking, the fish were finished as well. Miss Ning, after you escaped this time, do you know of Carefree Island? Yi Feng seemed a bit confused. Carefree Island? Is an island? Ning Xiuma nodded. It is an island. The island master is Rong Yuishinlin. She should be an immortal doctor, and her appearance-changing technique is quite good, There are tropical plants growing all over the island, such as coconut trees. There's also a large tree whose leaves are golden and hexagonal. She tried her best to describe the plants on the island, hoping that Yifeng would say he recognized them. Her soul was imprisoned in this cat's body. According to Yi Qingwan, she couldn't use suicide to escape. Otherwise, her soul would scatter. Yi Qingwan might not be speaking the truth. Perhaps she was only trying to scare her, but she couldn't help but be on guard. She hadn't lived long enough. She didn't want to die like this. Yi Qingwan's technique was simply too wicked. Moreover, with her current cultivation, she was indeed able to do so. She feared that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to solve this technique. She could only ask the immortal Rong Yuishenlin for help. If Rong Yuishenlin also didn't have any methods, she could only ask Great God Han for help. Moreover, Ning Shuama's original body was still at Carefree Island. Thus, no matter what, she had to make a trip there. Which sea is this island in? Yifeng asked. He had been wandering the world for a long time and was very familiar with the layout of this continent, but he had never heard of such an island, nor had he heard of Rongyue Tonglan. In this world, the continent was a single piece of land surrounded by oceans. The ocean covered the largest area. No one knew how big the ocean was. Even the Sharkmen, Yifeng, didn't know. Ning Shuama felt that the map of this world was rather similar to that of Earth. In ancient times, the continents were a single piece. Later, with the changes in the Earth's crust, the continents drifted apart because it was surrounded by the ocean, but the name was different. For example, the Rakshasa Sea to the south, the Netherworld Sea to the north, the Floating Dream Sea to the east, and the Sunset Sea to the west. Yifeng's mermaid clan was located in the southern Rakshasa Sea. He was still very familiar with the Rakshasa Sea and was very familiar with the islands inside. But he had never heard of Carefree Island. As for the island plants that Ning Shuama described, they seemed to only exist on the islands of the Rakshasa Sea. Ning Shuama was surprised by his question. When she went to Carefree Island, it was Han Shanyue who had brought her there. At that time, she had slept in the carriage for a long time before arriving at a seaside. How could she have seen what kind of sea it was? However, she finally remembered the small city that she had stayed in at the time. She had started from that small city and walked for about a day before arriving at the seaside. This sea shouldn't be too far from that small city. Chapter 661. Ning Shuama told him the name of the small city. Yifeng actually knew the name of the small city. He was surprised. That small city is an inland city. It's 2,000 miles away from the nearest sea. You actually managed to get there in a single day? 2,000 miles? Princess Mingwan's carriage was pulled by horses that were 1 in a million, but to travel 2,000 miles in a single day was still a fantasy. It was simply impossible. Moreover, when she was sitting in the carriage, she didn't feel any bumps. The only possibility was that Han Shanyue had secretly done something to the carriage so that no one noticed. No, that carriage boy seemed to have noticed something. Ning Shuama remembered that when she got off the carriage, she saw that the boy's expression was a bit strange. It was just that she was in a hurry to go to Carefree Island, so she didn't pay too much attention to his expression. That carriage boy was Princess Mingwan's servant after all. His ability to remain calm wasn't ordinary, so his surprise wasn't obvious. If Han Shanyue had used some sort of technique along the way, then she really wouldn't know which sea it was. Then let's go to the beach closest to the small city. Ning Shuama said. She could only choose to try her luck. She looked at Yifeng. How far is that place from here? Yifeng raised his hand and rubbed between his eyebrows. About 8,000 miles. Ning Shuama. Her soul had actually floated so far away. She was about to say something when the sound of flapping wings came from the sky. There was no lack of birds in the mountains, but this sound was obviously that of a large bird of prey. Moreover, there were 4 or 5 of them together. Ning Shuama's heart sank. She looked up and saw several large birds flying towards them from the distance. There were people sitting on the backs of the birds, and there was a cold glint in their eyes. Yifeng's eyes were sharp. He saw the clothes of the people sitting on the backs of the birds. Bright reverence. Pursuers. He didn't think that even though they had escaped so far away, Yi Qingwan still didn't want to let them go. She had actually sent pursuers all the way here. Without hesitation, Yifeng picked up the cat and dived back into the water. There were so many forks and waterways, and so many mazes, but Yi Qingwan could still chase them all the way here. It seemed that she had some skills. What kind of tracking technique did she use? He must have used some kind of magical treasure or animal. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caught up so quickly. Yifeng, what's the fastest tracking species in the water? Ning Xuema asked. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Yifeng pondered for a moment and immediately said, I'm afraid she has Wenxin fish. Ning Xuema stared at him with wide eyes. Yifeng took a deep breath and briefly explained the origin of the Wenxin fish to her. This was a type of fish that was comparable to hunting dogs. They were best at tracking in the water. They could determine the size of the object they were tracking based on the aura in the water. Therefore, when encountering them, any illusion would be useless. However, this type of fish was extremely rare. Even Yifeng, as the king of the marine species, had never gotten his hands on one before. Someone once speculated that this fish had gone extinct, but he didn't expect Yi Qingwan to have one. This was beyond Yi Feng's expectation. What's their weakness? Are they afraid of poison? Yi Feng smiled bitterly. No, they're not afraid of any poison. Ning Xuema couldn't think of a way to avoid being tracked by this fish. Moreover, that fish was most likely beside Yi Qingwan. She couldn't assassinate that fish. Chapter 662. Yifeng hugged the cat and ran along the waterway towards the direction of Carefree Island. Carefree Island. Inside the cleansing room, the mud was still tumbling, and the mud shell was still moving up and down. Rong Yuishenlin stood at the entrance of the hall, staring at the enchantment that had sealed Ning Xuema's soul. How could this be? How could this be? He had set up this enchantment to trap souls. Even the most powerful ghost in the world wouldn't be able to break it. Ning Xuema was only an ordinary person. How could her soul have escaped? 6 hours ago, he had received news that Ning Xuema had come to visit. Since Ning Xuema was fine, he felt relieved and went out to greet her. Originally, he had wanted to settle Yunxi down and then return to guard her. However, he hadn't expected that Yunxi had suffered a qi deviation while cultivating. She had been seriously injured and had struggled to find him. Naturally, he couldn't ignore the life and death of his good friend. He had no choice but to immediately heal her. This delay lasted for nearly 6 hours. After 6 hours, he had finally stabilized Yunxi's injuries. Just as he was about to go and see how Ning Xuema was doing, he saw Dizwa appear in his hall. Han Shanhua looked a little tired, and his face was a little pale. When Yunxi saw him, her expression changed slightly. She stood up and bowed to him. Dizwa. Han Shanhua only nodded slightly. He didn't have any intention of talking to her. He directly asked Rong Yuishenlin, where is she? Rong Yuishenlin naturally knew who he was referring to. He sighed and briefly told him about how Ning Xuema's leg hadn't recovered. Of course, he also told him about his method. When he had told him about it, he had been immensely proud of himself. However, he didn't expect that Han Shanhua's expression would change before he could finish. He coldly said, nonsense. With a turn of his body, he disappeared, heading straight for his clean room. Rong Yuishenlin saw that his expression wasn't right, and his heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't understand why Han Shanhua was so nervous, he faintly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly followed behind. He didn't expect that when he opened the door and saw everything inside, he would be stunned. The mud shell that contained Ning Xuema's body was still rolling, but the soul that he had sealed was nowhere to be found. Han Shanhua was a man of action. When Rong Yutianlan arrived, he had already begun to use the spirit summoning spell to summon Ning Xuema's soul back. However, to his surprise, his soul summoning spell, which had always worked, did not work. After the spell was cast, he did not even manage to summon half of Ning Xuema's soul. There were only 3 reasons for this to happen. First, her soul had already dissipated. Secondly, her soul was attached to something else. Thirdly, she had already reincarnated. It was impossible for her to reincarnate in such a short period of time. She was a living soul, not a dead soul. It was impossible for the underworld to accept her. There were only two possibilities left. Han Shanyue's face was slightly pale. His eyes stared at Rong Yuishinlin, who was still in a state of shock. He didn't speak for a long time. Rong Yuishinlin was frightened by his stare. He took a deep breath and said, "Dizwa, I am also very surprised that this happened. I clearly sealed her in the force field. How did it disappear? It was impossible. It was really impossible. It was too strange." "When did Yunqi arrive?" Han Shanyue suddenly asked. Rong Yuishinlin's expression changed slightly. He naturally understood what Han Shanyue was suspecting. "Dizwa, Yunqi arrived 6 hours ago." Chapter 663. Yunqi was seriously injured because of qi deviation. Since I met her, I have been treating her injuries. She has never left my sight, Rong Yuishinlin continued. In other words, the possibility of Yunqi secretly attacking them had been eliminated. Han Shanyu nodded slightly. At this time, Han Shanyu was not afraid of offending people. He wanted to investigate all possibilities in order to find Ning Xiuma's soul in the shortest time possible. The longer this went on, the more disadvantageous it would be for her. Rong Yuishinlin, did anyone else come to your island in the past 6 hours? Rong Yuishinlin shook his head. No, only Yunqi. Of course, he could sense his own island. Not to mention one more person, even if there was one more mouse on this island. He could sense it. This eliminated all external factors. It seemed like Ning Xiuma had broken the force field and left for some unknown reason. That brat, couldn't she just leave him alone and not worry about her? Tell me the details of what happened. Don't leave anything out. Han Shanyu said. This was not the time to find fault with anyone. The most important thing was to find her soul. He and Rong Yuishinlin had known each other for thousands of years, so he knew his temper well. He wouldn't harm Ning Xiuma for Yunqi's sake and scatter that girl's soul. As for Ning Xiuma, she was an expert at breaking barriers. He didn't expect that she would be restless even in her soul state. Rong Yuishinlin did not delay and immediately told him everything that had happened after Ning Xiuma ran out to find him. In the end, he said, "Dizwa, I know this method is very dangerous, but Miss Ning insisted on recovering her legs. I had no choice. I tried to contact Dizwa, but I could not reach him." Rong Yuetian also felt a little bitter in his heart. Who did he offend? He had good intentions, but he did not expect this to happen. Moreover, Dizwa did not tell him the whole story and ran away. He did not even mention his whereabouts, so he could not contact him. Miss Ning might be angry with him. He coughed and said, "Dizwa, forgive me for being nosy, but you two are newlyweds. Early in the morning, you left her behind without saying a word, so we couldn't contact you even if we wanted to. I saw that Miss Ning seemed to be a bit resentful. Will her soul disappear in a fit of anger and make you anxious?" Han Shanyu paused. "She's not as bored as you. She had resentment? I should be the one with resentment, right?" He couldn't do anything on their wedding night. In order to restore her appearance, he even accepted Rongyue Tianlan's wicked method and almost got seriously injured. In the end, when that lass woke up, she still acted as if they were going their separate ways. She kept calling herself his shield and concubine. If he really treated her as a shield, he wouldn't have helped her so much. Moreover, he didn't need a shield. Ever since he had met Xiu Ma, his peaceful life had been disrupted. Things kept happening, and he had never had a moment of peace. Because that girl's feet had been seriously injured once, she had used the Qilin armor to treat them and change her original genes. Therefore, she could not use normal methods to recover them. Other parts of her body had been restored, but her legs had changed. He was also heartbroken when he saw it. After her disguise was removed, she slept soundly with drool dripping from her mouth. He did not sleep at all, but read medical books. Finally, he found out in a medical book that the soft armor flower of the morning and evening mountain could restore the body's elements changed by the Qilin armor. He wanted to wait until she woke up and realized that her feet were not right before telling her about it. Then, he told her to wait patiently while he went to the morning and evening mountain to get the herbs for her. Chapter 664. Han Shanyu didn't expect the little bastard to touch her body after she woke up. Her actions were so bold and shameless that it was an eye-opener for him. He simply didn't speak and didn't make a sound. He wanted to see where Ning Shuima's bottom line was. He was such a big living person lying next to her, but she actually ignored him. She only noticed him when she was about to get up. Seeing that she was afraid that he would touch her, he was so angry that he decided to just disappear. He knew that when Shuima found out that her feet were like that, she would be anxious and helpless. Then, let her be anxious for a while. Consider it a punishment for her. Of course, he wouldn't really leave her alone. He recovered a little and went straight to Zhaoxi Mountain to pick some grass. Zhaoxi Mountain was a mountain in the demon realm. It wasn't in this world, but in a barrier. Ferocious beasts and demons ran rampant there. Even with his skills, he had to be careful. In order to avoid alerting the demons in Zhaoxi Mountain, he turned off all the sound-transmitting spells on him. This was also the main reason why Rong Juishan couldn't contact him. What Han Shangyue didn't expect was that Rong Juishan actually had another way to heal Shuima's feet. He didn't expect this method to be so perverted, of course. He didn't expect such an accident to happen. Every soul moved based on their thoughts. However, after a normal soul left the body, it would be muddle-headed and wouldn't know where it was, let alone who it was. Of course, it wouldn't know what to do. This kind of soul would either stay in the same place after leaving the body or follow its own body. There were also some souls that couldn't support the shape and scattered. Very few souls with strong willpower would wander around, such as this troublesome girl. "Where's that Kirin?" Han Shanyue's tone was very bad. It's here." Kirin came in from outside the door and looked at Han Shanyue timidly. "Where did you go just now? Why didn't you stay by her side?" Han Shanyue's face was as calm as water. There were several times when Ning Shuima was in trouble because this unreliable Kirin wasn't by her side. Just now, Isla Master Rongyue and my master were playing chess. I was bored, so I went to the lake to cultivate." Kirin stammered. The lake water here was full of spiritual energy, making it a good place for cultivation. Therefore, it went straight into the water to cultivate. It had lost track of time in there. By the time it was done and came out, Han Shanyue and the others were already there. This unreliable Kirin really needs to be taught a lesson. However, now was not the time to teach it a lesson. Quickly use your telepathy to sense your master and find out where she is, Han Shanyue ordered. As long as Ning Shuima was within a range of 1,000 miles, Kirin would be able to sense her. No matter what she foolishly possessed, it would be able to find her quickly and bring her back. Kirin's head drooped. I tried to sense it just now, but I couldn't. It was on the verge of tears. Han Shanyue was speechless. Her soul was already thousands of miles away. How did she run away? Could it be that she was cultivating the will's soul? Wherever her will went, her soul would go there instantly. Han Shanyue lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. His fingers slowly clenched. He thought of the illusion Ning Shuima's will's soul in the belly of the mountain spirit. Her willpower was indeed extraordinarily strong. Then, where did her soul go after breaking through this enchantment? Chapter 665. So where did Shuima's soul want to go after breaking through this enchantment? Could it be she wanted to go back to her era? No, her original body was still here. Logically speaking, her soul couldn't leave this world without a special reason. So where did she want to go? Kirin couldn't be contacted, which meant that she was thousands of miles away. Her soul could play chess with Rongyu and be on par with her, which meant that her mind wasn't in a mess. She should be very clear-headed. She wouldn't have lost her soul for no reason. So the disappearance of her soul could be dispelled. What was left was that she had possessed something else. But her willpower was so strong, and she knew that her body could be healed, so she shouldn't have thought of possessing something else. Even if she was curious and found a cat or a dog to possess, once she felt that something was wrong, she could immediately use suicide to escape. But now she couldn't come out, so she should be restrained by some kind of spell. There weren't many people on this continent who knew this kind of spell. They could be counted with one hand. Han Shanyue reached out and took out a golden talisman and opened the heavenly sound wall again. He was always straightforward when giving orders. Order the disciples to investigate the heavenly star sect, limitless sect. Bright reverence. See if there are any movements from these sects in the past few hours. It had to be said that the Sun Moon sect disciples were very informative. After half an hour, there was finally a reply from the other side, reporting to Ancestor, for hours ago, there was a strange movement from the Bright Reverence cult. They seemed to be chasing after a mermaid and a cat. Even the leader of the Bright Reverence cult, Yi Qingwan, personally went after them. The voice transmitted from the Golden Talisman was heard by everyone present. Rong Yu Tianlan was stunned and looked at Han Shangyue with a complicated gaze. It can't be. Bright Reverence is more than 8,000 miles away from here. Miss Ning's soul can float there? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Han Shangyue was expressionless. He stood there for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand, and a white light appeared around him. When the white light dissipated, his entire appearance had changed. She wore a loose white robe that fluttered in the wind. Her fine black hair fell to her ankles like a waterfall. Her face was covered with a cold jade mask, and a sparkling sapphire hung on her forehead. He stood there like a god who had descended to the mortal world. Kirin stared blankly. You. Ancestor. Han Shangyue glanced at it. He did not expect it to have seen his true appearance. However, it wasn't strange. In this continent, his signature clothes were almost always the symbol of the venerable emperor. Kirin might have heard of it before, which was why he could recognize it immediately. Looks like this little guy's IQ isn't that low after all. Before he could finish his thought, Kirin had already spoken. Great God, you actually want to impersonate Dizun. Wouldn't it be easier to save my master by impersonating him? Han Shangyue. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the little Qilin. He raised his hand, and a white light enveloped the little Qilin. The little Qilin cried out in alarm, and after the white light dispersed, an angry blue cat was standing on the ground. The little Qilin was simply furious. When it wanted to turn into a cat, Han Shangyue disliked it so much that it didn't dare to appear in front of him in its cat form. What was wrong with him now? He actually turned it into a cat. It angrily wanted to change back, but after a while, it was useless. It was shocked. Hey, great God, Han, what are you doing? You want to turn me into a cat forever, right? Chapter 666. Han Shangyue waved his sleeves and picked up the blue cat. Come with me. After another gust of wind, Han Shangyue was nowhere to be seen. Rong Yuishinlin was speechless. Dizwa had broken the precepts. The emperor had exposed his true identity in front of Kirin. Dizwa had even used the instant travel technique. This technique wasn't something that could be mastered by people on this continent. If outsiders found out, it would cause a huge commotion. Dizwa was really nervous about Miss Ning. He suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look at the entrance of the hall. He saw Yunshi standing there. Her face was pale and her eyes were blank as she stood there in a daze. The wind blew her clothes and made her flutter. She was so weak that it seemed like a gust of wind could blow her away. Yunshi, your body isn't well. Why are you here instead of meditating in the front hall? Rong Yuishinlin's heart sank when he saw her expression. He walked over to her. He really cares about her, doesn't he? Yunshi's voice was a little shaky. Rong Yuishinlin sighed. He paused and finally said, Yunshi, I think you should give up. Give up? Yunshi repeated mechanically. Her voice suddenly rose. Why should I? Why should I give up? I've been waiting for him for thousands of years. Why should that woman? She's just a mortal. Her voice was shrill. How can I not compare to her? Why? Why can't he see me? Among all the women around him, I'm the most special to him. This was the first time she'd screamed without caring about her image. Her face was green and white. Rong Yuishinlin frowned. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Yunshi. He tapped her shoulder with the tip of his fan. Yunshi's body swayed, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Rong Yuishinlin heaved a sigh of relief and helped her sit down on a chair. Yunshi, you almost went berserk again. If he hadn't intervened in time, Yunshi's recuperated meridians would have gone astray again. Yunshi was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face. Rong Yuishinlin, what should I do? Rong Yuishinlin sighed. His answer was straightforward. You should let go. Feelings can't be forced. Let go? How could this be? I've waited for him for thousands of years. Yunshi, if he is heartless towards you, What's the point of waiting for him for 10,000 years? Feelings were not determined by the number of years they had known each other. Yunshi, if you continue to be stubborn, I'm afraid you'll be the one getting hurt in the end. But I can't accept it. I'm obviously better than that woman in every way. Yunshi's gaze fell on the mud shell that was still rolling in the mud. Rong Yuetian gently closed her fan and said, when it comes to love, it doesn't have to be a match. If it was all about matching in social status and skills, then how could there be so many infatuated men and resentful women and beautiful love stories in this world? But this woman really doesn't deserve him. She's just an ordinary person with a few hundred years of life at most. Yunshi was unconvinced. Rong Yuishanlin frowned. Yunshi, all living things are equal. You have already attained the Tao. Such words shouldn't come out of your mouth. Yunshi bit her lip. But no buts. Rong Yuetian interrupted her. There was a hint of seriousness in her watery eyes. Chapter 667. Rong Yuetianlan interrupted Yunshi with a serious look in her eyes. Diesel has the final say on whether or not she is worthy of him. No one else has the right to judge. As for her lifespan of a few hundred years, if she cultivates, she might even live for 1,000 years. Even if she only has the lifespan of an ordinary person, what are you worried about? It's only a few decades or a few hundred years. If you really can't let go, why not wait a few hundred years? These words enlightened Yunshi, and her eyes lit up slightly. Yes, Ning Shuama was only an ordinary person. Even if she married the Dizwa, she could only accompany him for a few hundred years. Maybe this woman was nothing and only had a few decades of lifespan. There was nothing to be afraid of. She then looked at the mud shell and the medicinal paste. This body was just an ordinary human body. A beautiful woman would age easily, and she would die in the blink of an eye. Maybe she would really become an old lady in a few decades. However, the Dizwa didn't age. Maybe in a few decades, he would get tired of this woman and abandon her. Yunshi, on the other hand, was immortal. As long as she scrupulously behaved as a friend, the Dizwa would still treat her as a good friend. She still had a chance. She didn't dare to have any ideas about destroying Ning Shuama's body. Firstly, Rong Yuetianlan wouldn't allow it. Secondly, she didn't want to risk offending the Dizwa. Great God Han, where are you taking me? Kiran was carried in Han Shanyue's hand. The scenery in front of her flashed past her at the speed of light. She couldn't see anything clearly. This person was too hateful. Everyone else was carrying a cat, but he was carrying a cat. It was as if he was carrying a pile of trash, which made her very uncomfortable. From now on, call me the Dizwa, Han Shanyue instructed. Are you really going to pretend to be the Dizwa? If the disciples of the Sun Moon sect find out, you will be hunted down, Kiran reminded him. Shut up. Just do as I say. Han Shanyue was originally a person who didn't want to explain. Moreover, the person he needed to explain to was a silly Kiran. He didn't have the patience to do so. Fine. Kiran shut up. After holding in for a while, it couldn't hold it in anymore and asked, Great God Han, did you also hear that the ancestor and Yi Qingwan have that kind of thing, so you deliberately pretended to be her master to scare her? Han Shanyue was speechless. He paused for a moment and almost threw the little Qilin who was spreading gossip out. Who said that I have any passion with Yi Qingwan? She was only once my disciple. This Master Han really got into the mood quickly. Pretending to be a venerable sovereign, he immediately spoke in the tone of a venerable sovereign. TSK, Great God Han, to be honest, you're not the ancestor himself. How would you know that there's nothing going on between the ancestor and Yi Qingwan? Even if there was something going on, they wouldn't tell you, right? Kiran said with a knowing look. Han Shanyue glanced at the Kiran and began to consider the possibility of throwing this 8 trigrams Kiran out. He suddenly thought of something. Did your master say that? With Kiran's intelligence, it shouldn't have thought so much, and it also shouldn't know so much. Kiran had been with Ning Shuama for the longest time, so it was most likely that Ning Shuama, that little bastard, made this up. Kiran looked at him with shining eyes. Great God, you're really smart. Sure enough, he guessed right. Chapter 668. That girl didn't have much contact with his true self, but she began to pay attention to his gossip. Was she interested in his true self? Han Shanyue's eyes flashed. What did your master say? Hey, it's rare for the great god to ask about gossip. Kiran immediately cheered up. My master said that the ancestor and his disciple most likely had a passionate relationship. Yi Qingwan liked him, and he also liked Yi Qingwan. However, due to their master and disciple status, this kind of taboo love was not appreciated by the common people. The master and disciple went through some hardships, and the ancestor reluctantly cut off their relationship and banished his female disciple. The female disciple sadly left and established the Bright Reverence sect. Bright Reverence, isn't that the combination of the sun and the moon? Only she still considered herself as the ancestor's disciple. After the ancestor banished her, he secretly promised that Yi Qingwan would be his only female disciple, and that he would not accept a second one. Although the master and disciple did not meet, in their hearts, they recognized each other as the one and only. It's sad and beautiful, right? Han Shanyue, sad and beautiful? It's more like a bastard. With his temperament, if he really liked someone, why would he care about the taboo love between master and disciple? Why would he make himself so miserable? To him, all rules and regulations were fleeting clouds. That girl was simply too much of a bastard. She randomly made up stories about him. Did she say all this? Han Shanyue's voice was cold. My master explained it to me, Kiran explained. In fact, it still remembered Ning Xiuma's words. It was just that a few days ago, Ning Xiuma was very bored and told a story. Somehow, the topic was brought up to the ancestor and Yi Qingwan. Ning Xiuma just casually said, the relationship between the master and disciple is not simple. At that time, Kiran asked why. Ning Xiuma smiled and said, I've only heard of a master-disciple relationship. I didn't expect to see a real-life version of it in this world. The little Qilin was not ashamed to ask questions. It immediately asked about the relationship between a master and a disciple. Ning Xiuma explained to it about the romance between a master and a disciple that she had read in her era. She told it about quite a few novels, and each one of them was filled with passion and emotion. She was just speaking casually. Kiran was, after all, still young and ignorant of these matters. It was just listening to her. After hearing about it, he had pretty much forgotten about it. Now that Han Shanyue mentioned it, it summarized Ning Xiuma's story into the story of Di Zun and Yi Qingwan with a deep expression. Your master really has a lot of free time. Han Shanyue's voice was cold. No wonder that lass said that master-disciple relationship was the most annoying thing in front of him. It turned out that she had a preconceived impression of it. My master is not free. It's just that her deductive ability is very strong. What she deduces can't be wrong. Di Zun and his apprentice must be in a master-disciple relationship. Kiran concluded. Han Shanyue's lips curled up coldly. Since that lass said that he was in a master-disciple relationship, perhaps he should make it true. Let her have a taste of it herself. He really should take in another female apprentice. Originally, because of the shadow of Yi Qingwan, he was afraid that he would encounter similar troubles again. Therefore, he did not take in any female apprentices. He did not expect that Ning Xiuma would make up such a melodramatic drama for him. Great God Han. Kiran was about to say something else, but it was interrupted by Han Shanyue. Call him Di Zun. Chapter 669. All right, Di Zun is Di Zun. Di Zun, how do you think my master went to Yi Qingwan's place? Han Shanyue was speechless. How would you know? He also wanted to know the answer to this question. Could it be that the girl was very interested in him and misunderstood that he had feelings for Yi Qingwan? So, she wanted to take a look? Stop talking nonsense. Pay more attention to your master. We have now covered more than half of the distance. She is escaping again. If you can sense her, we will be really close. Okay. Kiran nodded and used his telepathy to call Ning Xiuma again and again. Over there. Over there. Ah, she dived into the water again. Quick. Quick, report it to the leader. It seemed that Yi Qingwan really hated Ning Xiuma to the extreme. All the disciples of the Bright Reverence sect were actually chasing after her. Because of the tracking of the letter fish, They were able to determine the general route that Ning Xiuma and Yi Feng escaped. Therefore, they rode all kinds of big birds in the air and looked down on the ground. It was almost a carpet search. Therefore, when Yi Feng brought Ning Xiuma to the surface of the water to change the air bubbles, they would occasionally be discovered by them. Then, they would quickly inform Yi Qingwan, who was following them underground through the voice transmission talisman. With this guidance, Yi Qingwan naturally got closer and closer. After all, Yi Feng was once the leader of the Sharkmen and was also a secret guard. He was naturally sensitive to danger. Although he had not met Yi Qingwan yet, he had already accurately grasped the danger. Ning Xiuma was also a secret agent, so she was naturally very sensitive to danger. She could not sense the outside world in the air bubble, but she could feel Yi Feng's nervousness. Is she about to catch up? Ning Xiuma asked. Yes, about a few dozen miles of water. With Yi Qingwan's martial arts, she could reach here in a few minutes. At this speed, Yi Qingwan would be able to catch up with them in about an hour. Once they caught up to him, he would be doomed. Yi Feng would be skinned alive, and Ning Xiuma's soul would probably be torn into 8 pieces by Yi Qingwan. If an ordinary warrior were to encounter such a situation, they would have been scared out of their wits. They would either run around like headless flies, or they would not be able to bear the psychological pressure and fight to the death with the other party. Even if they knew that they were no match for the other party, they would die a quick death. However, Yi Feng was different. Years of living on the edge of a knife and blood had trained his mental fortitude to be extraordinarily strong. He was already seriously injured, and after being tortured by Yi Qingwan for so long, his physical strength was less than half of his original. Now that they had been on the run for so long, they were exhausted. Even so, his expression remained calm, and he didn't seem to panic at all during his escape. Although Ning Xiuma was in the bubble, she was still in his arms, so she could feel his steady heartbeat. Yi Feng was really a talent. It was a pity that Yin Ziyuan only had Gu Ziyan in her eyes. Her feelings were all on Gu Ziyan, but she always neglected the lover who was silently accompanying her. Love was like this. You put in a lot, but you might not get what you want. Others might not necessarily respond to you. She shook her head. Now was not the time to think about love. It was more important to escape. Escaping like this was not a solution. She had to think of another way. There was another fork in the road. Ning Xiuma's heart couldn't help but move. Chapter 670. Ning Xiuma said in a low voice, Yi Feng, you should take a slightly narrower path like before. After about 1 mile, you should immediately turn back and try to take the roundabout path. Yi Feng was stunned. He was also a person who understood things quickly, so he immediately understood Ning Xiuma's idea. His eyes lit up slightly. Okay. It was the first time in Yi Qingwan's life that she chased someone without caring about the cost. It was also the first time she met someone so cunning and so difficult to chew. The other party was just a heavily injured sharkman and a cat that didn't know anything. She had used so many disciples and the most precious Wenxin fish. With such a large formation, she could even catch up to a peerless master. But now, after chasing for so long, she still didn't see the other party's shadow. If it wasn't for the disciples on the ground reporting to her from time to time, and the Wenxin fish guiding the direction from time to time, she would have thought that she was chasing in the wrong direction. The Wenxin fish had the ability to judge the general distance based on the aura of the person being tracked. She knew that she was indeed getting closer and closer. There was another fork in the road ahead. The Wenxin fish paused for a moment, then chose one. Yi Qingwan entered without thinking, because every time the Wenxin fish followed the aura, it would consume its own physical strength. Yi Qingwan had chased it for so long that it was already very tired. Yi Qingwan wanted to maintain its physical strength. Usually, she would only release the Wenxin fish when she encountered a fork in the road or needed to determine the general distance from the other party. So when she entered the fork again, she put away the Wenxin fish and hurriedly chased forward. Although there were many forks in the underground water vein, this one was especially long. Yi Qingwan chased forward for more than 200 miles before another fork in the road appeared in front of her. She released the Wenxin fish. This time, The one-sheen fish sniffed at the fork for a few minutes, but it still couldn't find the aura of Yifeng. How could he have chased her away? Yi Qingwan didn't believe it. She thought that there was something wrong with the one-sheen fish's sense of smell. She used her own aura to test the one-sheen fish. The one-sheen fish's location was still very accurate. This meant that it wasn't the one-sheen fish's fault. There was no sign of Yifeng and the others at any of the forks in front of her. Even the path she was on now did not have them. There was only one reason for this. Yifeng and the others turned back not long after they entered the fork in the road. However, she managed to catch up with him. She had been fooled. Yi Qingwan was so angry that her hands trembled slightly. She had never suffered such a huge loss in all the years she had been in the industry. She hated Yifeng and Ning Xiuma so much that her hair stood on end. If curses could kill, Yifeng and Ning Xiuma would have been cursed to death by her many times. She walked back for more than 200 miles before she smelled Yifeng's scent again. As a result, time was delayed even further. In addition, the auras of the waterways Yifeng had traveled were similar. He had brought Ning Xiuma along with him. Once they had retraced their steps, their auras were almost the same. It would be difficult for the one-sheen fish to distinguish between the two. It couldn't judge by the size of the aura of the person it was tracking. It also had to calculate which path had the freshest aura to determine where they had gone. However, Yifeng and the others were very fast. The freshness of the auras on these paths was not much different. It had to use all of its tactile abilities to analyze and judge. As a result, not only did the one-sheen fish consume a lot of energy, it also slowed down significantly. Chapter 671. The distance between them increased again. Yi Qingwan was so angry that she wanted to stomp her feet. Seeing that her precious fish was getting more and more tired and weak, she was angry and anxious, but she could not think of a solution. Those two people were very cunning. Often, after entering a fork in the road, they would go back the way they came from. The path they took was like a maze, making her feel dizzy. Even worse, their way of walking made it impossible for Yi Qingwan to put away the one-sheen fish. She could only let the fish lead the way. The one-sheen fish also had a physical limit. It was getting weaker and weaker, and its analysis of breath was getting slower and slower. Being led by the nose like this was not a solution. Yi Qingwan's eyes flashed fiercely. She had to make another move. Today, if she did not catch the mermaid and the cat and tear them into pieces, her name Yi Qingwan would be written upside down. She immediately contacted the disciples outside and asked them to bring the treasure of the sect, the Tianji network. This kind of running consumed a lot of energy. Yifeng also used up a lot of energy. His dark blue scales were slightly white, which was a sign that he was about to reach his limit. But fortunately, he could sense that Yi Qingwan was getting further and further away from him. Ning Xiuma's maze was obviously making the woman suffer. Yifeng was so tired that the tip of his tail was numb, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. He was a member of the Water Clan, so he naturally knew the characteristics of the one-sheen fish. He knew that chasing the one-sheen fish like this would be tiring. At this speed, if he persisted for another 2 hours, the one-sheen fish would most likely be completely destroyed. Only when the one-sheen fish was truly destroyed, Yi Qingwan would have lost her tracking eyes. He had to carry Ning Xiuma and run forward. Only then could he truly shake her off and escape with his life. He looked down at Ning Xiuma in his arms, and a touch of admiration flashed through his eyes. Ning Xiuma was the one who came up with these ideas during the escape. All of these methods were absolutely effective. She was just a teenage girl, but she was actually more experienced than him, a merman who had been through a lot. Those tricks were too much for him to take in. This girl was definitely different. Even the old foxes in Jianghu did not have as many ideas as her. Was she really the rumored young miss of the Marquis's estate who never left her home? It was impossible for someone who had not experienced too many life and death situations to have such precise judgment and battle experience. Because the distance between them had increased again, Yifeng was finally able to calm down a little and slow down a little. "Miss Ning, do you have another identity?" Yifeng asked. Ning Xuema was calculating the general distance between her and Yi Qingwan and the consumption speed of the Wenxin fish. Hearing his question, she answered absent-mindedly. You? Have you ever been a scout, assassin, or secret guard? If she had done any of these, she would definitely be one of the best. Yi Feng wasn't simple. He actually saw through her true identity. Although Ning Xuema and Yi Feng had not known each other for a long time, she already knew his temperament and knew that he was a chivalrous person. This kind of person was a good friend to have. Ning Xuema did not want to hide anything from him, so she told him about her previous life's identity. Of course, because of time constraints, she was very brief. Even so, it was enough to shock Yi Feng. So she had reincarnated in someone else's body. He was very knowledgeable and naturally knew what reincarnating in someone else's body was. Chapter 672. In fact, it was not easy to succeed in reincarnation. Every body corresponded to a soul, and the body was like a container for the soul. Only one's own body was the most suitable one. When borrowing someone else's body, the body and soul were mostly incompatible. It was actually very risky for the soul to reincarnate. If it failed, the soul would scatter. Even if one could successfully reincarnate, the soul would feel very uncomfortable in the borrowed body, and it would not be easy to command the body. Often, its movements would be stiff, like a jumping zombie. There were also very few souls that had strong adaptability and could command the body as they wished. But after all, compared to their original body, their lifespan would be greatly shortened. This was also the main reason why the souls that Yi Qingwan made for this cat could age so quickly. Although Yi Qingwan had used a spell on the cat to allow all kinds of souls to enter and adapt to it, Yi Qingwan was still unable to do so. But it was very harmful to those souls. Often, the soul of a young girl would become the soul of a 70 or 80-year-old woman after 10 years or so. The power of the soul would be almost completely absorbed by this cat's body. Yi Feng had seen Ning Xuema's original appearance before, and her movements were not ordinary, and she did not have the slightest sluggishness of a reincarnated soul. If Ning Xuema did not say it herself, Yi Feng might not be able to guess it even if he guessed for 1,000 years. Reincarnation was an extremely confidential matter, and even one's own relatives might not know about it. He did not expect Ning Xuema to say it to him without hesitation. Yi Feng was surprised, but he was also touched. He was touched by her trust in him. He was touched by her unreserved trust in him. A gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Although he did not show anything on the surface, he had already made up his mind. Even if he had to risk his life, he would protect Ning Xuema thoroughly. Originally, when he heard that Yin Ziyuan was going to get married in half a month, he was in despair and felt that there was nothing left to live for. His desire to live was not strong. If he did not have Ning Xuema by his side, perhaps he would have turned back and directly fought Yi Qingwan. But for the sake of Ning Xuema, he had to persevere. Originally, he was exhausted to the extreme, but now his body seemed to have been injected with new vitality, lifting his spirits. According to Ning Xuema's guidance, he took various forks in the road and set up various puzzles. In order to confuse Yi Qingwan, at this moment, the two of them could only frequently backtrack and circle around various waterways. Since Ning Xuema needed to change her bubble from time to time, the two of them would occasionally come across Bright Reverence Cult's disciples. This was something that could not be helped. Once they met, Yi Feng would have to speed up when he entered the waterway again. Otherwise, Yi Qingwan would quickly catch up. If Yi Qingwan did not use various magic weapons, Ning Xuema's method was indeed a good way to avoid being tracked. Even if Yi Qingwan chased her for another 2 days, she might not be able to catch her. While the two of them were running, Ning Xuema's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Kirin's voice suddenly sounded from the bottom of her heart. Master! Master, where are you? Ning Xuema's eyes brightened. Little Apple. She had actually managed to contact Kirin again. Could it be that she had accidentally run into the vicinity of Carefree Island? Kirin nearly jumped up and clawed at the ancestor's hand. It happily shouted, I can hear Master's voice. Ha! I've contacted Master. Chapter 673. The ancestor's foot slightly paused, and his fingers suddenly stiffened, causing the little Qilin to cry out in pain. "Hey, be gentle, you're hurting me." The sovereign's fingers loosened. He asked in a low voice, "What did she say?" Kirin was still excitedly chatting with Ning Shuima. As it heard the sovereign's question, it subconsciously replied, "Master told me to hurry to Carefree Island and ask for reinforcements." She said that Yi Qingwan had turned her into a cat and was being chased around like a rat. She told me to hurry and ask for reinforcements. This girl wasn't stupid. She knew that she couldn't deal with her. Who did she ask you to look for? That girl should have remembered him by now, right? She should know that he was her only protective umbrella, right? She told me to look for Island Master Rongyue. She said that Island Master Rongyue might be able to stop Yi Qingwan's crazy behavior. She said that Yi Qingwan had entered a nearly insane state and that she couldn't afford to offend her. Kirin was almost repeating Ning Shuima's words. The ancestor's footsteps paused again. His inky black eyes flashed with an icy cold light. In her time of crisis, the only person she thought of was an outsider like Rongyue Tianlan. She had thrown her cheap husband to the side. It seemed that she was truly ruthless towards him. That appearance of going back to the bridge and going back to the road wasn't an act, but a portrayal of her true state of mind. She really didn't care about him. She might even hate him. Then why was he still trying so hard to find her? A woman without a heart. Had he been too attentive to her? Kirin was desperately chatting with Ning Shuima. It didn't notice that the sovereign's footsteps had slowed down. Sovereign, I asked her where she was. She said she was near Six Branches Mountain. How far is that from here? Will he be able to get there in time? 960 miles. The sovereign spat out a few words. He lightly said, "Tell her to hold on for 6 more hours. Rongyue Tianlan will rush over to save her." Kirin agreed. After it reacted, its eyes widened. "Sovereign, you're not going to save her. Where are you going?" It had already noticed that the ancestor had started to turn back. "I'll send you back to Carefree Island to call for reinforcements." The sovereign finally decided on something and turned to leave. Kirin turned pale with fright. "Ancestor, my master is very, very dangerous. You can't just stand by and watch us die." Before it could finish its words, the ancestor had already sealed its mute acupoint. It could only stare blankly, unable to speak. Leave him to die? He had lived for so many years. When had he ever saved someone who was about to die? Normally, he did not care about the affairs of the world. As Han Shangyue roamed the continent, it was inevitable that he would encounter some injustice and see some people being hunted down. Those people had desperately begged him for help. When had he ever reached out to help? Life and death were fated. He just had to ensure that the world situation did not deviate too much and that the demons did not run amok. The life and death of other people were nothing more than passing clouds to him. He didn't care about it at all. It was the first time in thousands of years that he had repeatedly broken his vows for a woman. He had already done all he could for this woman and had a clear conscience. Since she didn't care about him, then let her be. Moreover, she might not necessarily die. Although Yi Qingwan was extreme in her actions, she had a bottom line. She would not harm others' lives in vain. Besides, she was very fond of that cat, so she wouldn't really do anything to that girl. At most, she would be locked up for a while and let her suffer a little. Chapter 674. It was time for that girl to suffer. When the ancestor came here, he had used the instant 1,000-mile distance technique and the ground shrinking technique. It only took him a little more than 2 hours to travel more than 6,000 miles. Now, he was going back using the cloud traversing technique. Although he was still as fast as lightning, his speed was much slower than before. Kirin opened his eyes wide. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. The moment Ning Shuima contacted the little Qilin, she was extremely excited. She didn't know that the ancestor had brought the little Qilin to chase after her, and the little Qilin didn't have the time to tell her. She was a straightforward person and immediately reported her location. In fact, Han Shangyue had wronged her. It wasn't that she couldn't remember him at this time, but she thought that he was running away. She thought that only Rongyue Tianlan was with Kirin, so she immediately told Kirin to ask Rongyue Tianlan to come and save her. She didn't know that her inadvertent wrong order cut off the rescue team, and she had to pay the price. In fact, Kieran told her that Han Shangyue was coming to save her through telepathy. Ning Xiuema felt warm in her heart. She was about to ask Kieran where they were now and how long it would take for them to arrive, but her communication with Kieran was suddenly cut off again. She was shocked again and tried to contact him again, but there was no reply. She didn't know that Han Shangyue was very fast. Once he stepped on the return journey, he would be more than 1,000 miles away. Naturally, she couldn't contact Kieran. She was a little uneasy when she couldn't contact Kieran. However, since Great God Han had brought Kieran to find her and asked her to contact Kieran, he should be here soon, right? He should be less than 1,000 miles away from her. With his speed, he should be here in 2 hours at most. She just needed to hold on for 2 more hours. 2 more hours would be enough. It turned out that Great God Han didn't give up on her. He didn't leave her alone when he left without a word. Han Shanyue's face flashed in her mind, and a warm feeling emerged in her heart. He did care about her, didn't he? Ning Xiuema thought about what she did that day. She felt that she had gone overboard. She probably hurt Han Shanyue a little. No wonder he left in a rage. Fortunately, he didn't give up on her. Now, he brought Kieran to save her. He should care about her now. Otherwise, he wouldn't kiss her when she looked like an old lady. He was a clean freak. Usually, if someone touched him, he slapped them on the street. He should care about her. Right, Kieran's heart, right? Humans were like that. Once they calmed down, they would be able to analyze the situation. She could consider things from the other's point of view. A lot of the Kieran in the past was to Kieran she was a secret agent. So, she was very wary of people. Kieran, she couldn't fall asleep at all. That day, Han Shanyue slept with her on the same bed, but she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She didn't even notice his existence at first. Chapter 675. This would have been impossible in the past. Usually, Ning Xiuema would have noticed it even if there was an extra button on her bed, not to mention having another person on it. However, she didn't feel anything when Han Shanyue was by her side. Of course, this was because the Almighty was regulating his breathing well, but it was also because she had subconsciously let down her guard against him. Perhaps she didn't realize it herself, but her body had already gotten used to his presence. She felt at ease when she was by his side. Ning Xiuema recalled the kiss and the words he said after the kiss. At that time, he had a faint smile on his lips and said that she liked him. He said it with such certainty that she had subconsciously denied it in her panic. People who worked as secret agents were all suspicious and wouldn't easily express their true feelings. Especially when it came to feelings, love would make people blind. Once they fell in love, they would easily lose their ability to judge. For a qualified secret agent, falling in love was a big taboo. As a secret agent, they could flirt with handsome guys, call them brothers, and even have one-night stands. They could play around in the world of mortals. However, they were afraid of stepping into the trap of love. This was also the main reason why Ning Xiuema had always misinterpreted Han Shanyue's feelings. Because subconsciously, she was repulsed and didn't dare to touch it. Moreover, Han Shanyue gave her the status of a concubine. If she didn't fall in love with him, she could ignore this status and even be a shield. However, once she fell in love, she would instinctively feel repulsed by this status. She would also feel that Han Shanyue didn't care about her at all. It was because of this mentality that she had repeatedly rejected Han Shanyue's love. She only used the status of a concubine to stab him and deal with him. Because of love, there was worry. Because of love, there was fear. It was because of love that she cared, felt conflicted, and subconsciously avoided it. Ning Xiuema had also sorted out her thoughts for the past 2 days. She analyzed what had happened and how she felt. After calming down, she finally understood one thing. She really did care about him, and she really did like him. She didn't even know when she had fallen for him. After figuring it out, Ning Xiuema once mocked herself in her heart. She thought she was smart, but she couldn't really understand her own feelings. She could see other people's moods and analyze other people's feelings, but when it came to herself, she couldn't see clearly. She even decided that once she returned to Carefree Island and returned to her own body, she would look for Han Shanyue and have a good chat with him. She would ask him just what he thought of her. She told him that she minded her identity as a concubine very much and that she minded not telling him her real name. If they loved each other, they should have the most basic trust and respect before she could contact Kirin. Ning Xiuma already had this idea. After she contacted Kirin and heard that Han Shanyue was coming, the little bit of grudge she had against him disappeared. In that split second, it was as if she had been injected with stimulants. Her cat eyes started to sparkle. More than 2 hours. More than 2 hours. In just a little more than 2 hours, she would be able to escape from this sea of suffering. She would be able to see him again. An hour passed. Another hour passed. Yifeng was running until he was almost crippled. As for the reinforcements that Ning Xiuma had been waiting for, they still hadn't arrived. She hadn't even been able to contact Kirin. Chapter 676. What was going on? Did something happen to them? It couldn't be, right? With Han Shanyue's abilities, who could make him get into an accident? But why wasn't he here yet? Why couldn't they contact Kirin? When the world happened? Even though Ning Xiuma was smart, she didn't expect that Han Shanyue had already returned. She was still hoping that he would come. She was hoping that Han Shanyue, dressed in white, riding on a little Qilin, would suddenly descend like a divine soldier and save her from this calamity. Another hour passed by slowly. 3 hours. 3 hours. She was looking forward to every minute and every second. Every minute and every second, she was racking her brains to come up with all kinds of ways to escape. But this circle was getting smaller and narrower. There was no other reason. It was because when they were escaping, they suddenly found that there were more traps at the crossroads. These traps were colorless and transparent, the same color as water. Yifeng was once again dizzy from running and bumped headfirst into a net of mechanisms. The trap was like a spider's web. Once it caught someone, it immediately started to close. If Ning Xiuma wasn't an expert in solving traps and quickly instructed Yifeng to solve it, the two of them would have been captured. But even so, Yifeng was injured by the trap, and there were a few wounds on his body. After the two of them escaped, they were naturally more careful. Then, they found that there were more and more traps, and many of the crossroads were blocked by the traps. Because of the endless traps, Ning Xiuma and Han Shanyue's escape route became more and more difficult. Finally, after Ning Xiuma and Yifeng desperately persevered for 4 hours, they finally met face to face with Yi Qingwan in a waterway. Yifeng was running very pathetically, and Yi Qingwan, who was chasing after them, was also not much better than them. She was holding a dead fish in her hand, and her hair was dancing in the water like a yiksha. Looking at Yifeng and Ning Xiuma, her eyes flashed with madness. "Let's see where you can run to. You two brats. I will make you pay a price worse than death." Behind him was the network of mechanisms, and in front of him was the crazed Yi Qingwan. Yifeng and Yi Shiwen had escaped until now. They were truly at the end of their rope. "Miss Ning, I'm sorry. I'll drag you down." Yifeng was distressed. He knew that there was no way out this time. It didn't matter if he died, but he implicated Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma also closed her eyes slightly. She had done her best. But Han Shanyue and Kirin never showed up. At this point, there was no doubt that Ning Xiuma and Yifeng would be arrested. Sharkmen, who had already run out of strength, and a cat without any fighting power, how could they be a match for a master who was about to break through the heaven realm? Yifeng was captured by Yi Qingwan in less than 3 moves. The water bubble wrapped around Ning Xiuma fell to the ground. Yi Qingwan looked down at Ning Xiuma. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were full of resentment and pride. "Little bitch, you will pay for what you did today." At this point, Ning Xiuma also threw caution to the wind. She was young and impetuous, and she knew that Yi Qingwan would not let her go no matter what. So she might as well offend her to the end. "Old bitch, you are so perverted, so sinister. No wonder you were kicked out of the sect. No wonder the ancestor didn't want you." Although Ning Xiuma spoke in cat language, Yi Qingwan had studied with the ancestor for a few years, so she understood the beast language. Chapter 677. Ning Xiuma's words directly stepped on Yi Qingluan's sore spot. She was so angry that the fire in her heart soared 10 feet high. She waved her hand and broke the bubble that Ning Xiuma was relying on to survive. Ning Xiuma fell directly into the water. Yi Qingluan coldly smiled. "Little slut, don't you like to run for your life in this water? Then stay here." She knocked out Yi Feng and then crossed her arms as she looked at Ning Xiuma. She wanted to drown her alive. This cat's body was unable to breathe in the water. Although she knew it was futile, Ning Xiuma was the type of person who wouldn't give up until she reached the Yellow River. Even if she reached the Yellow River, she wouldn't give up. Until the last moment of her life, she would never admit defeat. She would never accept her fate. Yi Qingluan's lips curved up. She moved to the side, allowing Ning Xiuma to pass by her. This was an underground water vein. It was at least 7 or 8 miles away from the surface. With this cat's speed, it was impossible for her to swim 7 or 8 miles in a single breath. Doing so was futile. Yi Qingluan's heart was filled with hatred. She wanted to see this little slut who had ruined everything for her desperately struggling in the water, and then despair. This process was hell for Ning Xiuma. But for Yi Qingluan, it was a pleasant paradise. Han Shanyue didn't bring Kirin back to Carefree Island. Instead, he stopped at a place where Kirin could no longer contact Ning Xiuma. There was a small city nearby, and there was a tea house in the city. Han Shanyue carried Kirin and directly entered the tea house. Although he was dressed like an emperor, when he landed in the small city, he used a technique to hide his face. Outsiders would only see him as an ordinary young master. Moreover, he was a young master with a powerful aura. He asked for a private room. The waiter brought in some good tea and refreshments, but he waved his hand and shooed the waiter out. The little Qilin was casually thrown to the ground by him and had its acupoints sealed. It could only barely stand and couldn't run at all, let alone run off alone to save people. Kirin was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She stood there clenching her teeth as she glared at Han Shanyue. She wished she could pounce on this cold-blooded person and bite him. Cold-blooded animal. Cold-blooded bastard. Her master was fighting for her life, and he was in danger at every moment. And yet he was leisurely drinking tea here. Drink your fucking tea. The little Qilin couldn't wait to jump onto the table and piss into the teacup. Master, how is she now? She must be in her heart. She must be hoping that this man would save her. She didn't think that this man didn't care, even didn't inform Tianlan. What was he planning? The little Qilin's mute acupoint was sealed and its body was weak. Although it was so anxious that it wanted to vomit blood, there was nothing it could do. It could only glare at Han Shanyue, its eyes full of accusation. Han Shanyue ignored her. He waved his sleeves and pushed aside the refreshments and tea that the waiter had brought in. He took out his tea set as if he was performing a magic trick. After a while, the faint fragrance of tea filled the tea house. Han Shanyue picked up the cup and began to drink by himself. Time passed by slowly. While Kirin was restless, while Han Shanyue was leisurely drinking tea, 2 hours had passed. It was almost midnight, and the other guests in the tea house gradually dispersed. Han Shanyue sat in the private room calmly. He didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. The managers and waiters of the tea house had been busy the whole day. They actually wanted to close the shop and go back to rest. Chapter 678. The shopkeepers and waiters wanted to hug their wives and children and enjoy life on a hotbed. But if this guest didn't leave, they couldn't close the door. The waiter came up to give him a hint. But this guest seemed to be in a daze and didn't respond to his hint. This guest's aura was too strong, so he didn't dare to chase him away. He could only ask the shopkeeper to come up. The shopkeeper braced himself and expressed that he wanted to close the door. The guest finally came back to his senses and glanced at him. This glance made the shopkeeper's heart go cold, and he shivered. He didn't dare to say anything else. Fortunately, the guest was more understanding. He casually threw over 10 taels of gold as payment for the tea. Finally, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up and he tactfully shut his mouth. With the gold in his pocket, he respectfully said a few words of courtesy to the guest before he happily went back down. The town was very small, so the tea house was naturally very small. Usually business was bleak. Even if they operated for a day, they might not be able to earn 2 taels of silver. But now they had earned 10 taels of gold. In this era, 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for 50 taels of silver. 10 taels of gold was equivalent to 500 taels of silver. The shopkeeper was rich. He didn't want to close the door. It was worth it to accompany this guest for an entire night. Moreover, this guest wasn't a busybody. He didn't ask for refreshments, nor did he ask for more tea. He didn't even let anyone serve him. This gold was too worth it. The shopkeeper and the waiters left. The room returned to its original tranquility. Another hour passed. Kieran couldn't bear it anymore. He pounced over and scratched the corner of Han Shanyue's robe with his claws. Han Shanyue seemed to be in a daze and didn't notice Kieran's claws. The little Qilin was trying to kill him. In just a moment, it had already scratched a hole in the corner of his robe. Usually, when he touched him with his claws, he would kick him 3 feet away. What was wrong with him this time? Kieran didn't understand and raised his head. He saw Han Shanyue twirling a white, glazed teacup in his hand and gazing out the window. He didn't know what he was thinking. Kieran stared at the teacup in his hand and widened his eyes in shock. The white glazed teacups were the tea set that the tea house had just sent over. Even the tea inside was poured from an ordinary teapot next to it. The tea was no longer steaming, but the ancestor leaned closer to his lips and absent-mindedly took a sip. Han Shanyue, who was so obsessed with cleanliness that it bordered on perverted, actually casually drank other people's tea. If it was any other time, Kieran would have cried out in surprise. But this time, it was worried about its master and did not have the time to care about Han Shanyue's abnormality. Just as it was about to pull at him a few more times, Han Shanyue suddenly looked down and brushed his sleeves. Kieran's throat felt warm, and he was able to speak again. Once he opened his mouth, he spat out a string of words. "You're a pervert. You watched as my master was in danger, yet you stood by and did nothing. You even said that you were her husband. Is this how you act as a husband?" "She has never treated me as her husband." Han Shanyue's voice was cold. If he guessed correctly, Ning Xiuma was only using him as a shield that was dispensable. He had always been the one chasing after her. So this time, he wanted to teach her a lesson. Kieran's heart was still young and didn't understand the love between men and women. Of course, he didn't understand the psychology of sex. He only cared about the most important thing. "Didn't you say that you wanted to inform Island Master Rongyue? Then hurry up and inform her." Chapter 679. Why would he need someone else to save his own people? Han Shanyue was just waiting. Didn't that girl want Rongyue Tianlan to save her? With Rongyue Tianlan's speed, it would take her 6 hours to get here from Kieran after receiving Ning Xiuma's call for help. Therefore, Han Shanyue decided to wait 6 hours before going to save her. He would let her be frightened for 6 more hours to learn her lesson. He had been living a peaceful life all these years and had never felt that time was so difficult. He had been sitting in this tea house for almost 4 hours, and this was the first time he experienced what it felt like to live a day like a year. He had always been calm when doing things, but this time he couldn't keep his cool. He seemed to be leisurely, but he was counting the hourglass in his heart. Kieran was angered by Han Shanyue's last sentence. It had now regained its freedom and glared at him for a moment before scolding. "You cold-blooded pervert!" With a leap, he jumped down from the window. Master was in danger, and it wanted to save her. It wanted her not to be sad. Maybe it couldn't help her, but it wanted to be by her side when she was in danger. It wanted her to know that she was not alone. It had already remembered the location of Ning Xiuma. So after jumping out of the tea house, it ran in that direction. "Master, you have to hold on. Little Apple is coming." After running for less than 100 miles, it suddenly stopped and felt dizzy, falling to the ground with a plop. It was so uncomfortable. It was so uncomfortable. It felt like 10,000 bees had drilled into its head, and it was so painful that it felt like it was going to explode. There was a suffocating feeling in its chest, and it felt like it couldn't breathe. It was the first time Kieran had experienced this feeling, and it was so uncomfortable that it rolled on the ground. "What's wrong?" Kieran's body became light, and it fell into a person's palm. Kieran scratched its throat with its claws. Its originally blue face was purple and swollen, and its eyes were slightly bulging. It looked like it was holding its breath and choking on water. It forced out two words, uncomfortable. It was so uncomfortable that its eyes were a little blurry. It could barely see who was holding it, only a blurry white shadow. Needless to say, this person was Dizun and also Han Shanyue. He originally wanted to stay in the tea house for another 2 hours, but since Kieran couldn't take it and left, then he should leave too. Forget it. He would save her 2 hours earlier, and it wouldn't be too late to settle the score after saving her. This was his plan, but he didn't expect that the little Qilin would suddenly roll on the ground as if it was suffering from epilepsy. Seeing Kieran's uncomfortable expression, his heart suddenly sank. Ning Shuima's soul was connected to Kieran's body. Once her soul was really injured soul was to Dai's body. It's to Dai's / if half of the pain was enough to make the little Qilin wish he was dead, then what kind of torment was Ning Shuima, the main body? Did Yi Qingwan really hurt her? Dizun didn't care about anything else. He picked up Kieran and once again used the 1,000 miles in a flash and the earth shrinking technique to rush in the direction of Ning Shuima. His palms continued to transfer psychokinesis into Kieran's body. Finally, Kieran recovered. Sense where she is. He had to find her as soon as possible. They couldn't afford to waste even a single second. Chapter 680. Kieran didn't have time to scold him at this time. She forced herself to use her spirit to sense for a while. Suddenly, she cried out, "I can sense her, but she doesn't reply to me. She just feels very uncomfortable. She feels very uncomfortable. She's going to die. Her soul is going to scatter. She must have fallen into the hands of that evil woman. She destroyed some of that woman's precious things. That woman hates her so much that she must want to scatter her soul. She destroyed Yi Qingwan's things? She didn't just save Yi Feng and escape." The ancestor's voice was heavy. That's right. She hated Yi Qingwan for turning her into a cat without any explanation. In order to take revenge on Yi Qingwan, she destroyed Yi Qingwan's most important thing, burned down Yi Qingwan's house, and killed Yi Qingwan's disciple. The little Qilin told Ning Shuima everything that happened during their conversation. "Bastard, why didn't you say so earlier? You sealed my mute acupoint. You didn't let me say it at all. I even told my master that you were coming and that you would save her immediately. I told her not to be afraid. She said that she would try her best to delay until you came. She also asked me to urge you to hurry up. She couldn't hold on any longer. She said that she had something to say to you." Kieran shouted as if she had broken down. Han Shanyue staggered slightly. He didn't say anything, but he increased his speed to the maximum. After Ning Shuima came to this world, she had been drowned twice. Both times, the feeling was very uncomfortable. It left a deep impression on her. However, compared to this time, the 2 times she was drowned were nothing. When she was drowned to the extreme, one time she fainted, and the other time she opened the mouth of the sky. Whether it was fainting or opening the mouth of the sky, both were resolved. It was the body that was drowned, not the soul. At that time, she didn't feel that her soul was injured. But this time, she was obviously drowned to the extreme. She was obviously in so much pain that she wanted to scratch her ears and cheeks, but she didn't faint. Yi Qingwan didn't lie to her. She put some kind of curse on the cat's body. The cat's body was drowned, and her soul couldn't get out. She could only taste the feeling of being drowned again and again in the cat's body. She was so uncomfortable that her entire soul curled up. Her head was in a daze. How unbearable. It was so uncomfortable. He really wanted to faint. If only he could faint. Even if he had to die. She could feel her soul splitting apart bit by bit, as if water had also entered her body. Her 3 souls and 6 spirits were about to explode. She didn't know how much time had passed, but just when she felt that her soul couldn't hold on any longer and was about to disperse, her eyes lit up slightly. Her cat body was finally lifted out of the water, dripping wet. Someone patted it on the back, and Yi Qingwan whispered in its ear, "Don't drown my good little white." The cat was taken out of the water. Ning Shuima's dizzy mind cleared up for a moment. She forced herself to open her eyes and saw Yi Qingwan's beautiful eyes. Yi Qingwan was in a good mood as she finally caught up with the person she wanted to cook. She tidied herself up again, and her hair was neatly combed. She looked elegant and picturesque. Seeing Ning Xiuma open her eyes, she smiled. Her smile was quite gentle. "Little girl, you have to hold on a little longer." She wanted to play with her properly. Ning Xiuma closed her eyes again. Her soul was a little injured, and her mind wasn't really clear. Only a vague thought flashed through her mind. This time, she was really done for. She had held on for more than 4 hours, but there was still no help. Chapter 681. Sure enough, it was better to rely on oneself than on others. It was better to rely on oneself than on others, because Yi Feng and the others had been running in circles to avoid Yi Qingwan's pursuit. The place where they were caught was not far from the Bright Reverence cult's headquarters. Yi Qingwan rode on the Qingwan heavenly bird, carried the dying cat, and carried Yi Feng. In less than an hour, they returned to her old territory. Of course, she did not let Ning Xiuma have an easy time along the way. As long as she saw that she was slightly awake, she would torture her. Her technique was indeed powerful. She could torture Ning Xiuma's soul without hurting the white cat's body. Before the discomfort of being drowned by the water disappeared, she began to taste the feeling of being blown apart by the hurricane. Every time her soul could not hold on and was about to fall apart, Yi Qingwan would try to gather her soul back together. After stabilizing a little, she would continue to torture her. Ning Xiuma finally knew that death was such a difficult thing. She finally knew that there was such a punishment in this world. "Little girl, it seems that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I will teach you a lesson." When Ning Xiuma was half unconscious, she heard Yi Qingwan's words. The voice was as cold and noble as usual, but the words were bloodthirsty and cruel. Ning Xiuma was in a trance, but she did not lower herself and replied, "Old woman, I will wait and see." As soon as it finished speaking, it was picked up by the cold wind and continued to taste the pain of being torn apart by the hurricane. When Ning Xiuma was slightly awake again, she opened her eyes and found that she was in a large hall. She slowly turned her eyes and recognized that this hall was one of Yi Qingwan's side halls. There were not many things in the side hall, but each of them looked very strange. There was a red and black whip, a light green nailboard, and even a guillotine. The most conspicuous thing was the big cauldron in the middle of the hall. There was a light green flame burning under the cauldron, and boiling oil was rolling in the cauldron. This place was like a torture chamber. The only difference between this place and the torture chambers in other places was that the torture instruments in other places were real, but the torture instruments in this place seemed to be illusory. They were all shrouded in a layer of light green, like silhouettes. "Little girl, you've got guts. How dare you provoke me? I've been too nice to you. I didn't let you taste these punishments, and you're already so lawless." Yi Qingwan lifted Ning Xiuma up, looked into its eyes, and smiled gently. "Tell me, which one should I let you taste first? Have you heard of the 18 levels of hell? Climb a mountain of blades, dive into a pot of boiling oil, and be sliced in half with a knife. Or do you want to have a taste of the whip first?" After going through a round of flooding and several rounds of heavenly winds, her head was already dizzy. She couldn't even hear Yi Qingwan's words clearly. He could only faintly hear something about the 18 levels of hell. She stared blankly at the whip, unable to react for a moment. Did this bastard woman want to whip her? Ha! Wasn't she afraid that her precious cat would be whipped to death? She smiled absent-mindedly. When she was really desperate, she would not give in. "Bitch you no one wants, just bring it on. Look, I'm not afraid of you." Bastard. Yi Qingwan's face changed. This bitch who no one wanted had provoked her. She threw Ning Xiuma to the ground, opened her hand, and the red and black whip fell into her hand. She whipped Ning Xiuma. Chapter 682. The red and black shadow of the whip swept across the white cat's body. There were no wounds on the white cat's body, but it rolled over with a low cry. Ning Xiuma finally understood what was going on. It turned out that this damned woman's torture tools were specifically targeted at souls. What she had hit was a soul and not the white cat. Her soul was in so much pain that it almost split open. Ning Xiuma trembled slightly on the ground, but she laughed loudly. "Old woman, you're angry out of shame. Ha ha ha." Yiching Wan was speechless. Usually, when she whipped the cat, even the most cunning soul would bow down and beg for mercy. She didn't expect that Ning Xiuema, who she thought was the most obedient, would be so infuriating once she got tough. "Let's see if you can still be so stubborn." Yiching Wan was so angry that she whipped the cat again and again. The white cat kept rolling on the ground. It hurt. It hurt as if it was being torn apart. Ning Xiuema felt like she was going to be whipped into pieces. Her soul couldn't hold on anymore and slowly cracked open. Was she going to die completely? This vague thought flashed through her mind. Ever since she came to this world, she had been trying her best to live. No matter what happened, she never gave up on the chance to live. She wanted to live on. But now, she longed to die. She longed to have her soul scattered and become unconscious. She had been relying on her unyielding spirit to support herself. But now her spirit was also collapsing. Once her vitality was released, the originally well-combined soul could no longer be held together and began to drift away piece by piece. "You can't take it anymore? You want to give up? I haven't had enough fun yet." Yiching Wan waved her sleeve and a faint green light enveloped the white cat. The slowly escaping soul was once again forcefully gathered together. Ning Xiuema felt like her body was being forcefully twisted and then curled up. Her hands and feet were no longer in their original positions, and all the joints were dislocated. Where the hands should be, there were legs installed, and where the neck should be, there was a head forcibly installed. It was an indescribable feeling of terror and pain. In the end, she was still a girl. She had never suffered such pain in her life. In her days, she instinctively screamed. Since she was in the cat's body, her voice was naturally a mournful cat's meow. Her voice was so pitiful that it was frightening to hear. Yiching Wan finally smiled with satisfaction. She picked her up and walked to the big cauldron. "You will look better if you are fried in the oil. Don't worry, the oil inside is from the underworld. It will only fry your soul. It won't hurt my precious cat." Throwing a soul into a pot of boiling oil was the worst punishment for a soul. She believed that after this audacious little girl was fried in a pot of oil, her soul would fly away and be annihilated. He had chased her for half a day and was exhausted. He had to ask his disciples to find a fresh soul to replace Ning Xiuema and live in the cat's body. Then she could go and rest after dealing with Ning Xiuema. Her painstaking collection over the years flashed in front of her eyes. She clenched her fists with hatred. She was about to throw Ning Xiuema into the oil cauldron when the door was pushed open with a bang. A disciple rushed in and said, "Master, Dizun. Dizun is here. What?" Yiching Wan's heart felt like it was hit by a big hammer. The white cat in her hand fell to the ground. Her master was here. Her master was here. How? How could it be? Chapter 683. All these years, Yiching Wan had been scheming to see Dizun again, but she couldn't. He had always avoided her. He also didn't allow her to approach the Sun Moon sect. Now he was here. Did he finally remember her? Yiching Wan's hands and feet trembled, and her mind went blank. She subconsciously said, quick, invite him. No, order all the disciples to go out and welcome him." She subconsciously pulled her clothes, tidied her hair, and was about to run out. Bang! With a loud sound, the half-closed door suddenly broke into pieces and flew out. Yiching Wan was so shocked that she trembled. She hurriedly raised her head, and then stood there as if struck by lightning. A figure in white appeared at the door of the hall. His white robe was like winding clouds, and his hair was like the purest ink. The mask on his face covered his entire face, and only a pair of ink-black eyes were like cold whirlpools. After not seeing him for so many years, he still looked the same as before. It was the face she yearned for day and night. "Master!" Yiching Wan didn't expect to see him again. She staggered 2 steps forward and crawled at his feet, just like before. She thought that Dizun would wave his sleeves and ask her to stand up after she finished the greeting as a disciple, just like before. She didn't expect that he would wave his sleeves, but he didn't ask her to stand up. Yi Chingwan hadn't even touched the corner of Di Zun's clothes when her body suddenly swayed and was thrown out like a broken bag. With a bang, she hit the pillar. Yi Chingwan was hit so hard that she saw stars flying in front of her eyes. Her heart was so shocked that it almost split open. "Master," she called out in a trembling voice. Her hair was messed up, and her clothes were messy. She got up dizzily and couldn't help but look at Di Zun. Then she was stunned. Di Zun actually picked up the cat. His fingers gently stroked the cat's head, and his fingertips trembled slightly. He was too late. Ning Xiuma had already been tortured, and her soul was trembling violently in the cat's body. He picked her up, but she didn't seem to feel anything. "Master, Master, do you still remember Xiaobai?" It's the cat that Master asked Disciple to adopt back then. Disciple has always kept it alive and well, just so that Master can see it again one day. Yi Chingwan knelt down at the side again, her lips trembling with excitement. "Shut up." The ancestor finally opened his mouth. His voice was as cold as the wind of the 12th lunar month. His gaze finally fell on her. "Yi Chingwan, I am no longer your master." Yi Chingwan's body trembled. Her lips squirmed, but she did not dare to say anything else. "Master." Kiran rushed into the hall and ran straight to the ancestor's feet. He looked at the white cat in the ancestor's arms. "Master, Master." Yi Chingwan's eyes widened. "Qilin beast. This Kiran must be summoning that bitch." On this continent, there was only one person who had subdued a Qilin beast. That trash, Ning Xiuma. She was well informed. In fact, she had long heard of Ning Xiuma's reputation, but she didn't take this little girl seriously. After hearing about Ning Xiuma, she was not interested in this person. Instead, she was very interested in Kiran, who was by her side. However, she had not found the time to visit her yet. Who would have thought the soul that she had accidentally captured was actually that useless girl? That ancestor came for her? No, it couldn't be, right? How could that bitch be favored by Ancestor? Or maybe Ancestor also took a fancy to the Qilin beast, so he paid a little attention to that girl? In that instant, many questions flashed through her mind. Chapter 684. Yi Chingwan's greedy eyes fell on the Di Zun again. She wanted to devour every inch of him. She missed him deeply. When she saw him again, she wanted to engrave his figure in her heart. She saw Kiran desperately pulling at the Di Zun's robe with its 2 claws and couldn't help but be furious. The Di Zun wouldn't allow anyone or any beast to approach and violate him. This little Qilin actually dared to scratch an emperor without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. "How dare you, Kiran beast!" Yi Chingwan shouted angrily. She was about to cast a spell to push Kiran away. But when she saw the Di Zun's next move, she stopped. The Di Zun's fingers gently wrapped around the cat's head, and a faint white light completely enveloped it. The spell that Yi Chingwan cast on the white cat was easily dissolved by him, and Ning Xiuma's soul was taken out by him. Ning Xiuma's soul had been twisted into a ball and was trembling in his palm. She was in a semi-conscious state and didn't know that she had fallen into the Di Zun's hands. The only thing she felt now was pain. It was so painful that she wanted to disperse and turn into ashes. That was because she had wanted to give up, and she had suffered so much. Her soul was already severely injured, and the moment she mentioned it, her 3 souls and 6 spirits showed signs of dissipating. "Shuema." The Di Zun's voice was tight. He waved his fingers, and waves of green light completely enveloped her soul. He nourished her with his psychic power. "Shuema, don't give up." "Master." Kiran usually couldn't see Ning Xiuma's soul. It could only see it when it turned on its tearful mode. Kiran didn't cry easily, but it had just experienced almost the same pain as Ning Xiuma. It was in so much pain that it had tears in its eyes. So it could see Ning Xiuma's soul clearly now. At this moment, when it saw that she was almost deformed, it cried out, "Master! Master!" Yi Chingwan looked at this scene blankly, and her heart sank. She had never seen the Di Zun treat someone so gently. Her whole body was cold, and her eyes flashed with hatred as she looked at Ning Xiuma's soul. Jealousy burned like a raging fire in her chest. If she had known earlier she would have destroyed this living soul the moment she caught it. Her master was hers. There should only be one woman by her master's side. The ancestor was standing right there. She was so close to him, but she didn't dare to take a step forward. She didn't dare to touch the corner of his clothes. No matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't get close to the ancestor. However, the soul of Ning Xiuma, an ordinary person, was placed in the palm of his hand and protected. She hated Ning Xiuma so much that she clenched her teeth, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. She said in a low voice, "Disciple." Disciple didn't know that Master cared about her. Before she could finish her explanation, a long black and red shadow flashed past her eyes. With a smack, it brushed past her mouth. Yi Chingwan was caught off guard. She screamed and fell to the ground. I'll say it again. I'm not your master. Yi Chingwan, how many times have you whipped her? The ancestor's voice was like a storm. His hand was holding the punishment whip that specialized in beating souls. Yi Chingwan didn't know how many people she had whipped with this whip, but she never thought that one day this whip would fall on her body. The ancestor's lightning whip almost split her soul in half. She was in so much pain that she rolled on the ground, unable to say a word. The ancestor's eyes fell on Ning Xiuma's soul. There were several whip marks on it, and each of them hurt her soul root. Chapter 685. The ancestor coldly said, Yi Chingwan, since you whipped her 10 times, I will make you pay back double. Seeing Ning Xiuma's soul seriously injured, he was furious to the extreme. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. That black and red whip immediately flew up by itself and lashed towards Yi Chingwan, who was on the ground. The whip's shadow moved horizontally and vertically, tearing the air with a whistling sound. Yi Chingwan was scared out of her wits. She wanted to dodge, but didn't dare to. Moreover, with her strength, she couldn't dodge. The whip's shadow fell on her body like a viper. The whip fell, accompanied by a scream, and she rolled on the ground. When she used this whip to whip others, she was afraid that it wasn't painful enough, that it wasn't ruthless enough. Now that the whip had landed on her body, she realized that it was actually this painful. Every whip almost pierced in her bone marrow and spread for the depths of her bone marrow to her limbs and bones. She had originally wanted to be strong in front of the D-Zone, so she didn't struggle or shout. But when the whip landed on her body, the pain spread throughout her body like lightning, and she couldn't help but scream. She couldn't help but tremble and roll. Her scream was so shrill that it almost penetrated the roof tiles. In fact, many bright Reverence Religion disciples had gathered outside the main hall. After all, the arrival of the ancestor was no different from spring thunder to the disciples of bright Reverence Religion. Everyone's spirit was lifted. After all the disciples here knew that their leader was once the ancestor's disciple. The disciples of bright Reverence Religion basically relied on this name to travel outside. A large part of the reason why many people joined Bright Reverence Religion was because of this relationship. The Sun Moon sect's disciple selection was very strict. With their aptitude, they couldn't enter. Therefore, they chose to join Bright Reverence Religion. This made them feel as if they were also disciples of the Sun Moon sect, just a side branch. Because of this relationship, the number of disciples joining Bright Reverence Religion was more than other sections. This was also the reason why Bright Reverence Religion was able to grow so strong over the years. These disciples naturally longed for the ancestor and revered him as if he was a god. However, after joining Bright Reverence Religion for so many years, they hadn't seen the ancestor even once. Now, they heard that the ancestor had personally come. This news spread like lightning in Bright Reverence Religion. Many disciples heard the news and came. They all gathered outside the main hall, waiting for the ancestor to come out and greet him. Naturally, after they arrived, they heard some disciples whispering that the venerable ancestor didn't seem to have good intentions. He suddenly appeared. After he arrived, he didn't even wait for the disciples' report and directly barged into the mountain gate to look for Yi Chingwan. The Bright Reverence cult's disciples were curious and bewildered, but there was also fear and excitement as they waited outside. He didn't have the guts to go in and take a look but he couldn't bear to leave. Not long after the venerable sovereign went in, Yi Qinghuan's blood-curdling screams could be heard from the main hall. The disciples present were all frightened and looked at each other in dismay. It seemed like the ancestor wasn't as tolerant and affectionate towards their cult master as the cult master had boasted. This was especially true for some of the female disciples. When they heard their master's screams in the main hall, they were frightened and felt as if their idol had collapsed. Girls were romantic. Before they entered bright reverence religion, they had vaguely heard about the matter between Yi Qinghuan and the ancestor. Yi Qinghuan was very good at dealing with people. She also knew how to make people misunderstand her without being exposed. She was very secretive about the matter between her and her master. However, she would intentionally or unintentionally reveal some things that the ancestor had given her. She would also say some specious words. Chapter 686. Because of this, almost everyone believed that the ancestor had feelings for Yi Qinghuan and had no choice but to expel her from the sect, but because of her, he no longer accepted female disciples. This kind of story was always easy to move the hearts of girls. Looking at their master, they also felt bitter and noble. After all, they had never heard of a woman who could move the ancestor's heart. However, their master was the only one who could do so. Therefore, they always believed that the ancestor secretly liked Yi Qinghuan and treated her very differently. Even if she was expelled from the sect, he would still dote on her. The ancestor would always cover the bright reverence religion. No matter what the disciples of the bright reverence religion did outside, the ancestor would turn a blind eye and not care. When necessary, the ancestor would even defend them without any principles. Yi Qinghuan was able to obtain the ancestor's appreciation and was accepted as a disciple. Her talent was naturally outstanding. If she did not have any other thoughts and continued to cultivate under the ancestor, perhaps she would have become a real master. Unfortunately, Yi Qinghuan fell in love too early and had a stubborn temperament. After only 3 years of learning under the ancestor, she was ruthlessly expelled by him. How many things could she learn in 3 years? In addition, ever since Yi Qinghuan was expelled from the sect, there had been a knot in her heart, so her cultivation progress was not fast. After cultivating for 100 years, she was only around the 6th level of the Earth stage. Among the ancestors of the various sects on this continent, she was really not outstanding. The reason why her bright reverence religion could develop to this extent was because she had the gimmick of being the ancestor's only female disciple. Everyone thought that the ancestor treated Yi Qinghuan differently, but they did not expect that after not appearing here for hundreds of years, he would be so fierce. Listening to her master's tragic cry, it did not seem like the ancestor was reminiscing about the past with her. The disciples of the bright reverence religion were slightly different from the disciples of other sections. These people did not join the sect simply to cultivate superb techniques. Most of them wanted to have a protective umbrella and a flashy identity. With such a purpose, they naturally did not practice as hard as the disciples of other sections. Moreover, the quality of their thoughts was also very mixed. There were very few real talents. In addition, the martial arts taught by Yi Qinghuan were not the best. Therefore, although the bright reverence cult was very famous these years, the real masters were very rare, and most of them had low moral standing. Besides, although Yi Qinghuan's reputation outside was that she was protective of her disciples, she herself was not generous to her disciples. She was even a little harsh. Her disciples also criticized her a lot, but they did not dare to show it. Now that she was screaming miserably in the main hall, the disciples looked at each other in dismay. Not to mention rushing in to save people. No one even rushed in to take a look. Hearing Yi Qinghuan's tragic cry, they quietly took a few steps back. Some of the intelligent monsters had already begun to ponder over the idea of leaving bright reverence religion. Naturally, the people in the hall would not know about the undercurrent outside. The 20 lashes were quickly finished. Even with Yi Qinghuan's cultivation, half of her life was gone. She lay on the ground, twitching nonstop. The whip didn't hit her body, so other than rolling around messily, there wasn't a single wound on her body. However, there were spirit medicines that could heal physical injuries, and they would recover quickly. This soul was injured, but it could not be healed. She would not be able to recover from this whipping even after a few decades. Chapter 687. Yi Qingwan's voice had already become hoarse from all the shouting. At this moment, she was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. The hall was so quiet that only the sound of her heavy breathing could be heard. As for the ancestor, after he finished the 20 lashes, he casually threw the whip away. It fell in front of Yi Qingwan, causing her to tremble in fear. She could feel that the ancestor was coldly looking at her. His body was filled with murderous intent. That powerful murderous intent made Kiran, who was beside him, shudder. She did not dare to cry again. Yi Qingwan naturally also felt that kind of aura. She had stayed by his side for 3 years, but she had never seen him so angry. This made her inexplicably think of a rumor. The ancestor was not easily angry. Once he was angry, it would be like thunder. It was possible that blood would flow like a river. She panicked. Ancestor, ancestor! Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She did not dare to call him master again. Ignoring the tearing pain all over her body, her eyes widened. Trembling, she reached out her hand to the ancestor. This disciple did not do it on purpose. This disciple did not know her identity. She destroyed this disciple's things and killed 17 bright reverence disciples. This disciple punished her. Ancestor, ancestor, this disciple knows her mistake. Her voice was mournful as she lay on the ground. Ancestor, Qingwan was once your disciple. The ancestor faintly frowned and quietly took a step back. Because this disciple had feelings for him, she was unceremoniously expelled from the sect. But after all, he had personally taught her martial arts for several years. If he said that he did not have any feelings for her, it would be a lie. He still had a little bit of master-disciple relationship with her. The moment he saw that Ning Xiuema was seriously injured, his first thought was to kill the culprit, Yi Qingwan, and scatter her soul. But now, seeing her like this, you ignored Xiuema's wishes and turned her into a cat. Now you blame her for destroying your things? The ancestor coldly said. He glanced at the cat's body on the ground and frowned in disgust. With his cultivation, he could naturally see that this cat was a rather ordinary domestic cat. Moreover, it had a kind of evil aura. This cat should have died long ago. It was just that someone had used the soul energy of a living soul to support this cat's body so that it wouldn't rot or break. In fact, Dizun had long heard that Yi Qingwan loved a cat very much. He thought that she was raising a little cat demon and didn't care about her, so he didn't pay attention to this cat at all. It was only because he had just pulled Ning Xiuema's soul out of the cat's body that he paid extra attention to it. Seeming to have noticed the ancestor's gaze, Yi Qingwan crawled over with difficulty and held the cat in her arms. She looked at the ancestor with fanaticism and expectation in her eyes. Mas, ancestor, do you still remember this cat? It was rescued by the venerable sovereign in the dark forest when he brought his disciples out for training. Master, venerable sovereign, you even teased it. The ancestor faintly frowned. In order to train his disciples, he would usually take them to the dark forest to gain experience. Firstly, he wanted to see their aptitude, and secondly, he wanted to see their courage. His memory could be considered extremely strong, and he vaguely remembered that there was indeed such a thing. At that time, he threw Yi Qingwan into the dark forest and stayed there for 3 days. 3 days later, he went to see her and found that there was an extra cat by her side. It seemed to be this white cat. There were many demonic beasts in the dark forest, but it was rare to see a pure domestic cat like this white cat. This domestic cat probably accompanied Yi Qingwan for 3 days, and she liked it very much. She whispered to the ancestor to let her take this cat in. Chapter 688. At that time, although the ancestor felt that his disciple raising a cat was a little too frivolous, considering that she was a girl and the cat was indeed well-behaved, he agreed. He also threw the wild rabbit leg that Yi Qingwan gave him as a filial piety to the cat. Of course, the ancestor didn't take this little episode to heart. If it weren't for his super powerful memory, even if Yi Qingwan mentioned it, he might not have remembered it. It was just an ordinary and good-looking house cat. The lifespan of a cat was only about 10 years. How did she make it live for hundreds of years? He remembered the spirit trapping technique that was used on the cat. It seemed that Ning Shuima wasn't the first victim. There should be other living souls for her to use. This spirit trapping technique was a forbidden technique. Although he also knew it, he had never used it nor taught it to his disciple. Where did Yi Qingwan learn it? How many innocent creatures had she harmed? The ancestor thought of the rumors about Yi Qingwan in Jianghu. His eyes darkened, and he casually swept his gaze around the hall. His gaze fell on the big cauldron. The boiling oil in the cauldron was still boiling, bringing with it a burning heat. Soul refining cauldron. It was a magic tool used to refine souls. Only the prison wardens of the underworld could have it. It was used to deal with those evil spirits who had done all kinds of evil in their lives. His gaze fell on the sharp dingban and the bright guillotine, and his pupils constricted slightly. These two things were also owned by the prison wardens of the 18th layer of hell. The nail was used to nail people's souls. Each nail was enough to nail a restrained soul. As for the guillotine, it would let the tortured soul taste the torture of being cut in half at the waist from time to time. The pain would tear the soul apart and slowly disperse the soul. Each of the things here was used to refine souls. They should be used to deal with those evil spirits who had committed heinous crimes, didn't repent, and couldn't be redeemed even if they died 100 times. Even the king of hell would be frightened if he saw these things. But now they had appeared here so openly. They appeared in the main hall of the Bright Reverence School, which considered itself an orthodox school. Each of these things was a rare magic tool. It was impossible to collect them in a short time. Furthermore, Yi Qingwan didn't send them here just to deal with Ning Shuima. They had been here for a long time. Yi Qingwan was his former female disciple, a disciple who practiced orthodox Taoist techniques. A disciple who once said in front of him that it was her duty to rid the world of evil and bring peace to the people. But now, such an evil thing had appeared in her palace. Dizun's eyes finally fell on Yi Qingwan again. His eyes were cold, without any warmth, as if it was the first time he had seen her. Yi Qingwan's heart tightened under his gaze, and her body shrank back. At the same time, her mind, which had been in chaos since the appearance of the venerable sovereign, finally cleared up. Her gaze swept over the magic tools in her hall, and her face instantly turned pale. She struggled on the ground and subconsciously wanted to put away those things, but how could she do it? Yi Qingwan, I was wrong about you in the end. The ancestor spoke slowly, a cold glint flashing in his extremely black eyes. He thought that, because she had some thoughts that she shouldn't have, her temper was a bit stubborn and her actions were a bit paranoid. Yi Qingwan didn't like to explain, so it was inevitable that people would misunderstand her. There were also many people who criticized her secretly. Her actions shouldn't be too excessive, but he didn't expect. Chapter 689. It turned out that Yi Qingwan was already so extreme. What was the difference between her and the witch? If she was really the witch of the devil world, it would be fine, but she was also wearing the cloak of an orthodox sect. Wherever she went, she liked to use the ancestor's banner. He was partial to his disciple, but it didn't mean that he had no bottom line. The cold aura on his body was too strong, and his powerful pressure filled the entire hall, making everything in the hall seem like it was going to be covered with a layer of frost. Kieran saw him like this for the first time. He was so scared that he quietly stepped back and shook the scales on his body. As a bystander, Kieran was already like this, let alone Yi Qingwan, who was facing his pressure. Master! Yi Qingwan's heart almost jumped out, and she called out to him in a panic. Just as she called out, a gust of cold wind flashed past her lips, and her face seemed to be whipped. She screamed, and several of her teeth were whipped out. I don't have a disciple like you, the ancestor said coldly, and there was no warmth in his voice. Yi Qingwan, you are so insidious. How can you be worthy of the martial arts I taught you? He stretched out his left hand, and a snow-white long sword appeared in his palm. This long sword seemed to be made of ice and snow, and the cold edge of the sword revealed a dense chill. As soon as Yi Qingwan saw the sword, she knew that something bad had happened. She was almost scared out of her wits. Moss. Ancestor, ancestor, disciple. No, this lowly one won't dare to do it again. Ancestor, please don't. She didn't even have time to beg for mercy when a snow-white light flashed in front of her eyes and fell on several of her vital acupoints. Yi Qingluan's body suddenly became cold, as if her whole body was poured by ice and snow. All of her veins were frozen inch by inch, and when the ice and snow melted, the psychokinesis flowing in her veins quietly disappeared. Her face was pale, and she was lying on the ground, unable to get up. Despair engulfed her. Her martial arts were completely destroyed. From now on, she was a complete waste. She couldn't cultivate anymore. Yi Qingluan, from today onwards, this Lord will order people to thoroughly investigate your and Bright Reverence cult's actions in these past years. You must give an explanation to the people of the world. The ancestor spat out these words. Then he walked out of the hall without looking back. Yi Qingluan's face became even paler. When the ancestor wanted to thoroughly investigate something, there was nothing he couldn't find out. Then all the dirty things she had done all these years, with the venerable emperor's thunderous methods of handling matters, she was afraid that it would not be as simple as having her martial arts crippled. She desperately threw herself forward and looked at the ancestor's back as she wailed. Ancestor, ancestor, for the sake of our friendship from 2,000 years ago, isn't it a bit too heartless for you to treat me like this? The ancestor's silhouette paused for a moment before he strode away. Yi Qingluan slumped down at the entrance of the hall. The pain in her body penetrated her bones, and her heart was as cold as ice. She lay on the ground and was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he raised his head and laughed wildly. Her laughter was maniacal and shrill, completely different from her usual image. She laughed heartily, and tears came out of her eyes. Ruthless. The ancestor's heart was truly ruthless. Everything that she had worked so hard for had been destroyed overnight. She had been wailing in the main hall for so long, and the ancestor had already left, but not a single disciple had come in to see her. Needless to say, her disciples either didn't react in time or realized that the myth had been broken, so they probably thought of another way out. Chapter 690. Once today's matter spread across the continent, those who had been bullied by Bright Reverence and had been afraid to speak up would soon come knocking on their door, seeking revenge for their grievances and revenge for their enmity. It wouldn't be long before Bright Reverence's disciples would become street rats, hated by everyone. Her Bright Reverence would no longer have a foothold on this continent. And the culprit behind all this was that woman, Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema. If this woman hadn't come here, how could all of this have happened? This woman had destroyed her. She had also destroyed Bright Reverence. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. Ning Xuema. Who knows if today's me will be the same as you in the future? Ha ha ha, I want to live. I want to see you end up like me in the future. The artifacts in the main hall had been destroyed by the ancestor with a wave of his hand, leaving only Yi Qingluan in the empty main hall, her mournful laughter spreading far and wide. Kirin was trembling with fear as it followed the ancestor. It had faintly sensed that something was wrong, but it didn't dare to say anything. When the ancestor came out, the surrounding Bright Reverence's disciples had already run away, while those who didn't run were kneeling on both sides of the road, lowering their bodies and not daring to raise their heads. The ancestor didn't even have the interest to look at them as he strode past them. However, the powerful aura he exuded caused the disciples to be tongue-tied. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Kirin also didn't have the heart to look at them. These people were the accomplices who had hunted down its master. Although they were just following orders to help its leader, it didn't like them. It followed the ancestor and was too lazy to pay attention to those people. A pair of teary eyes stared at the inside of the green barrier. Its master soul was still in a strange state of distortion, trapped in a faint green light by the ancestor, like a green bubble hanging by his hand. Her soul had been tortured by Yi Qingluan and then crudely pieced together again. In order to completely restore her soul, in addition to the ancestor's spiritual power, it also needed some special artifacts. And these artifacts could only be found in the Sun-Moon sect. It was time for him to go back. Inside the green light, Ning Xuema was in so much pain that she wanted to die. She was still in a daze, and the only thing she could feel was pain. It was so painful that she wanted to disappear immediately. However, the green light enveloped her, preventing her soul from dispersing in all directions. The intense pain made her extremely anxious, and she kept darting left and right within the green light. Her irritation would only worsen the injuries to her soul. Shuama, be quiet. Be good and be quiet. The ancestor added more psyche power into the green barrier. His tone was somewhat gloomy. In his eyes, this little girl had always been tenacious and unyielding. No matter what kind of danger she encountered, she would always seek every opportunity to survive. She was weak and could even be considered a piece of trash, but her life was more exciting and resplendent than anyone else. This was the first time he had seen her like this. She wanted to die so badly. For the first time in his life, he felt a strong sense of regret. If he had not wasted those 4 hours, she would not have ended up like this. During those 4 hours, she must have been looking forward to his arrival like she was looking forward to the moon and the stars, right? And he had let her down in the end. He didn't know if Ning Xiuma would have resented him the moment she was captured. After all, she was very smart. She could have calculated the time when the reinforcements would arrive based on the time when Kieran contacted her and his usual walking speed. Chapter 691. It was less than 1,000 miles. With Han Shanyue's usual speed, it would only take him a little more than 2 hours. Adding the time spent searching, it would not exceed 4 hours. If he had arrived in time, she would not have fallen into Yi Qingluan's hands and would not have suffered so much. Xiuma, I'm sorry. His fingers gently touched the ball of green light, and his heart tightened. Inside the green light, Ning Xiuma was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Just as his finger touched it, the soul trembled slightly and shrunk back into a corner. She seemed to be afraid of him, or it could be said that her soul was now afraid of any kind of touch. Although Ning Xiuma's soul was moving, her mind was not clear. She could only rely on her instincts to cry out in pain and avoid any possible harm. No matter if the touch was to harm her or to save her, she would avoid it and shrink there like a ball. Judging from her appearance, she shouldn't have just been injured by the whip. Her soul was distorted, which was the main reason why she was in so much pain and lost consciousness. But he could not forcibly change her soul at this time. She was now like a porcelain with cracks all over her body. If he moved a little more, she might immediately break into countless pieces and never be able to be assembled again. The ancestor could not do anything to her now. At most, he could use the green light to nourish her soul and make it slightly stronger. A soul that wanted to persevere needed the support of a strong spiritual power and the belief to live. But now, Ning Xiuma did not know whether it was because the pain was too severe or because she was in real despair. She did not have the slightest thought of living and only hoped for death. Xiuma, bear with it. I will heal you. I will not let you suffer anymore. Regardless of whether she could hear him or not, he transmitted his voice to her. Xiuma, it's okay. It's okay. You're not in danger. No one will hurt you again. The ancestor transmitted his voice to comfort her again and again. Perhaps his voice transmission really worked, as the trembling soul in the green barrier finally calmed down. Dizun took the opportunity to send some telekinesis into the barrier to strengthen her soul power. Slowly, she seemed to sense something, and her mind became slightly clearer. She floated closer to him, and the ancestor heard her hoarse whisper, Han Shanue? The prolonged pain had caused her voice to change pitch. It was trembling slightly, like a small beast that was on the verge of death. It's me. The ancestor softly spat out these 2 words, his eyes twinkling slightly as he looked at her. You're late. Her voice sounded as if she had been wronged. She vaguely remembered those 2 hours of fervent hope, from hope to despair. I'm sorry. In the future, I won't. The ancestor could only say this, his voice filled with regret. In the future, I will rely on myself. Her mind was half awake and half confused, and her mind was in a mess. She subconsciously said what she thought. I can't rely on anyone. In the future, I will rely on myself. This was the only thought that came to her mind when she was captured. It was a very simple sentence, but the ancestor's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a knife. He could not say anything, perhaps because her thoughts were too intense. A few more cracks appeared on her soul, and the pain came again. She trembled and curled into a ball. Let me die. Han Shanhua, you're a bad person. Chapter 692. I beg you, let me die. It hurts, Wu. Just kill me. She wanted to roll around in the green light again. Ning Shuama, you have to hold on. Seeing that Shuama's soul was about to dissipate, the ancestor shouted, I won't let you die. You have to hold on. But it hurts. It hurts. She was crying. At this time, she had removed all her disguises and was like an ordinary girl who cried when she was in great pain. Her cries weren't loud, but it made his heart clench. Before meeting Ning Shuama, he had never felt this way. This feeling was very novel to the ancestor, and it made him feel quite helpless. He could only comfort her again and again. Be good, don't cry. I will cure you. Don't cry. He had never coaxed anyone in his life. After transmitting his voice, he was also shocked by his own gentle tone. But when he heard her crying, he couldn't help but comfort her. His voice also lowered a few pitches. Kieran naturally couldn't hear their transmission, but it could hear Ning Shuama crying. It was the first time it had heard its master cry like this. She was crying like a child. It also couldn't help but want to cry. It had established a blood contract with Ning Shuama, but this blood contract was different from the heart-linking venomous insects. The little Qilin would only be able to empathize with her when she was in the middle of receiving an injury or when it was an injury to her soul. Of course, this kind of feeling was not one-to-one. If Ning Shuama's pain level was 10, Kieran's pain level was about 6. Once the damage to her soul was removed, no matter how much pain Ning Shuama was in, Kieran wouldn't feel it. Of course, if her soul really dissipated, Kieran would also die. At this time, Kieran heard Ning Shuama murmuring that she was going to die. It felt sad and tears flowed out. She immediately used telepathy to send a message. Master, Master, I'm Little Apple. You can hear me, right? You can't die. Little Apple won't let you die. What will happen to Little Apple if you die? Woo woo woo. The more it thought about it, the sadder it became, and its tears flowed even harder. The little Qilin was crying behind them, like a tearful Qilin. It was a water beast to begin with. When it cried, its tears flowed freely, forming a small stream on its face. It was a standard tearful scene. Occasionally, the ancestor would lower his head to look at it. When he saw it crying like this, the blue veins on his forehead throbbed. He had raised many mythological beasts before, but Kieran was definitely the only mythological beast that was so sentimental. If the other mythological beasts behind him were like this, he would have kicked them out of the Milky Way galaxy. This little Qilin was Ning Shuama's, and their relationship wasn't just a little good if he sent the little Qilin flying with a kick. He reckoned that once Ning Shuama recovered, she wouldn't let him off. He resisted the urge to kick it and shouted in a low voice, "Don't cry." Ning Shuama's crying in the green enchantment had already upset him, and he didn't know how to comfort it. Now, with the addition of the tearing Kieran, the ancestor, who had always been omnipotent, had a headache. I'm communicating with Master. I don't want her to die. Woo-woo. Kieran will be very sad if she dies. Stupid. If she dies, you won't live either. What's there to be sad about? Kieran seemed to have just remembered the blood contract. Chapter 693. Kieran's tears immediately flowed like a river again. Master, you can't die. If you die, Little Apple won't be able to live. Little Apple hasn't lived long enough. I haven't become strong. I haven't returned home in glory. Little Apple doesn't want to die. The ancestor felt a headache coming on. Shut up. He couldn't bear it anymore and shouted. Kieran still had resentment in her heart. Now that she was shouted at by the ancestor, she forgot to be afraid of him. It's all your fault. You could have arrived earlier. You could have prevented her from suffering. If you hadn't gone to that tea house to drink that nuisance tea, she would have been alive and kicking right now. she wouldn't have ended up like this. This little bastard was really rebellious. She actually dared to talk to him like this. The ancestor was already anxious. Now that he was blocked by Kieran's words, anger surged in his heart. His voice suddenly became cold. I don't have any obligation to save her. It's already good enough that I helped her. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have noticed something. He turned his head and looked inside the green barrier held by his fingertips. Ning Xuema's soul had stopped crying at some point. At this moment, she was curled up in a corner of the barrier, her body trembling slightly. Her soul was originally pieced together in a mess by Yi Qingwan. Now, even her face couldn't be seen. Therefore, the ancestor couldn't see her expression clearly. Ning Xuema, he called her tentatively. Ning Xuema curled up in the barrier and didn't respond. It seemed that her consciousness hadn't recovered yet. Ning Xuema, can you sense me? The ancestor's finger gently stroked the green ball. Ning Xuema still didn't have much reaction. She curled up even more. After a while, she said, "It hurts, thank God." Although she was still in pain, she finally stopped crying. The ancestor couldn't do anything about her current pain. He could only wait until he got back. He was about to fly up, but Ning Xuema spat out 2 words that stopped him in his tracks. Yi Feng. How could she think of another man at this moment of dizziness? Dizun's face didn't look good. Kieran, who was at his feet, jumped up. Oh yeah, Yi Feng. At that time, Master said that Yi Feng had helped her escape. She even said that she wanted you to help Yi Feng recover his cultivation. The ancestor lowered his eyes slightly. He didn't like to meddle in other people's business. But since Ning Xuema wanted to meddle in this matter, for her sake, he should save the Sharkmen. Otherwise, she would be even more dissatisfied with him. When she woke up, with Bright Reverence Cult's current situation, it was very easy for the ancestor to save Yi Feng. He just casually asked a Bright Reverence Cult disciple, and that disciple immediately took him to the reincarnation pool. He fished out Yi Feng, who was on the verge of death. Because Yi Qingwan was in a hurry to deal with Ning Xuema, she didn't have time to torment him. Yi Feng didn't have many wounds on his body. He was just exhausted. The ancestor glanced at Yi Feng and knew that his wounds couldn't be immediately healed. Helpless, he could only take Yi Feng with him. On the way back, he contacted Rongyu Ishinlin and ordered him to send Ning Xuema's body to Buddha Lotus Mountain's Sun Moon sect. On Carefree Island, Rongyu Ishinlin didn't dare to leave the main hall where he was treating Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema's soul had already been lost to him. If anything happened to her body, the ancestor would probably tear him apart. Yunqi also sat beside him to accompany him. Chapter 694. Rongyu Ishinlin originally wanted Yunqi to leave first, but she refused. She felt that she was responsible for the loss of Ning Xuema's soul. If she hadn't suffered from qi deviation and needed treatment, Rongyu Ishinlin wouldn't have left. She wasn't prepared to leave before she received definite news about Ning Xuema. Rongyu Ishinlin glanced at her and didn't say anything else. He tacitly allowed her to stay. During this time, Rongyu Ishinlin didn't leave the main hall. Yunqi was afraid that he would be bored and suggested a few games of chess, but he rejected her. Guarding the mud shell that contained Ning Xuema's body was even more important than Grand Supreme Elderly Lord refining pills. At this time, Rongyu Ishinlin received news from the Dizun and immediately started to make preparations. At this time, Ning Xuema's body had almost fully recovered. He carefully broke the mud shell and revealed the person inside. This time, there weren't any problems with the recovery. Rongyu Ishinlin used his telekinesis to check her aura. It was as good as expected. That pair of small feet should have recovered as well. He heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, there weren't any accidents with this body. He told the Dizun this good news, but the Dizun only replied, "Use your telekinesis to protect her. Send her over." Rongyu Ishinlin was still worried about Ning Xuema's soul. "Dizwa, how is her soul?" The voice on the other side deepened slightly, but he replied casually, "It's all right. Bring the purple cloud fruit over." The purple cloud fruit was specially used to recuperate the soul. It could greatly enhance the soul's ability to condense. When Rongyu Ishinlin heard this, his heart sank. That little girl's soul was about to disperse? It couldn't be, right? That little girl's soul was so valiant. She could even play chess with him in a soul state. What had happened to her? He was curious. At the same time, he was also concerned about Ning Xiuma, his chess friend. He couldn't care less about losing another precious fruit. He immediately started to make arrangements. Yunqi volunteered. Rongyue, I'm also worried about Miss Ning. I'll go with you. Rongyue, Tianlan's busy fingers paused slightly as she glanced at Yunqi. After muttering to herself for a moment, she said, Yunqi, Dizhua and I truly treat you as a friend. You have always been sensible, generous, and courteous. I don't wish to see any other changes in you. Some feelings that are not yours are not yours. If you force it, you might not even be able to be friends. These words were very direct. Yunqi was stunned. Her little scheme had been exposed, and she blushed. Subconsciously, she retorted, I won't. Yes, Yunqi, I knew you wouldn't. Remember, you will only be happy if you maintain your original heart. Rong Yuishanlin patted her shoulder with her fan and turned to leave. He had already said everything that needed to be said. Now, it all depended on Yunqi's ability to comprehend. If Dizhua had never been tempted by anyone, he would have encouraged Yunqi to fight for him. However, Dizhua already had someone in his heart. Yunqi would only embarrass herself if she interfered. He didn't want the trio to fall apart. The pain was earth-shattering. The pain engulfed her once again. She couldn't help but scream and cry. When she opened her eyes wide, she could only see scarlet. She couldn't see anything else. She dashed left and right in this overwhelming scarlet, wanted to rush out. Rush out, rush out, rush out. Perhaps she wouldn't be in so much pain if she rushed out. Xiuma, be good. I'm here. Don't be afraid. A voice seemed to pierce through the clouds. Chapter 695. His voice had the power to calm her down. It was as if she had heard it many years ago and relied on it. But she couldn't rely on him. The consequence of relying on him was despair. Han Shanyue didn't have the obligation to save her. He knew that she was in danger, but he still came back after drinking tea. In his heart, the tea was more important than her. Ning Xiuma's mind was in a mess, but the conversation she overheard became her nightmare. When she heard his voice, she subconsciously shrank her body. No, she didn't want to rely on him. She wanted to rely on herself. She would break out on her own. She struggled in the sea of blood again. It was an antique cleanroom. The four walls of the room were painted with various complicated patterns. The patterns looked beautiful, and when combined, they looked like a huge ink landscape painting. Furthermore, every detail in the drawing was clearly a talisman. These charms flowed under the light of the night pearls in the hall like an endless tide. A faint light shot out from these charms. After a series of complicated reflections, they gathered in a big agarwood cauldron in the middle of the hall. There were red waves in the cauldron, like blood rolling in the cauldron. Above the cauldron, there was a green ball-like enchantment. Ning Xiuma's soul was rolling in the enchantment. She had lost her mind. The ancestor sat cross-legged on a white jade futon. He looked at Ning Xiuma's soul in the green enchantment with a solemn expression. He couldn't wake Xiuma up. If her mind wasn't clear, he couldn't activate the array to restore her soul. He couldn't let her recover completely. Her body was already fine. She was lying on the white jade bed in the corner of the room. As long as her soul was restored, it could be placed back into her body. But now, her soul seemed to be running away from something and refused to wake up. His finger was connected to the enchantment. He could clearly feel that Xiuma was afraid. She was in pain. She was struggling, but she refused to let the ancestor pull her out. She used to be like a little hedgehog. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she would subconsciously hide her thorns in front of him and rely on him. Just like that day in the carriage, when she hugged his leg and slept without any defense. But now, for some reason, she seemed to subconsciously reject him. No matter how he comforted her, it was useless. Rongyue Tianlan sat on the other side of the cauldron, his hands pressed on the cauldron. He was also looking at the restless soul in the green enchantment. She then looked at the expressionless Dizun. Rongyue had heard everything he said to Ning Xiuma just now, so she felt that her horizons had been broadened once again. It turned out that Dizwa, who had always been cold and aloof, could also comfort others when necessary. However, the ancestor's soft voice seemed to have no effect on the girl inside the enchantment. It seemed that the person this girl subconsciously trusted the most was not him. Rongyu coughed and said, Dizwa, maybe we should find someone she trusts the most and try calling her. He looked at the hourglass in the corner of the hall and frowned. We can't delay any longer. There was a time limit to doing something like this. Once the time limit was exceeded, the effect would be greatly reduced. Even if he managed to repair her soul and place it back into her original body, he was afraid that something else would happen. For example, she would lose her memory, or she would go crazy, or she would be forgetful, or she would even forget who she was. Chapter 696. The ancestor suddenly sent out a message. Call that Kirin in. This time, the little Qilin was very sensitive. When Ning Xiuma was brought to the quiet room for treatment, it was also left outside because it was afraid of loud noises. The only requirement here was absolute silence, which the disciples of the Sun Moon sect understood the best. Within a dozen miles, there would be no sound at all, so as not to disturb the treatment inside. Although Kirin was worried about its master, it still obediently lay at the door, not daring to breathe, not even daring to move its claws, like a stone Kirin statue. When the ancestor went in, he clearly told it not to use telepathy to contact Ning Xiuma during this period. It was also obedient. Although it was very worried, it did not dare to use telepathy to detect Ning Xiuma's recovery. Not only did it maintain absolute silence, but it also guarded against others. Not far away, the Sun Moon sect disciple guarding the door just raised his hand silently, making a sound softer than a leaf falling to the ground, but Kirin stared at him for a long time like an enemy. The person stared at him for a long time, not daring to make the slightest movement like a stone man. Kirin naturally heard the ancestor's command, and its heart jumped. It did not understand what happened, and thought that its master had an accident, so it hurriedly walked in like a cat. It held its breath and looked at the green barrier, then looked at Rongyu Tanlan and the ancestor, its eyes full of questions. Try to wake her up with telepathy. The ancestor's words were always concise. Wasn't he afraid that it would disturb its master, so he did not let it use telepathy? Kirin was full of questions, but it could not ignore the ancestor's command. It tried to call a few times, Master, 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 I am Little Apple. Master. The restless soul in the barrier suddenly stopped, no longer blindly rushing left and right, as if it was listening to something. There was a door. Rongyu Tianlan's eyes lit up, and he signaled Kirin to continue. Kirin's spirits were lifted as well. He called out to her a few more times. Master, wake up. You're out of danger. You're safe now. Wake up. We're all here. The rampaging soul trembled a few times before a hoarse voice could be heard. Little Apple? Her consciousness had been pulled back. Everyone was overjoyed. Rongyu Tanlan was secretly happy and blurted out. It turns out that she trusts this Kirin the most at the critical moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to feel that it was inappropriate and shot a glance at the ancestor. The ancestor was expressionless. His eyes were fixed on Ning Xiuma's soul, as if he didn't hear Rongyu Tianlan's words. Kirin was overjoyed and immediately said, It's me, Master. It's me. You can see me, right? There is a wisp of smoke moving around the soul, as if Ning Xiuma was trying her best to push aside the fog and look outside. Her soul was so distorted that it did not look like a human. Kirin could not see her face even with its eyes wide open. However, it could feel that Ning Xiuma seemed to see it, and she even stretched out her hand to it. Now is the time. The ancestor and Rongyu Tanlan worked at the same time, and the green barrier was removed. At the same time, a wave of red light popped out from the cauldron and directly covered Ning Xiuma's soul, pulling it into the cauldron. Chapter 697. Ning Xiuma's soul was only a little bit awakened. She was not fully awake yet. All her reactions were still instinctive. She felt that she had finally followed Kirin's voice and pushed away the blood fog, allowing her to take a breath. But she did not expect that before she could take a breath, a large sea of blood would hit her in the face, she seemed to have thought of something. Her whole body trembled, and she struggled vigorously in the red light. She seemed to be afraid of this big cauldron. Kieran's heart was raised high. Di-Zun naturally also noticed this problem. He was a little startled and immediately thought of something. His face changed slightly, and he quickly whispered to Kieran, "Tell her, this is not the soul refining cauldron. This is the enchanting pool. It is used to heal her. As long as she obediently cooperates, it will not hurt anymore." Kieran immediately passed his words to Ning Xiuema. Ning Xiuema's body trembled. Finally, she stopped struggling, but she was still trembling. After trembling for a moment, she still asked, "Really? Really, really? More real than real gold? Master, this little Qilin only wants the best for you. It absolutely won't lie to you." The little Qilin repeatedly comforted her and guided her movements according to the ancestors' instructions. "Master, relax, close your eyes, and use your inner vision to sense yourself." In the red light, Ning Xiuema listened to Kieran's words. Although her body was still trembling from the pain, she still followed Kieran's instructions step by step. It seemed that she trusted Kieran very much. And Di-Zun, who was Han Shanyue, obviously did not trust her husband enough. Rongyue Tanlan almost could not bear to look at Di-Zun's cold face. "Rongyue, if you're not afraid of being slapped out of Buddha Lotus Mountain by me, then go ahead and be absent-minded." Di-Zun's cold voice passed into Rongyue Tianlan's ears. Rongyue Tianlan coughed and did not dare to be absent-minded again. He worked together with Di-Zun to operate the big cauldron. The liquid in the cauldron began to circulate slowly. It slowly climbed up and reached the red barrier. Like blood veins, they crisscrossed on the red barrier and slowly extended to Ning Xiuema's messy soul. They were like warm water that moistened and corrected the messy soul. This period of time was long and thrilling. Kieran didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It only dared to speak when the ancestor asked it to, lest it take a wrong step and push its master into eternal damnation. Ning Xiuema felt the pain in her soul gradually lessen as the blood vessels in the red light circulated. She could feel that her organs were slowly returning to their original positions, and she was no longer in so much pain. This calmed her down a lot, and she followed Kieran's instructions step by step. During this period of time, the ancestor felt that it was too troublesome to pass messages back and forth, so he simply gave the orders himself. However, Ning Xiuema didn't listen to him at all. The moment he opened his mouth, she shrank back instead. Helplessly, he could only let Kieran continue to command. Di-Zun's complexion was not good. Rongyue Tanlan tried his best not to look at Di-Zun's face. Otherwise, if he laughed out unkindly, the ancestor would fly into a rage out of humiliation and slap him out. The two peerless experts joined hands to calm down Ning Xiuema's soul and heal her. The efficiency was naturally very high. In addition, Ning Xiuema was very smart, and her willpower was also very strong. She was in so much pain and was not very clear-headed, but she could still follow Kieran's commands and actions. She did not do a bad job at all. Even Rongyue Tianlan, who was experienced and knowledgeable, was amazed. Chapter 698. This little girl was not simple. She was really not simple at all. Rongyue had never seen an ordinary person with such tenacious willpower. He had also seen those souls that were forcefully assembled into pieces. One of them was even a tough man who had been on the battlefield for a long time. After his soul was made into that shape, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It was simply heart-wrenching without stopping for a moment. Rongyue had also used a similar array to clean up that person's soul. As a result, during the process, that person did not cooperate at all. When he was asked to go up to the east, he leaned to the west. When he was asked to stretch his arm, he stretched his leg, and in the red light, he rushed left and right like a madman. Even his most trusted concubine couldn't wake him up. Just slightly straighten his arm, and he screamed like a madman. Rongyue Tianlan's ears suffered greatly. From then on, Rongyue Tianlan did not do this kind of work to clean up people's souls. He was really traumatized. The reason why he was sitting here this time was, firstly, because the ancestor ordered him, and he was embarrassed to refuse. Secondly, there was also a little bit of guilt in his heart. After all, it was because he helped Ning Xiuma treat her leg that this accident happened. Rong Tianlan had always been thick-skinned and did not like to take the responsibility on himself. But this time, he felt that he was a little responsible. This time, when he came in, he was already prepared to let his ears suffer again. After all, the other party was a little girl. The little girl was more delicate, and her voice was sharp. When the time came for treatment, her screams would definitely break through the house. But he did not expect that Ning Xiuma's reaction was completely beyond his expectations. She rarely screamed. Before Kieran came in, she rolled a lot. But after Kieran came in, she only had a trace of consciousness, but she could completely follow the instructions. In the process of cleaning up and correcting, she was clearly in so much pain that she was trembling in pain, but she could still endure it. At most, she could only moan twice. She was even tougher than a tough man. No one didn't admire the strong. Not to mention the other party was a delicate little girl. This girl could always give people too many surprises. It was no wonder that a person like the ancestor also looked at this girl differently. This girl really had the ability to make a 10,000-year-old iron tree bloom. 2 hours passed, and then another 2 hours passed. As the night passed, the sky began to brighten. The sun rose from the east and gradually moved to the center of the sky. Then it slowly set in the west, leaving behind a half-bright and half-dark rosy glow that dyed the sky. One day, an entire day, this treatment lasted for an entire day. When half of the blood-red liquid in the cauldron was consumed, Ning Xiuma's soul finally returned to its original appearance. She was probably exhausted to the extreme. The moment she recovered, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Rong Tianlan was also tired. He felt that all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. He wanted to find a place to sleep. He couldn't help but glance at Di Zun again. This time, Di Zun was in charge of the treatment, so he would only be more tired. Moreover, he had just used the Earth's shrinking technique and 1,000 miles in a breath technique. Now, the old man was able to sit there without fainting. That was already very impressive. Ning Xiuma's soul had been placed back into her body. Rong Tianlan watched as the girl gradually regained her breath. Her face gradually turned red. This meant that it was very successful. They had successfully saved the girl who was on the verge of death. Chapter 699. As long as she had a good night's sleep, she would be able to wake up the next morning. After 3 to 5 days of rest, she would be as lively as before. Dizwa, do you want to take a rest? I'll take care of things here. Rong Tianlan felt that the ancestor's face was a little pale. He was afraid that the ancestor would be worried, so he added, "Don't worry. I won't leave before you come back. Even if this girl wakes up and stabs me with a knife, I won't leave." The ancestor sat there without speaking, as if he was troubled by something. He looked out of the window, lost in thought. Dizwa, do you have something on your mind? Rong Tianlan was keenly aware of the ancestor's abnormality. The ancestor's most common expression was expressionless, indifferent, and indifferent. It was very difficult to see any emotion on his face. Rong Tianlan had known him for so long, but he had never seen him lose his mind. A person like him was too strong, and there were very few things in this world that he couldn't solve. No matter what sort of troublesome matter occurred, he was always able to make arrangements in an orderly manner. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but when he did, it would definitely be like a bolt of lightning that swept through everything in an all-powerful manner. There was utterly no one capable of resisting his sharpness. When a matter was solved, it naturally wouldn't become a worry for him. Today, Ning Xiuma had clearly been rescued, and she would wake up tomorrow at the latest. So where did the ancestor's worry come from? It was very rare for the ancestor to show such an expression. Rong Tianlan was concerned, and his gossipy mood began to burn. The ancestor's eyes swept over Rong Tianlan. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Rong Yue, you could be considered a playboy. You should be able to understand a woman's thoughts, right?" How rare. The ancestor, who didn't touch the secular world, actually began to pay attention to a woman's thoughts. Rong Tianlan took out his folding fan, opened it, and waved it coquettishly. He said rather reservedly, I know a little. Why don't you tell me what's difficult for the ancestor? The ancestor pondered for a moment. There was a woman who was in danger. She heard that her husband was going to save her, so she tried her best to stall for time, waiting for her husband to save her. In the end, her husband didn't save her because he was a little unhappy. Instead, he went to the tea house to drink a few cups of tea and missed the best time to save her. Let her fall into the enemy's hands and suffer. Will this woman forgive her husband easily? Ronuet Tonlon, he blurted out. Is her husband sick? His wife is in danger, yet he still has the heart to drink tea. After seeing Dee's unfriendly expression, Ronu finally reacted and carefully asked, Ancestor, may I ask why her husband went to the tea house to drink tea? As the saying goes, saving a soldier is like putting out a fire. Deezwa, what are you trying to do? You were clearly in a hurry when you left, and you even used forbidden techniques in succession. Why was he drinking tea when he was almost there? This didn't make any sense. The ancestor glanced at him and said, Don't worry about these minor details. I just want to ask you, if this woman knows about this matter, will she forgive you easily? Emperor's throne. This is the main branch, okay? How is this a minor detail? All right, it will be difficult to get the truth out of Deezwa's mouth. He decided not to ask. Ronuatanlon looked at Ning Shumal lying there and then looked at the ancestor. Deezwa, do you want me to tell you the truth? Chapter 700. Nonsense. Deezun replied straightforwardly. Ronuatanlon shook his fan and sighed. It's difficult. A woman's mind is very sharp. If she knows the truth, she will completely fall out with her husband. Well, the degree of falling out will be proportional to how much she has suffered. Deezun's thin lips were slightly pursed, and his face was even worse. Ronuatanlon thought for a moment and comforted him. However, if her husband knows his mistake after this, and goes to his wife's room to beg for forgiveness, count out a few more times, and coax her with soft words for a period of time, she might forgive him. Women are more fickle and easily moved. Seeing her husband's sincere repentance, she may forgive him. Deezun frowned even more. Ask for forgiveness? Kowtow? He felt his hair stand on end just thinking about it. This won't do. Think of a more reliable one. Deezun's eyes were bright as he looked at Ronuatanlon. Ronuatanlon almost scratched his head. He had offended her so much. He didn't even want to ask for forgiveness. He coughed. If her husband can't put down his face, he can slowly reform her. For example, he can give her peaches today and clothes tomorrow. After a long time, she will slowly be reformed. She doesn't care about these. Deezun simply cut off his words. This girl actually has a lot of money. Naturally, she can buy whatever she wants. How can she be interested in such trivial things? You call yourself a playboy. Can't you think of a more reliable one? Ronuatanlon also became ruthless. There is another way. It is said that it is very effective. It is a magic weapon that some men use every time. Deezun's eyes lit up slightly. Tell me. Ronuatanlon coughed and opened his mouth. It seemed that it was difficult to speak. But under Deezun's gaze, he could only say, some women like strong men. No matter how much a man offends her, as long as the man subdues her and then drags her to bed. After doing it for a while, under normal circumstances, the woman's anger will dissipate. Deezun, this works? Is there something wrong with the man or the woman? He looked at Ronuatanlon. Have you tried this method? Ronuatanlon touched his nose. How can such an elegant man like me do such a beastly thing? Deezun looked at him with an unkind gaze. He knew that it was a beastly thing, yet he still wanted him to do it? Ronuatanlon thought of a few more ideas, but they were all rejected by the ancestor. He knew Ning Shuima's temper, and these were not suitable. In the end, Ronuatanlon was also helpless. He spread out his hands and said, Then it's better to beat her until she loses her memory and forgets these things. He was just saying it in a fit of pique. Unexpectedly, the ancestor's eyes lit up slightly. He finally stood up and said, You finally came up with a reliable idea. Ronuatanlon was dumbstruck as he looked at Deezwa rolling up his sleeves. He couldn't help but reach out his fan and hook it on the ancestor's sleeve. Dizwa, you don't really want to hit her, do you? She's actually quite weak. She probably won't be able to take a hit from you. The ancestor flicked his sleeve and flicked the fan away. He said indifferently, how can this venerable be so violent? I have other ways to make her forget all the unpleasant things. Rongyu et Tanlon. He watched as the ancestor walked over and used a spell to erase the woman's memory.